infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power.
Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power.
Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast Season 3, Episode 20. Don't worry. If you're watching the video version, AndresRestart will be back. He's building a new office chair because the one he has sucks ass. So he's working on it. See, there he is. He peeked into around the corner. How you guys doing, everyone? We got a killer show for you today. There is no Eric Moore. The sock puppet is not here. The intro lied. Well, I didn't lie. He's part of the show. Just not the show. He's got some medical stuff going on, but he'll be all right. He'll be back. He'll be back next week. Don't worry about it. That said, we do have a killer show for you guys. You see the title. We're obviously going to be going to Zelda 40th anniversary because, believe it or not, it ain't that far away. It's less than half a year away, which is crazy to think about because we just got all the news about Mario's 40th, and Zelda's 40th actually happens before the dang Mario movie comes out. So we got some crazy stuff to talk about with that. Obviously, there's been a lot of rumors around that, some projections, predictions. Kind of get the initial conversation going. I'm sure rumors and everything will ramp up pretty heavy once we get to January. We're going to turn that calendar, and all of a sudden, it's Zelda time. Except that there's a Mario movie, and there's a Yoshi game, and there's also a Mario Tennis game. And okay, maybe it's not quite Zelda time, but it's something. That said, we have some other topics to talk about as well. A new president coming in at Nintendo of America, and a new CEO. So that's a thing going on. So long, Gay Bowser. And then... Sorry, I gotta make the reference.
All right.
The reference. Come on. It's a classic. Don't get mad at me. That's Nintendo. Nintendo did that. Okay. I think they meant it as happy. Right? They're using the happy form of that word. The old English version. That being said, we also have some other stuff going on as well. Some other rumors, some big third-party games. And I don't know, bunch of stuff. Metroid stuff too. Kind of interesting. So Nash Weedle Metroid stuff. Probably have to pick AndresRestart's brain a little bit on that one when it comes to it, because I honestly ran out of time, and I know he made a video, and I didn't get to finish the notes. So it's okay, because we do have AndresRestart here. But you know what? He's still getting ready there. So let's go ahead and around the room, introduce everyone. First off, we have Mr. Robot Joe is here. How's it going, man?
Guys, thanks for having me again. Yeah, let's talk about some Zelda. I don't know. I don't have much to say. I'm just excited about this topic, actually.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, when we talk Zelda and Robot Joe's in here, I always worry if he's going to say this.
What are you going to do? Bleed on me?
I don't know. Maybe I will.
Classic Joe right there. That's
right.
classic Joe.
God, that's what my mom says.
Classic Joe. Anyways, we got
He's a
the gamer
bleeder.
here. How's it going, Birdman?
It's going well, man. Stoked for another Wednesday Nintenbyte extravaganza. Talking some Zelda, my favorite series, my favorite thing to talk about. And yeah, it's just been a cool week. I did a live stream this week, and you freaking rated it. I didn't even know what was happening. I didn't know what rating meant on a live stream. I didn't even know what that meant. Yeah, people were like, dude, answer your phone. I hear my phone vibrating. I'm like, I'm on a live stream. Who the hell's calling me? But it was a lot of it was a lot of fun.
Answer your phone. He's trying to give you views.
So many things went wrong in that live stream, but it was a great learning experience. I started it with like my microphone off, so I talked for like 5 minutes to no sound, but I was just hanging out. You know, some people from who are here every Wednesday came and showed up and supported, which was totally awesome. And we just talked Nintendo, did a little Q&A, and I was building the Nintendo Lego Game Boy.
Right.
I built a little more than half of it, so I'm going to do another live stream next week and finish the build. I realized that chatting and building takes a little bit more mental focus than I thought it would. But it was a lot of fun, man.
Why I haven't called on Andres yet, because he is literally building. Right?
Yeah. I kept trying to remember to look up.
Plenty of show ahead. Finish the chair. I need you in perfect comfort for this conversation.
But let's move over to the next person, because I don't know if you saw in chat. There's some major news.
I did not see major news. I have no idea.
Can I share this on the screen?
I don't know. Sure. Oh shit!
Right on, dude.
Oh, Thunderstash made history, my friends.
Woo! Hell yeah, man! Congratulations!
Massive,
I gotta go see this for myself. What is happening? I've been so busy this week. I wasn't paying. I knew it was coming up.
Right on, man.
And I just want to say before you chime in, Stash, that I'm super happy for you. I think this is amazing. I think it's so well deserved. You bust your ass. You're putting out great content. Some of the best reviews that I'm seeing online, period. I mean that.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm excited to see how far you go, man, because this is just the tip of the iceberg. I really believe that. So huge congrats, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Congratulations, bro.
For a while, he's going to be the first one of our crew to get to 1 million subscribers. It's going to happen. Probably happen next year at this pace. That said, he's like sitting over the shaking his head, dude. I remember when Stash had like less than 1,000 subscribers, man. So yeah, this is like, I'm just saying, this podcast isn't even 2 years old and he's at 200K. I'm just saying that, like, I see a mill coming pretty quick for this guy if he's pushing the way he is. That said, it's funny that this happened obviously, today or yesterday, and we got this guy in the super chat recognizing it because Yulia and I were talking about Stash the other day, and she's a big admirer of Stash after meeting him in person, because when you meet the Stash, he leaves quite the impression. Okay, he's a very confident guy. He knows his shit. He's just really good at pretty much everything he does. And I just sat back and I'm just like, well, shit. I can't measure up to this. Well, you know what?
Well, pardon me, Mr. Perfect.
Thunderstash. How we doing?
We were all, by the way, we were all covering our mustaches the whole time at PAX in shame. Like Nate and I were walking around like this with him.
Yeah,
so people wouldn't compare.
His stash is like curled up over the top of my head while I'm walking next to him. I'm like, okay. We need Eric the Beacon to distract the whole crowd, because don't look at me. What's up, Stash?
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot. And hitting 200K is really cool. And obviously, I've just been crazy busy trying to stay caught up with all of these games, get all of the PAX videos out. I still have to get my NBA Jam video out. I have a couple like business, type videos, like with J Sox, with Figgies. I have like 3 other ones. I just got a projector screen guys.
Oh fuck yeah! I've always wanted one
So-
of those.
I already have one. You know, I have my pull down. It's a
Oh, yeah, I
150
have-
inch screen.
I have this really cheap 200-inch, like it's a cloth. It sucks.
Yeah, I've had that. You know, you work your way up, but this company sent me one that is completely motorized, but it's from the floor up. So like you literally set it down like a green screen. Like I have a portable Elgato green screen.
Wow. That sounds.
You press a button and it goes up and it's motorized. It's I think $2,000, which is a lot. It's a 130-inch screen, and I was playing Digimon Story, Time Stranger on that screen to test it out. I'm like, holy shit, this is so cool, dude. I'll show you guys eventually, but yeah. At any rate, I got some videos like that, and it's just like, dude, just trying to stay caught up with all of these games coming out is the challenge of a lifetime, because it's like, dude, to play through them, to write a review, to do the thumbnails, to do the takes, to get things right, to get your footage to line up with what you're talking about in the review, and to try and meet the timelines. Like the embargo for Digimon Story was at 7 a.m. So I was up to like 1 getting it finished up so I could hit embargo. And it's just like the same thing is going to happen next week. You know, I'm playing, what do you call it right now? Our game, Yooka-Replaylay. I'm playing that right now.
Nice.
Got some next week. Yeah, it's just like it's nonstop embargoes right now.
You're replaying it right now?
Yeah, I'm replaying it. Yeah. And that was good. But yeah, dude, it's nuts. So this is all really good. The numbers. But my point is that I'm not even looking at them because I'm so crazy busy. That's where I'm at.
Every time I look at your channel, it'll be like, oh, this video got 1,000. This one got 1,000. Here's a random one that I'd never thought in a million years. There's 25K on this one. That's the thing about the reviews. You never know which ones are going to be the ones that take off. But there's sometimes seriously, I've been watching his channel now for the last couple of years. It's like, dude, somebody like He-Man, that's the one that's going to blow up. Okay.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, that one blew up. I'm like, what? Okay.
Interesting.
that one blew up. Cool. He did a lot more in-depth ones than the He-Man one, and that's the one that blew up. All right. You know, it's like it's so random. But I love that. That's the thing. Like, that's what's cool about you. Like a lot of us content creators, we're always looking at numbers and like that. You just don't give a fuck. You're gonna do the ones you want to do. You're gonna do the reviews you want to do, and if it doesn't get good views, doesn't matter because some random one will that you didn't expect to, and who gives a fuck? You just keep making content.
Yeah, you know, I was at the gym earlier, and this all kind of connects. But Switch Force had put out a video about 15 years on YouTube.
Oh yeah, yep.
And I was listening to it, and the things that I mentioned in my 100K video and just now too, he mentioned in his video talking about how he really obsessed like hardcore over the numbers and why one video would do better than the other, even though that video is better quality. And he'd look at a lot of his competition, and it kind of like wrecked him mentally for a while. And he learned over time that I'm not going to look at that stuff, and I'm just going to make content, and how much better things have been in his life since he did that. But I thought that was interesting. I'm like, that's cool. I'm glad to hear that because he's been doing it a long time.
What's that real cliche saying that's like comparison is a thief of joy or something like that?
Yes, and it is.
And it couldn't be more true on YouTube. People will message me all the time like, hey, I want to become a YouTuber. Any advice? I'm like, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing still to this day. and they think you're being like coy about it or something. And I'm like, no, we really we don't know what the hell we're doing half the time. But just make some stuff, do it because you want to do it. And who gives a shit what happens, really? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
and hope works, everything else falls in place.
Exactly. Yeah. It has to come from passion before anything else, man.
Yeah, 100%. So it was a good video. I would recommend it to anyone who does YouTube,
right,
and anyone who's ever thought about it. It provides some good insight and some good advice if you take some of the hurdles he's been through and avoid them for yourself.
Yep. Yep, it's always good. I always tell people, whenever they ask me advice, I'm like, don't worry about the numbers. The numbers are the thing that's going to drive you crazy. Look, I obviously worry about numbers, but I don't look at like a per video thing. Like if this video did bad, whatever. I don't care. It's if I get like 30 in a row that do bad because I do daily content, it's like, okay, I probably should figure out what's going on then.
Yeah.
But every video is doing bad. Then I'm probably doing something wrong or something changing the algorithm. But like, you know, and that's what I've been like examining over the last like month and a half. Like things haven't been going great, and that's okay. I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna panic. You know?
I do something a little different sometimes. I like, for people who do YouTube, you know what a 1 out of 10 video is. And if I have like say 5 1 out of 10 videos in a row, I'm like, holy shit, this is crazy. On that 6th one is when I'll take the risk on something that in my head I don't think it's gonna do good at all. It's like, instead of continuing this momentum of, well, this is working, after like 4 or 5, I'm like, this is a time I should take a little risk right now.
Do something you're passionate about.
Yeah, do something exactly like a DS, like a top 10 DS games or something that's not trending currently, and then maybe it gets 500 views. But then those videos always turn out to hit the algorithm like months later, and then turn into evergreen videos. Or I'll do a review. Like I have this console right here. Chromatic or whatever.
Chromatic.
Oh yeah.
They just sent me this. Yeah, and all these games, and then so I just bought a bunch of Game Boy games, and I'm like, I've had some good videos lately. I'm gonna talk about this, and if it gets views, cool. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But you just cannot worry about like what's gonna get me the most views right now. You can't do it, and I know it sucks to say that.
Yeah, don't chase.
Yeah, don't chase, because this is our livelihood. This pays a lot of the bills, but it's like.
Okay.
It feels weird knowing like what I do is not going to be the most profitable. Any other industry, they're like, I almost said some stuff. Are you dumb? Let me just say it like that.
No, it's
Did
tough.
you take too much Tylenol?
Especially like reviewing indie games sometimes that I know nobody knows about, and I'm like, okay, I'm hoping this video hits just because this game is so good, and I want to see it do well, right? I actually want to help the developer. I know that there's probably like a 95 at least % chance that this video will probably bomb, but you know what? The good part is I'll never know, because I'm not going to look anyways.
Well, the good part is, one particular indie game video definitely wrecked face. It's your #1 most viewed video of all time,
which is crazy.
Thor.
Tiny Thor.
Tiny Thor is so good.
You would never expect that to blow up like that. What?
Yeah.
I know, dude. Yeah, that game was so much fun. That speaks to our generation.
Yeah,
really.
I put it in a Hidden Gems video, Tiny Thor. It is, man, it's so good.
It really
and that's why you do it. That blew up. Obviously, Ruffy did well for you as well. You never know.
Yeah,
you got to do those indie games because you never know. Indie's a big deal.
The thing is, not a lot of people cover a lot of these games. So even if there's just a niche crowd of people who are interested, if they're searching for a review on the game and only like 3 people, prominent people reviewed it, people are going to see your reviews. People are going to watch because they're going to want to get more than one opinion, on something that's maybe a little bit more niche. For me, you know what I worry about, and I try not to, but it's just for me, it's the hardest part. It's not the numbers per video, and I think Stash and Prime will know this, and Eric as well. It's the title and thumbnail. I have a really I have a hard time understanding like what's good and what's not good. So I've asked in our chat, I've asked at least a few times, like, is this a good title, guys? I don't know. Is this a good thumbnail? I don't know. And they've given me great suggestions, but it's the part of content creation that I dislike the most.
Yeah.
Because I just want to make my video, do my nice edits, and then put it out there.
Look, if you want to join the clickbait army, I got you. I got all the titles and thumbnails. Dude, I'll make them for you for free. I don't even care. You're gonna end up joining the clickbait army, but people will watch. They will come.
I just keep it vague sometimes. It's not so much clickbait, but like this news is major.
Yeah.
This news is insane. This news is crazy. To me, this shit is crazy. You know what I mean? Like
I find this titles, but they work.
Yeah, but they're vague, and it's like, well,
it pisses me off that they work.
They work. Yeah.
But I'm gonna go with the more exact title today. Fuck, no one clicked on it. Well,
Right. Yeah.
Moving on, anyways. On to the next one.
You should use a title like, "This is a really, really boring video. Do not click on this video. It sucks. It's not interesting. You're not going to like it. Don't click on it."
What Mike Odyssey did recently, didn't he? He dropped a video like, "This is clickbait. Don't watch it."
He did.
Yeah.
Like, what?
He did, and I was side-eyeing. I was side-eyeing it while I was reading it. Like, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, look, it reeks of desperation. Personally, if someone's going with a title like that. Now, if you're an already successful channel and then you do something like that, then you're just like, okay, they're just having fun.
Right.
They're just fucking around. But like, when it's someone that I know is trying to get a lot of views and they're struggling, I'm like, okay, come on now. But it's all right.
Yeah.
Mike's fucking around over there. Yeah, he had a little health scare potentially as well. I'm waiting to get an update on that. Hopefully he's all right. Hopefully it's just like a flu or something, but
I hope so, yeah.
I had a hard time breathing the other day, so we'll see what happens. I can say that he talked about it publicly. It's the only reason I even know about it. He didn't tell me privately. He didn't tell me privately shit. I watched a live stream today.
Dude, I just remembered on one of the titles that I asked for suggestions from you guys, or like if this was good. Someone like essentially said, "This isn't good because you're telling people what the video's about." Essentially, like they didn't say that literally, but it was like you got to have more, like more. Yeah, you got to have more mystery. You have to kind of like, you know,
you can't
put
give
some
everything away in the title
into
people won't watch.
And like my brain's just like, yeah, but it's about this. Like I want them to
I know. Oh, believe me, I know. It's like, no, but why? This is what the video is. I'm like, yeah, and if you say that, they're not going to watch because they already know what the video is before they watch it.
Right.
Or you can just go out there. I think about this title. I'm not even kidding. Once a week, you guys know Happy Console Gamer.
Yeah.
He has a stupid fucking title. It's called Top 10 Games I Can Shove Up My Ass. And I seen it one day and I'm like, is my TV glitching out? Like, there's no way this is a title to this video. And the video was exactly what the title was. Yeah, and I think about it literally like once a week. I was like, this is surely clickbait, but that's literally what the video is about.
When I think of his content, it's hard for me to picture that title.
Exactly. I was like, this cannot be the Happy Console Gamer that I know. Like,
dude,
this is
it's
not
there.
it.
It's from 7 years ago. It's got 50,000 views.
Told
and
you.
Okay.
It's got his face covered in the thumbnail, and of course, it's the Breath of the Wild cartridge being featured.
I think about this I think about it once a week. I'm not even kidding. It just pops into my head when I'm walking with my kids or something. I'm like,
I'm afraid to click and watch because, like, if he actually shoved him in his ass, I'm not so sure I want to know. But I mean, Switch cartridges would be the go-to.
They would be the go-to if we're just keeping it real, right? Got to call a spade here. I think,
you know,
considered.
I mean, that's. I'm just saying that's the point. Look, guys, you want to make it big on YouTube? Just
right. We're giving you the game plan right now for free.
First person to shove Switch 2 cartridges up your ass, and you'll grow on YouTube. I mean, look, the Will It Blend channel died out. We need someone who's going to see if a Switch 2 blends. You'll blow up. I'm telling you. Go. Hey, all you got to do is say, I hate it. I hate the Switch 2, so I decided to see if it will blend. Boom, you're going to get 1 million views.
Unironically, probably would. Seriously,
you literally will. All the titles that are like, I hate Switch 2, or, you know, I'm done with Nintendo. All of them are getting like 1 million views right now. So you got to do that, but then throw in the Will It Blend thing.
With
people
a Mario
are
sad face.
Are pissed at Nintendo. They just want to see it blend. You don't even have to say anything for most of the video. It's just like 10 minutes of a blender running.
Right.
Anyways, all right. Will it dissolve? Anyways, good, dude. Here, I'm just dropping viral video ideas, guys. I don't know why no one takes me up on these offers. I only charge a 10% fee if it blows up.
Not bad.
All right. That being said, we still have to get to another person on the show besides myself, of course. Person is still building a chair over there, and you know, there was a certain person. I won't name their name. That was in my chat when they asked who was going to be the guest this week. They found out AndresRestart was coming on. And you know, they were throwing up the Jake Randall getting bricked up stuff, right? Because, you know, they remember Andres being on the show for a long time. It's kind of the heartthrob of the show. The ladies love him. And I was requested to play this little jingle for him. Just quick. It's just a quick movie quote, and then Andres going to introduce himself because it's been a while. He hasn't really been on here in a long time. So Just play this quick to introduce him in.
She'd definitely be boner of the month.
Little Tommy boy.
Oh,
What's going on?
Tommy boy, right?
Yeah, Tommy boy. Andres Restarts here. Welcome back to the show you once co-hosted. How's it going?
I'm chilling.
Chilling.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen you in your new place, so it's exciting.
Yeah. I still have a lot to do.
Yeah, very clearly. Empty white walls and a dresser, you know? Yeah.
What?
Empty white walls and a dresser. I assume there's a lot to do.
Yeah. I mean, there's more stuff
around
off camera, but yeah. No, there's still a lot to do. But I'm here.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited to talk about Zelda and Metroid.
Oh, it's gonna be a good show. It's gonna be a good show. And then excuse me, Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. If you don't know, I'm sorry that you got introduced to me in this show because I'm the least interesting person on the podcast. But that doesn't mean that I can't put on a show, because that's what I'm known for. I'm known for putting on a show. So
yes,
let's go ahead and get to our topics and do our little roulette. There's only 3 of us, so I'll just let you know what? Let's just go right to left. Gamebird, what topic do you want, buddy? What's gonna be our first one?
Let's see. I'll take topic 3. More rumors.
Okay, I had a feeling you were gonna want that one. That's one of the ones you brought up behind the scenes. Stash.
I think Zelda's 40th.
All right. That leaves me with good old Dougie and the Switch 2 sales. Oh, look, the news topic. Who knew? The news guy gets the news topic. After all, I forgot the ending of Ocarina of Time. Famously, Andres Restart was on that episode and
said nothing.
Clearly, just sat back and just watched me be wrong. The whole
he just watched you self-sabotage for a whole hour.
Yeah, he was laughing. He had a shocked look on his face. He just let Jake Randall cook me over and over. It was great. I think he was just enjoying the show. He's like, dude, he made this grave. He's gonna have to live in it now. I think it made him embarrassed to even associate with me after that. Right. That said, of course, I couldn't take the Zelda topic. It is what it is. I'll probably never get the Zelda topic again because of that episode. Oh, by the way, guys, if you guys didn't know, this is just something I just randomly noticed the other day. This is our 81st episode of the Nintenbyte Podcast.
Wow.
81. Damn.
And we're going to hit 2 years on May 1st, 2026, which is not a podcast night. But, maybe we'll have to do something special for that because that is a 2-year anniversary of the show. It's our first episode is May 1st, 2024.
Yeah, we should. We should
do something for it. It doesn't have to be a nice 4-hour show or anything. It was just something to celebrate it a little bit because, 2 years. Some podcasts don't make it 2 months.
Right.
It went by fast.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like it.
It does not at all.
Yeah.
I'm like, God, it's really been 2 years? Shit. Almost, not quite. All right. Let's get to our first topic. Gamebird, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, let's talk about some rumors, guys. So, Nash Weedle, you guys may have heard of him on this channel once or twice.
No, I have no
before.
idea who he is. No.
Well, that's just too bad for you now, isn't it? Nash Weedle says that we are getting some special games on Switch 2. This includes Alan Wake 2, which is one of the best third-party games of this past generation. Max Payne 1 and 2, 2 iconic classics that I have very fond memories of. Also, the Prime games, like Metroid Prime 2 and 3, maybe. He also mentions that that there's a 2D Metroid sequel that may be in hot water. But we're going to start with Andres because this is something that Andres actually already covered. And so
did a whole video on the Metroid.
Yeah. So specifically with the Metroid, I know that that's the big game that a lot of Nintendo fans are waiting for right now. But just your thoughts on these rumors. Obviously, I want to hear about Metroid, but would also love to hear your thoughts on some of this third-party stuff, including Alan Wake and Max Payne 1 and 2. But what do you got for us?
Yeah, what's up?
He's like, I wasn't paying attention the whole time. What are we talking about?
We're talking about Metroid. You're talking about the Nash Weedle rumors.
Right? There you go.
Yeah, I was paying attention. I just I decided to. Yeah.
You trying to get used to your new chair already? It's like falling back.
I'm figuring stuff out.
You gotta
right
figure
now.
out the settings on it.
Yeah, there's I don't
There's
know.
knobs and levers.
But I'm sitting on it. It's got that
spring
lumbar support.
Ah. Well, now lumbar me some Metroid stuff. What's going on, buddy?
Okay. Man, I feel really short because of the camera setup. I'm actually 6'1", but everyone thinks I'm like 5'2".
I met him in person. He towers over me. Anyways,
the way it's just camera does
angles.
things.
It's all angles. People were surprised when they saw in the footage how short I was at PAX. Like, you're that short? You don't look that way in the video. I'm like, dude, it's all angles. I know.
Michaela thought you were going to be really tall.
She really did?
Yeah, she did. Based on the angles. So you nailed the angles.
It's all camera angles. Yeah. You want to come from the top down a little bit. The camera just a little bit above you at the right angle. It makes you look tall. This is what it is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll worry about height and angles and all that other stuff later. So I'm just going to kind of talk about the whole like Metroid situation, right? So I saw some people actually repost my video. I didn't call them out because I didn't feel like calling them out. But they're like, oh, so there's rumor has it there's gonna be a Metroid Prime 4 Direct. And like, yes, there is a rumor for a Metroid Prime 4 Direct, but that's not what the recent rumors are about, right? That was kind of more just I talk about a Metroid Prime 4 Direct because that just kind of seems like the common sense thing at this point to expect. We've gotten one for Kirby. We're going to get two for Kirby. We've gotten multiple Pokemon presentations. We got a Donkey Kong Direct. We got a Mario Kart World Direct.
Right.
The only one, it would be kind of odd for Prime 4 to not get its own Direct at this point. And I feel like we do have some like signs by Nintendo that they clearly have like a decent marketing plan already. People are kind of skeptical of this because for whatever reason, people just love to assume that Nintendo doesn't care about Metroid, even though this is probably one of the most expensive games they've ever made. That alone should kind of tell you that they do care. Yeah. But they do have an official piggyback collaboration of the Prime 1 through 3 art book that's coming out October 28th. Then they have the 2 Samus amiibos from Prime 4 coming out November 6th. And then they have another wave of amiibos for Silex coming out December 4th. And just for perspective, the Mario Galaxy amiibos aren't even coming out until next year. So, like, clearly they prioritize getting the Metroid amiibos out for this holiday, right? So that's something else to kind of keep in mind. My speculation, right, is that we're getting the Prime 4 Direct in either the last week of October or the first week of November, aligning with either the art book or the amiibos, right? And that's also based off the fact that we've seen how they treat their marketing plans for a lot of their big adventure games. You look at Donkey Kong Bonanza, what happened on June 18th, if I'm not mistaken, or it was June 17th. But Bonanza came out like July 17th or July 18th.
It was like a month
June.
before it came out, yeah.
It was basically about a month before they had the Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct. And you look at Tears of the Kingdom, they actually put out the Aonuma presentation. I think it was like 6 weeks before the game was coming out. So like they like pushing these big games 4 to 6 weeks before release. That's when they actually start telling us about it. And before that, it's usually just drip feeding.
Unless you're Kirby Air Riders.
What?
Unless you're Kirby Air Riders, you just do a 45-minute direct at the time.
I mean, well,
Sakurai gets different roles, dude.
It's not an adventure game, though. It's a multiplayer. It's a multiplayer game, right? It's a multiplayer space battling, not space, but racing. I mean, maybe I leaked one of the tracks. I don't know.
Wild fighting
sports game.
That's a Masahiro Sakurai game, right? He's treating it the way he treated Smash Brothers.
Right.
Yeah. Also, before that Direct, we knew literally nothing. So like, we needed to learn more about it.
Yeah, I know. You're good. You're good.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like the common sense expectation, right? We'll see what actually happens. But it gets interesting when you also consider these two different rumors both coming from Nash Weedle, who's literally been leaking like things left and right for Nintendo, like literally in the Direct. He was the only person that ever talked about Virtual Boy coming to NSO. Got confirmed. Talked about there being a Yoshi game in development. Yoshi Mysterious Book confirmed. Talked about there being a Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition, and also new voice lines for the Mario Flower. Literally both confirmed during the Direct. We have like a Mario Wonder Flower figurine on top of Mario Wonder Switch 2 Edition. The Resident Evil stuff, that was also confirmed. And so that was just things in the direct, right? But we've talked about all throughout the year, he's been kind of getting more and more right. So it's obviously it's fair to have a conversation about it. Anyway, so the rumors coming from Nashville in regards to Metroid, he put this out in his Partida Zero episode 3. He's created his own channel, and he does some leaks and news conversations. That's actually good stuff. So I recommend you guys check it out. If you speak Spanish, it's interesting, or you could probably read the English dub or something.
Don't listen to YouTube's English dub.
The auto dub is
is bad.
So it's pretty messy, but I think it's a really well put together program, is what I'm saying. It's really cool. He gets into Nintendo nostalgia stuff. Shows off a lot of old commercials and games and things, but also has news and leaks. So it's a pretty good program. Nice. But anyway, he talks about there being every Metroid Prime game coming, and he literally highlights not just Prime 2 and 3, but also Hunters and Pinball. And he doesn't show it, but there is also Federation Force, right? So what's Nintendo going to do? Is this going to tie into the Prime 4 Direct? Or they're just going to be hey, literally every Metroid Prime game is on the eShop? That's an exciting idea. That's not necessarily what's going to happen, right? The rumor just that they're coming doesn't necessarily dictate when they're coming, right? So Nintendo might be thinking more so of, hey, let's make sure Metroid is coming out consistently for years. We did it back in the early 2000s. We had 8 different Metroid games come out in 8 years. Prime 1, Prime 2, Prime 3 Trilogy, Other M, Prime Hunters, Metroid Fusion, and Metroid Zero Mission. All that came out between 2002 and 2010. But because back then the GameCube sucked in terms of sales, it was good, but in terms of sales, it sucked. And in terms of the Wii, had great sales, but it did not have a hardcore audience, right? It was only people pretty much who just liked Wii Fit and Just Dance. It wasn't the right environment for Metroid to succeed, but during the Switch 2 era, it is kind of the right environment for a game like Metroid to succeed. So maybe now they can kind of be consistent with Metroid releases. That's kind of what I'm thinking is. What the basic rumor is, hey, we have some different Metroid games coming. And then another rumor that kind of helps to fuel this thinking is that Mercury Steam is coming out with a game. Well, okay, the rumor is that there is a game coming out in 2026 that Nintendo is kind of talking to a company about. But if you fill in the dots, right, you look through the thread, he never deconfirmed that one. He deconfirms a whole bunch of others. And you look at, he also talks about a game that he did talk about. He's talked about 2D Metroid being made by Mercury Steam. And you also consider, well, it has been 4 years since they came out with Dread, and that was their most successful game. I think that was literally the best-selling game that ever came out of Spain. Best-selling Metroid game. It's a no-brainer that Mercury Steam is going to work on the next Metroid game. And it's been 4 years. So it's reasonable to think that they could come out with another one for next year. So
that thread was interesting. So when I was watching your video and I was looking at the stuff, he also kind of made it sound like, the developer, because he doesn't confirm it's Mercury Steam, right? You just kind of connect the dots. You can
it could be something else.
You can pretty much figure that's what
it's Mercury Steam.
Yeah, because he says the developers behind schedule. They did get an extension for 2026, but it also says no further delays will be accepted. So it's kind of almost like Nintendo maybe isn't happy with them, that they're not it's not going smoothly, and they're just if you don't get it done next year, we're just going to pull the plug.
Yeah. One thing I will say though is that this is all translated, right? So he's saying it in Spanish. There could be a little bit of connotation lost there.
Well, sure, I guess.
Actually, let me go and read it.
Yeah, but you can read Spanish. I don't know why you're.
Yeah, the thing is though, I still default to just it shows me a translation.
It shows up. Yeah. It shows up that way.
I'm not going to pretend like I'm the greatest Spanish speaker in the world. I understand it, but I have to have a mental shift.
I mean, I'd be very curious because the last point made, it says no further delays will be accepted. I don't know how that could be mistranslated.
Right.
That's literally.
Well, I mean, they're still
So you look at it in Spanish, though.
Spain Spanish is also a little bit different than
right
Colombian, Cuban Spanish. There's subtle differences, but
Like the way they say gracias in Spain is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, it just says deadline 2026. No se admite otro retraso. I mean, it just sounds like that they want it out in 2026. I don't know if we should like look so deeply into it. They were like, oh, Nintendo's being like really rude about this. I just think it.
Well, I'd say rude. I would say like
they're setting a business deadline like 2026
this is when we want it out.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, it kind of makes sense to what I'm kind of getting at, though, is that Nintendo wants to come out with Metroid games consistently because they want to keep that momentum going. They want to keep that train going. They want
this
that
is
train to grow.
This is what Kiwi Talks was saying when we had him as a guest on the show, that there's been discussions behind the scenes of like, why isn't this series selling well? And it's something that Retro, at least in regarding Prime, has been like, when you think of the huge jump or the massive leap in years in time between new entries, they're not keeping that momentum. They're not creating new fans and consistent fans for a series to come back to. It's getting forgotten to time.
Yeah.
I also wonder, because like, you know, the whole genre is called the Metroidvania genre. There's a ton of games that are massive in that genre that are sold better than any Castlevania, sold better than any Metroid. And yet those are the games that basically founded the whole genre. That's why it's called Metroidvania. What I don't get is like,
it should just be called Metroid. Like
whatever.
Let's be honest here.
But look, I'm trying not to diss the Castlevania. We'll leave it be.
Castlevania is great. Don't get me wrong, but
I know.
Metroid's the OG.
You can't shit on this game right here. Okay.
Yeah, don't piss off the stash. All right. We already succumbed to the powers of the stash. I know you keep twisting it. You can twist it all you want. You're not gonna get to the power of the stash. No, but what I'm trying to like point out, I guess, is that like they might look at it internally and be like, oh, because there's been such large gaps that people forget about it. Dude, there's games that come out that have no history and blow up and sell 10 million copies in the genre.
Right.
So like at some point you can't blame the gaps.
Yeah.
At some point you have to figure out, why are other people able to make games in this genre and they're instantly appealing and evergreen, like Hollow Knight as an example, but we can't do it. What are we not getting about this genre that other companies are?
I think it's marketing.
I was gonna say, I think I hate saying the newer generation because I don't even know what the hell that means anymore, but just say 20 and under. What connection? And that's a big marketing gaming. Truly, what connection do they have to Metroid? What would they have to play? Or if you go back to, when did Metroid Dread come out? 2021. 2021. So say you became a big gamer in 2022, and you're like,
I wrote it down because I knew this would be asked earlier.
Yeah, but if after that, you know, we had the hype for Metroid Dread. It came out the same day, I think, as the Switch OLED did, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it came out October 8th, 2021.
Yeah, so I feel like Nintendo almost tied the marketing of Metroid Dread to the Switch OLED.
Bro, Emmy edition. It had the same color layout.
Same color, exactly.
Absolutely.
And I do think that actually helped a bit with Metroid Dread. Some people went out and got the Switch OLED, and they're like, "Well, this."
They heavily marketed the game during that period.
And if they had a follow up to Metroid Dread within 2 years,
this is my exact point. But there was nothing, so you have. I hate seeing the newer generation, but you know, we know Metroid, we've grown up with it, whatever. But
yeah, Prime and Master, they just didn't market it.
They didn't market it at all, and it's one of the best things that
not at all
ever put out.
It's literally one of the best games last like handful of years.
$40.
Shadow dropping a game from a series that doesn't sell well is, in my opinion, just not.
Yeah,
move,
it's almost like. I have a theory that game was $40 as well because Tears of the Kingdom was the first $70 Nintendo game. So they're like, let's soften the blow, do something $40, whatever. But yeah, I just feel like the next there's no connection to Metroid for almost like
maybe Doug Bowser hates Metroid, and so like he's always made sure that we're just gonna sabotage it. But now that there's someone else in power,
Doug Bowser sucks at Metroid games. Confirmed.
Could be. Nate, you have permission to talk during your podcast.
One, it's not my podcast. We all call him some bitch. 25%.
Okay, you have permission to talk on this show that runs on your YouTube channel.
and Thunderstash's YouTube channel and Gamebird's channel.
Okay, whatever. Just talk.
This isn't the show you think it is, Andres. That said,
I'm sorry.
it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, this isn't like the Nintendo Prime Podcast. It's not my show. It's our show. I always have to
Thunderstash and
clarify.
Gamebird.
A lot of people
think
call
they
it my
keep
show.
talk.
I know. I'm just saying. If people think it's my show, it's not my show. It's our show. No. So I'm here. I mean, I keep hearing all this conversation. It's the same conversation I see happen online all the time. You know, the inconsistent marketing. Oh, they should have dropped another Dread game sooner. I think this is all just excuses. Hollow Knight sold 15 million copies, and there was a huge gap between that and Silksong. It's not evergreen. Like other companies are making it evergreen. Why can't Nintendo get Metroid to be evergreen? Nintendo hasn't dropped a new 3D Mario in like 8 years, and it sold 25 million copies.
But Mario's already massive. Like you can't compare Mario to
has
Metroid
movies
because
and everything. Yeah.
Time out. As massive as Mario is, 3D Mario has never sold like Mario Odyssey did. It literally is the most evergreen 3D Mario game ever in the history of Mario.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even my first example. I used Hollow Knight.
Well, all right. Well, let's talk about that then.
I think I know what it is. Most of Hollow Knight sales and most Metroidvania sales are on PC where Nintendo isn't.
I think that's a huge part of it. But I also think we have to consider this, right? It's kind of like it actually goes a little bit back to what you guys were talking about earlier about just like being YouTubers. Like Robot Joe, you were talking about what's it like? Comparison is like there's a phrase.
Thief of joy. Yeah.
Comparison to the thief of joy. I think it's related in the sense that when you're a YouTuber, right? And you see someone cover a video and it does way better than your topic, and you cover a similar topic, and they just kind of like completely like destroy you views wise. What you gotta realize is that you're getting recommended that video because it's getting pushed by the algorithm. It's the success story. You do not see all the failures. That's how social media works in general, actually. Right. You do not see the average Joe. You see what's getting pushed. You're seeing the miracle. You're seeing the winner. Right. So we're here talking about Metroid not selling 15 million copies.
So you see the
there's
robot
so many Metroidvanias.
That's what I thought about as soon as you said it.
You said you don't see the average Joe. I'm saying so. I was like, so you're saying you see the robot Joe?
Well, there you go. Exactly. But the point I'm getting at though is that like Hollow Knight is the one that like completely exploded in popularity. There are so many Metroidvanias out there that are just hidden that we'll never play. Like, so I don't think it's even fair to be like, oh, well, why did Hollow Knight do better than Metroid? I mean, the fact of the matter is it's the lucky one.
Yeah. And I think timing was part of it too. I do agree that the Steam and PC definitely helped Hollow Knight.
$20.
I think timing was a huge part of it because this is a game that, although as a Metroidvania, has also been compared to Souls-like games, which, you know, when Hollow Knight was coming out, Souls-likes were really exploding. You know, FromSoft was really getting going. I think they already had 3 Dark Souls games at that time, maybe even including Bloodborne. I forget a little bit when the first Hollow Knight came out. And Souls-likes have only gotten more and more popular. That, and it's an indie game that costs much less than AAA, and the art style. Like, I'll give you guys a story right now. We just got back from PAX West about a month ago. My wife, she doesn't play video games. Like, she rarely dabbles. She went over when we were in the private Nintendo meeting to do all the demo stations. My wife was like, "What game is this? I want to try this one out. I love the art style." And then sat down and played both demos of it and was talking to the developer about how she likes this game and how she doesn't play. And he's like, "Oh my gosh, well, what is it that you like about the game?" And she's like, "I really love the art style." You know, the art style caught my eye right away. And then when it came out and I bought it, she was like, "Oh my God, you bought that game? I want to play it." So there's multiple factors. I think art style, timing with the FromSoft stuff, and obviously the multi-platform helps a lot. But I do think there is a marketing issue. I mean, Metroid has a tough thing, especially Prime, because it's a first-person shooter.
Yeah.
But it's not a first-person shooter that plays like any other first-person shooter.
I always have to explain that to people when I'm making like, first-person shooters. I'm like, yes, it's a first-person shooter, but it's
a platformer too.
And it's like the controls are like almost like a I don't even know how to explain it.
Right, and it's about exploration, and it feels slower. It's not like high speed like a Doom.
Right.
And I don't know. I feel like Metroid really thrives with its power-ups, with its incredible like perfection in level design and stellar boss fights. And yes, I do think we're going to get a direct. I think a direct is very needed for this game, but I do feel like Nintendo could be showing off the game in a way that's more enticing to people who have maybe never touched the series before. I do think that. Maybe that's not the perfect answer. Maybe that's not the answer that's going to get the game to 10 million. Maybe it's that like, hey, it's a shooter. Maybe we need to incorporate some sort of multiplayer mode in this to draw in more people.
I have
which it doesn't have.
I have a theory that the same way Mario Kart World has free roam, the open world mode.
Yeah.
And Donkey Kong had the paint and sculpt mode. Metroid is going to have something that's
what they should do
for kids.
I'll tell you right now,
they're going to have something where Nintendo in the direct's like, hey, and also your 5-year-old kid can mess around and do this or something. But yeah, I think
that might be the motorcycle open exploration element.
Yeah, very well could be. Yeah,
this isn't happening, but this would be kick-ass. Is if they did what Ghost of Tsushima and the new Ghost of Yote did, where they launch the core game and then they announce at a later date that a free multiplayer mode is coming at a later time, would be awesome.
That's possible.
Yeah,
I don't think so, but
I don't think so either. But I think that would be awesome.
Do you think in the direct they're really going to push the mouse controls?
Absolutely.
So I've had this theory. I kind of mentioned it before. I've done research on like Metroidvania games and stuff like that, and like how well they sell and where they sell. Because it's not just Hollow Knight. That's just like an easy example to pull out. Dead Cells, even certain Castlevania games. But if you look at where all the sales for these games are happening, it's like 90% on PC. I just don't think these games appeal to Nintendo audiences. I mean, Pokemon fan put it in there, like in the chat saying, I don't feel like Prime appeals to Nintendo fans. It just isn't a game Nintendo fans care about. And that feels weird to say because like it's still going to sell millions, right? Like we're still talking about a series that's going to sell 2, 3, 4. We're hoping Prime 5 does 5, 6 million, but Prime 5, Prime 4. But it's still kind of like, yeah, but if it was on PC, it could be like 10 million. It's just the audience that love those kind of games.
That's a very fair point.
Probably aren't really on Nintendo. Like they're on a different platform because that's where all the sales for this franchise, for this genre keeps happening.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I didn't think
I hear you, but just to make a counter argument, Nintendo is at the height of its popularity right now. Switch, like the install base skyrocketed beyond what Nintendo's ever done for home console before. So I do think that Switch 1 brought in millions of first-time Nintendo gamers, millions, and an older audience than what they previously had garnered with the Wii and the Wii U.
Switch 2.
So why did
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. If the audience coming in isn't the audience from PC that plays these games, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, I think the potential is there. Like, I think it's possible for Metroid to really succeed.
By the way, guys, I want to make clear, I'm not knocking Dread. The sales are really good for it, and it's not a game that cost them a lot of money, so it was very profitable
platform game.
Yeah, but
it's available on multi-platform.
Yeah.
That's
what I'm saying though, is like the audience for this kind of game doesn't seem to be on Nintendo's platform. Doesn't mean saying Nintendo should put them on PC. I'm not saying they should do that. I know there's a lot of people that hope someday Nintendo puts their games on PC. A lot of people would love that.
We'll look at when they are cross-platform. What is the Prince of Persia Metroidvania called?
The Lost Crown.
Lost Crown. That game was incredible. One of the best Metroidvanias I've ever played. Cross-platform, and still fell tremendously short.
One of the highest rated games of that year too. I think it averaged like an 86 or something like that.
I'll say this. We're talking about a Ubisoft game. The studio was basically closed before the game came out.
Yeah, but it's.
So it didn't matter what the game did. They already decided before it came out they were close.
I just think Metroidvania is in their essence. Like Hollow Knight, like you're saying, that's the rare one that broke through, and there's a couple here and there.
I so disagree with this. There are indie studios that make nothing but Metroidvanias, and that's all they do, and they've been doing it for decades. Like this is not a new genre. The genre is very popular. There are a lot of games that are successful at it. Now, I will note they're not like Nintendo successful, but here's the thing: they don't have to be, right? Like
exactly,
Nintendo's neither does Metroid Dread.
Yeah,
3 million is great. We
3
shouldn't
million
be complaining about this. Fire Emblem and Xenoblade don't sell 3 million most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the audience for those kind of games also doesn't happen to be on Nintendo. That's the thing. Like, I'm glad these games exist. It's just the audiences for it are elsewhere.
I want to shift over because Stash hasn't had. We've all been jumping around, but I want to hear Stash's thoughts on this one because I know he's a very passionate Metroidvania player. So Stash, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, obviously, yes, I love Metroidvania games, and I play a ton of them. Look, I haven't understood why this isn't a game of the year category. Metroidvania is a very legitimate genre. There are tons every year that come out. And if you don't know about it, that's just because you're not looking. All you have to do is Google, 2024 list of Metroidvania games, 2025. Go to 2026, you're going to see tons. Like I could make a video right now on the top 25 Metroidvanias coming out in 2026 that I would be excited about. But I don't have time to do this, right? However, this is a genre that's been really blowing up, right? And there's even games that you may not think are Metroidvanias, but they are. Like the Batman Arkham Asylum is considered a Metroidvania, even though it's a third-person, action adventure game. Axiom Verge, great Metroidvanias. Obviously, we know all the Castlevanias.
I love that game.
Yeah. Excellent games, man. There was one that came out on Xbox Live Arcade back in the day. Is Shadow Complex.
Yeah, that's a
badass game.
Dude, even I don't know if you mentioned. I didn't hear Animal Well.
Yeah, Animal Well.
Some of my favorites are the Guacamelee games.
Guacamelee,
those are good.
So good.
The Ori games.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, there's tons. Cave Story is another great one. Dead Cells is considered a Metroidvania, but it's also a roguelite.
Yeah, it's more, kind of crosses the genres.
Yeah, which is cool. So yeah, there's tons, man. There's just lists and lists, and you can go on for days and days with how many we're getting. So, Gamer, do you want me to speak directly on the marketing?
Well, you don't have to speak on the marketing. That's what I think is a big issue for this. I believe that the series needs special care with the marketing if they want to broaden in its audience. Like, I don't think shadow dropping a Metroid game is the right strategy to get people excited.
You mean like if they shadow drop Prime 2 and 3 or something?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Like, I think that would be a massive mistake personally. And I've said it before on the podcast. I would have opened that Metroid Prime Remastered trailer with the black screen, the music kicks in, and then you see the list of all the nominations, 10 out of 10s, like the critically acclaimed series from 25 years ago, over this many 10 out of 10s, award winning, is finally back. So people are like, oh, what the hell game is this? Yeah. But anyways, sorry, Stash.
So I still think for me, the biggest hurdle is getting 2 and 3 out. And I know I've heard plenty of people say, well, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond it's self-contained. People don't care. The casual has no idea that it's self-contained, and they don't care.
Drop the 4 and just like Dread drop the 5.
Yeah, exactly. Just drop the number, and then you'd probably do better. But you're calling it that, and I do still think there's a reason. I've never budged on that. I do still believe Prime 2 and 3 are coming out. And again, I think I said this last week or the week before. Just a reminder that Pikmin 1 and 2 came out 30 days before Pikmin 4. 30 days.
Right.
A lot of people have said, "Oh, we've run out of time." It's like it was 30 days, man. So
and when do we expect that Prime 4 Direct?
So we technically still have time, yeah. I think that would help build momentum. There's a lot that goes into this that I think Nintendo could do. Obviously, with the first person, you're going to be categorized as a first person shooter. Okay.
Right.
And that sucks because this is a first person adventure game.
Right.
Okay? This plays more like Indiana Jones.
Absolutely.
Right.
And it
100%.
doesn't get credit for that. Okay.
That's a fair point.
People used to compare it to Halo when Halo during the
I remember
Xbox
that.
and GameCube, and I'm like, this is nowhere near that, guys. Because people are like, oh, I'd rather play Halo. It's like, well, you can play both because these are completely different games outside of the view. But again, common sense, right? It's not common anymore. The way people use their brains today, it's tough out there to get your points across. But I look at that and it's like, first off, you got to be really clear on that marketing as far as that this is not a first person shooter. Okay.
Yep.
This is way different. It's way deeper. And then to me, you got to lean into this. And regardless of how people feel about this, because I know this can be a touchy subject for some folks, but you have a female lead. We've seen this happen with a lot of movies today. They're going with a female lead. Okay. And look, whether you agree with it or disagree with it or indifferent, the point is that you have a female lead. You've had one since the 80s. However, it's in that first person view. So you don't see. And that kind of sucks because if you had the option to be able to see the female lead, I think that could help sell some more. I really do.
Yeah. It would be sick if you know how in some games you can hide helmet? You know how you can do that in some games? It would be sick if you could hide helmet. I know it's first person, but on the motorcycle would look sick with Samsung ponytail flying in the air.
It would. And like, you guys think about this when we were kids, when I was a kid and getting to the end of Metroid. Okay. Because I swear to you, in the 80s, if you didn't beat Metroid and you didn't know anyone who beat it, just like I was the first person to beat Zelda that I knew, and that goes for everybody at school. No one had beat it. And I didn't know anybody who beat Metroid. So when I got to the end and I saw that it was a woman, I'm like, holy shit. What? All this time you just presume that Metroid's a dude, right? Like that there's really not much narration for you to determine that it's a woman. That's why that was a huge deal back in the day at the end of the game. And so it's like, man, you could totally lean into this, but then at the same time, the Prime series is so much of that view is because of the visor. Because they want it's like the RoboCop game. You guys play the RoboCop game?
I haven't played it, but I know. Yeah.
It's like that's really cool, right? Because like you're literally viewing it through like RoboCop's
through her eyes or RoboCop's eyes.
Yeah, and this is like the same thing. So you're kind of caught in between because it's like, hey, that's the whole game design element. That's a big part of the presentation. But then at the same time, it's like you could probably get some more sales if you did this too. What if you did both? Even like Indiana Jones, love the game. Okay. But if you gave people the option to do both, like for instance, Resident Evil Requiem, we can go first person, we can go third person now. Now we're talking. So now all the people who said, you know what, I love Resident Evil. I just wish, 7 and 8 had a third person view. I would have liked it a lot more, or I would have bought it because I don't like first person shooters.
Right.
Now you feed both.
Yeah, there are people who just don't like first person games. True.
They are, and they get headaches, and like it just makes them sick.
I've heard of people getting sick from Metroid Prime.
Yeah, so
I think
feed both.
They've actually made certain adjustments to the way the camera moves within the visor to sort of, adjust for that motion sickness. But there's all kinds of people who have different levels of tolerance for that. I do want to kind of just kind of speak to something here, because you guys are kind of talking about like the marketing of this game, and I do agree that I have been unsatisfied with how Prime 4 has been presented. It's a big part of why I was kind of lukewarm on the Direct, because I thought Prime 4 should be one of the big things. And yeah, it was there. And I think that trailer has actually aged really well, and I'm going to get to that in a moment. But it didn't really
I agree with you, Andres, though, with that initial reaction. I think the trailer was good as well, but I do think your initial reaction is valid.
It didn't scream, hey, this is our best game of the year.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Even though we kind of expected to be just based off the quality of the series, right? If it's not the best game of the year, it's gonna be the second best, right? Next to Donkey Kong. Like, it's one or the other. But what I want to kind of address here, and there's something I've noticed, and obviously this is hard to quantify, right? But I've noticed that there's been a shift in the discussion about this game. I've noticed that and I've seen people say this, and I wouldn't be surprised if some people in the chat speak to this. After they saw that trailer, they're like, oh, this looks more interesting to me now. That open desert gameplay, well, it's not necessarily the type of gameplay that Metroid purists are like all about. It is something that's appealing to a different audience. It's speaking more towards, hey, this is an epic adventure, which is what Metroid Prime 4 ultimately is. It's an FPA, right? Not an FPS. A first-person adventure, which actually, this is all third-person stuff, right? But that, I think, is one of the big draws. It's not the only big draw, but I think the expanded, fast-paced open exploration is a big deal. And it's actually, what I find interesting about this is I think, and I want to make a video about this at some point. I've talked about it before, but I actually think a lot of Zelda fans should give Metroid Prime 4 a try. A lot of traditional 3D Zelda fans should definitely give it a try, because for those that are kind of like, they kind of miss the structure of like Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Metroid Prime is maybe a little bit more like that than Breath of the Wild and Tears are, right? There are differences, but that kind of you're obtaining power-ups to give you different options to explore different areas of the world, different puzzles. Giant, massive boss fights. Like, there's a lot of very Zelda-esque things in Metroid, except that instead of it being set in a fantasy medieval world where you fight with a sword, you're set in a sci-fi alien world where you shoot. Like, that's, and so you look at the open desert gameplay, it's actually kind of like a Hyrule field. There are big points of interest off into the distance that you can get to. There's a giant icy peak mountain. There is a thunderous cloud area, right? There's a giant tree where the forest is, right? And there's a few other areas as well. And so there's a kind of a little bit of that vibe. And I'm building on top of this because I do think there's another big hook to Prime 4 that is not multiplayer, that they've yet to show off. And I think there's a decent amount of evidence to suggest it has to do with time travel. I don't know if you guys have heard about this or if you've seen the conversations on it, but
I have, and I agree.
Kensuke Tanabe, the Prime 4 producer, back in 2015, did an interview with I believe Eurogamer, and he was asked about, hey, what's going on with because the Federation Force is coming out, right? And it was just revealed, and so people were mad about it. And so they were asking, what about the mainline Metroid series? And this is when Tanabe opened up about his plans for an eventual Prime 4. He talked about wanting to build a relationship with Silex and Samus, what's since been confirmed 10 years or 9. It was 9 years last year, but that Silex is a big part to this game. They're literally releasing an amiibo for the Silex. Like, clearly Silex is a huge character in this game. So that part of the interview, even though it was 10 years ago, has been confirmed. He still has had that direction with this game. But another part that we have yet to see confirmed yet, but there is some interesting evidence to support it, is that he wanted to make a game lamenting the issues of Prime 2, how the light and dark world creates some problems for people. He wanted to create a game that would tie into going back and forth throughout time. And so we look at Prime 4. Unlike Primes 1 through 3, they open up, if you go back to the Treehouse footage, right, or the Nintendo Live events, they open up telling you the date, 20x9. I think that's actually a very interesting sign because they don't normally tell you the year at the beginning of the game. So they're making time a related plot point. But also the back of the box art says that Samus traverses through space and time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. Yeah, the Japanese box art.
Exactly. Also, the logo is the shape of a black hole. Black holes,
Right.
There's theories that it's a portal through, space and time.
That's a great observation.
It opens up the possibility that there could be some time traversal here. It might just be plot related, and it may not be gameplay related. But if it's gameplay related, that's a huge hook. And that's what Tsunade was talking about so many years ago. And now we also think about the desert. It's not always the case, but most of the time, deserts come with an implied history. Deserts are usually formed by what? Oceans or something, right? So there's opportunity for them to be like, hey, by the way, you can go back and forth throughout time here, right? And then so if that happens, it's going to remind people of Ocarina of Time, right? You have like the giant open environment that leads you to big points of interest. You have time traversal. Just saying, some Zelda fans might really be interested in Prime 4.
I want to touch on that because two parts to this, and I'll say it right now. I think the podcast episode that we had that was the same day as the direct where we got the trailer, I was definitely the most critical on the Prime 4, but I tried to spell it out very clearly for people that I think Prime 4 is going to be amazing. I think it looks amazing. I have no fears at all about the quality and caliber of this game. I think this is a game of the year. Is going to be a game of the year contender. I think it's going to be that good. The reason why I'm critical of the marketing is because it's a series that I'm very passionate about, and for me, this feels like do or die for the Prime series, not Metroid as a whole, but the Prime series. If this game bombs, especially knowing that this is the most expensive game or one of the most expensive games that Nintendo's developed, that's really scary for the series if it loses. Yeah. I mean, if it gets close to breaking even, maybe we're good. If it's like, oh, we almost did it.
What's the rumor? They need like 5 million copies.
Right, and they had to course correct. So they might factor that and be like, we had to course correct and we almost broke even.
Right.
Hey, maybe we try this one more time. But it's literally from a passionate fan, and I had to look at it like this is a new series. Obviously, the 1 million people who are diehards who bought Prime Remastered are going to show up for this game. Like we already know that. We already know they're excited for it. But as someone who's never played a Metroid game before, or putting myself in the mindset of someone who's never played a Metroid game before, watching that trailer, there's no dialogue, there's no explanation.
Yeah,
I'd be like, I don't really like it. Looked kind of cool. I don't really know what that is.
Right.
You know, and then
that's a great point.
I brought this up, and I'm glad Stash also brought it up about the confusion of people who aren't familiar just being like, oh, it's a first-person shooter, when the game is not that. It's an exploration game. It's a puzzle game. It's a platformer.
A lot of people probably gloss over that. That's an interesting point. Like, some people probably just overlook it. Like, oh, sci-fi shooter, whatever.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. And when they compare it to other shooters that maybe they're familiar with, or maybe that they like, they're like, oh, this looks really slow. This looks like a really slow shooter. This does not look fun or intense. Nintendo needs to speak very clearly about what kind of game this is. They need to describe this game to a way that are going to make people be like, oh, this isn't a competitive shooter. This isn't a Halo.
I want to say
real
something.
quick. Let me just wrap up this thought really quick.
Yeah.
And that way, I do think and maybe this exists in the game, I do think there's an element that they could bring into this game that gives it a little bit more speed that could be like, ooh, that was cool. And it's the counterattack that you can do in both Dread and Samus Returns. If there's some way to do a fast, like quick time counter in the game,
there is.
I think that's something that you show off. But go ahead, Andre. Sorry, I've been
no. I just want to kind of like piggyback and kind of extend, because what I want to ultimately get at is that I don't know if they're going to do it right. I think they can't. I mean, I would imagine they're not this dumb, but I mean, we'll see what happens, right? But I do sort of see that Prime 4 actually has several key elements that can really help it to stand out. And from a designer's perspective, this may have been intentional, right? but will the marketing team sell that? And right now, it feels like there might be a disconnect, but we won't know for sure until we're 4 to 6 weeks away, because the way Nintendo handles their big adventures, they drip feed until it's time. So we'll see how they handle it then. That's the true tell. But what I'm getting at is, you bring up baby faster gameplay. We've seen some subtle signs to that. There is a little bit of a dash mechanic in the air in Prime 4, which is not there before. That does speed up the gameplay a little bit. Will they also extend that to also having a counterattack or a melee move? We'll see. But we have seen that Samus does have some grapple abilities with the lasso, the psychic powers. There's clearly room to build on that, right? So that's one element, possibly. But then I mentioned the open desert gameplay. That's another element right there. That
Totally.
speedy, hot, fast-paced, actiony, move-about gameplay, that's one element. Another, the cutscenes in this game are intense. They clearly are taking up a lot of space. Actually, Prime 4 is huge in terms of like space it's taking up. Like, this game is a big game. And I'm talking like literally like how much gigabytes, right? I forget how much, but it's like 39 gigabytes or something on the Switch 1 version. Of the Switch 2 version is like 40. So you can double check it, but it's huge. Like they have these amazing cutscenes, like that cutscene to open up the game, like that's like one of the best looking cutscenes ever seen from a Nintendo game. So you have these cinematic cutscenes, you have this open exploration, right? You have one of the best visuals we've seen on a Nintendo platform. You have faster paced gameplay. You have beautiful music, by the way. That's something that I think a lot of people miss. Like, the music in this game that I've heard, like, it destroys Dread, right? Like, I think one of probably the main criticism of Metroid Dread is that the music's kind of only okay. There's only like a few standout. Usually Metroid has amazing music. Prime 4 has amazing music. That's going to be something big. How much you sell that, I don't know, because music doesn't usually sell games. But if I'm right about this time travel mechanic, all of a sudden you have time travel, you have high speed open exploration, faster paced gameplay,
psychic abilities,
the psychic abilities, all these different things help the game to stand out. And so if the marketing team gets that, because they may have designed the game with all this in mind, it's like, hey, we have all these different things that are really cool that'll appeal to different audiences. Let's just hope that the actual marketing team's like, hey, you can do all this. Right, like, and showcase it in an exciting way. I think there's potential for this to really appeal. And like I said earlier, I think a lot of people are already kind of seeing that with the Viola stuff, the motorcycle stuff.
Right.
So yeah, Prime 4 is gonna sell 20 million.
Well, now guys, wait, did everyone speak on this?
They came at the wrong time. It's a maybe joke, probably joke.
I will just say one thing. And again, like, so we talked about this the last few weeks, and specifically I brought up the marketing cycles.
Yep.
We had a debate about this, right? About the 30 days. I mentioned that typically Nintendo is going to literally press the on button 30 days prior to the game's release. And so right now, here, October 1st, right? What do we have on deck? We have Pokemon ZA. That's coming out very soon. Then we have Hyrule Warriors. Then we have Kirby. Then we have Metroid. So it may seem like the marketing's not good right now, but there's other games in front of it that need to be marketed right now, like really right now. So it has to wait. And this is why before I think we come to a complete judgment on whether they've done a good job or not. We got to get there first. Like, we're hyped for it, but they can't be hyping up Metroid right now and then saying, but wait, we need you to go buy Kirby. Kirby needs it's going to need help too. Or, but wait, we need you to go buy Hyrule Warriors first. So I think we got to give us some time. And again, October 1st, ball's here now. I do still think we're going to get Prime 2 and 3. And I think that could change a lot of things.
Could be an interesting release for that Halloween week.
Yeah.
That's when the art book comes out. So it might that might be the right time to do it.
Yeah. we're talking video games here. We're gamers. We play video games. We don't want to read about it. Okay. It is awesome. There's a book. The book looks very nice. It's a great companion to the games that we're going to play. But if you just tell me you want me to read about the games that I can't play, it's kind of messed up. You want me to buy this book and read about all these games that sound awesome and then say, oh, by the way, sorry, we don't have a modern way for you to play it. You got to track down a Wii or a Wii U, and it's going to be very blurry on your TV and may not look great. That's not how they do it. These are coming with mouse controls. I've said this from the beginning. Literally said this in my Prime 4 video from the Switch 2 experience, that after playing with the mouse Joy-Con controls, I'm convinced that Prime 1, 2, and 3 will all have mouse Joy-Con controls because it is the best way to play the game, and it feels like an evolution of the Wiimote. It feels better than that. So that's what I expect.
Do you think that Metroid Prime 4 on the Switch 2 will be $80? Because I think that could, how the internet is.
It's 70.
It's 70 already? Okay.
Yeah, it's 70. And I think the price will be fine.
What it is right now, that's fair.
I think this is going to be a big game because, again, the Prime games, they're Metroidvanias. They have all the gameplay elements of a Metroidvania. It's a first-person Metroidvania game. Most Metroidvanias fall under like an action-adventure subgenre and platformer subgenre. You look at, again, Castlevanias, the Metroids of the world, all the other Metroidvania games, they're all the same thing.
Going somewhere and backtracking.
You're going somewhere. Yeah, you're backtracking. That's why when people were complaining about seeing this big desert that you're traversing and there's nothing going on, first off, I'm pretty sure if there's something going on there, Nintendo might want to keep that quiet right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
like a massive boss fight.
Look what they did with Tears of the Kingdom. We didn't even know about the whole underground part at all. They just showed off the Sky Islands, and then
here's my. I do have a counter to that, and I totally get what you're saying.
With what part? The desert?
Well, just like them, just them not showing stuff, like keeping stuff tight. Like, obviously, I as a hardcore Nintendo fan, I appreciate that. I miss the days of secrets in games, and
I do too.
The wonder of discovering that on your own. But today, I feel like Zelda, just at its popularity and how mainstream it is, can get away with being cryptic and mysterious, and them like very trickling in Tears of the Kingdom to where people are like, what's going on with this? It was still building a hype because people are like, what's the deal? What's going on with Zelda? Metroid's not going to draw that same sort of mystique that people are like, oh, like I barely know anything about this. I got it. Like I need to know more. I think I do think they need to give us a little bit more. And
we will.
Yes, we will.
We're gonna get the Metroid Prime 4 Direct. We're gonna get more information. And again, we've talked about this before, but just to say it again, I do believe there's time travel. I think that big open desert that you see is going to be something else as well when you time travel.
Right. Sure.
And you're going to be, and this is going to be a new spin on the Metroidvania genre, right? Because there's so much backtracking in Metroidvanias when you get different abilities, right? And different items. And now you're going to be throwing that in the mix too. Is that, this isn't a desert anymore, right?
Yep.
This is an ocean now, or this is something else. Because it's changed over time, and now you can traverse it differently, and it opens up literally new areas to the map.
I just love the idea of that open desert that looks a little bit desolate and barren, turning out to be a massive arena for like a Titan-sized like sandworm boss fight. Yeah, like someone's just gonna blast out of the dunes, and
And it's very realistic, let me just say, that the desert is completely barren.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, I look outside right now.
Barren desert.
Yeah. It's just,
Also-
it's just me and the cactuses.
I actually I think honestly, I think people are overreacting to that because you're blitzing through that, and there are things to explore there. There are ruins, and we don't know what's under the sand, and there's some cool enemies. Like, I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. Also, if there's time travel, like that becomes something else. Right?
I
think
the whole world is just a desert.
Right. But I will say this. This is, again, I'm playing devil's advocate. I got to do it because I know because these are the conversations people.
Well, that's
are
important to a conversation.
We're all in agreement. None of us are worried about this game being amazing. Like we all know it's going to kick ass. But you could argue, and this is on the marketing side, that like it sounds like it from what I'm hearing is that this is one of many big open zones that are going to exist in this game. This is just one of many. So if that's the case, why show the one in like the kind of reveal of an open area that looks empty? Like, why not show one that looks more dense?
I got it for you.
Yeah.
Because they're slow playing it like DK. Remember DK?
Yeah.
People weren't like super excited.
That was me. I didn't
really
really care.
But
you thought it was just destruction, and like that was the gimmick. And
I
like,
truly didn't care until I seen the direct.
But then the direct came, and it blew people's minds.
Yeah.
So I think it's like you save the big exciting thing for a month out, where it blows people away so much they can't stop talking about it.
They're gonna put Pauline in
Instead of
Metroid
doing
Prime
it
4
now when the game isn't coming till December. You're like, people might just stop talking about it because there's too many games coming out between now and when it comes out. But if they wait until the direct, a month out, all that's coming out is what, Kirby? After the the direct will probably happen after Age of Imprisonment, so there'll be Kirby. Kirby probably isn't going to overshadow
Hyrule Warriors.
Really, Hyrule Warriors.
I don't think we should be worried about Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to affect anything, and that comes out really early in November.
It's on November 6th.
Okay.
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of marketing for. A lot of marketing for Metroid and obviously Kirby, I think, is happening in November. So and those games are so fundamentally different. I don't really think the marketing is going to hurt each other. So I think that if they have a big shocking moment like that, they're saving for the direct. Again, it's going to have to be more than just that. They're going to have to back it up with the rest of the direct.
Right. Boss fights, really good music, cool story stuff. Like,
if it blows people's minds. And they keep it could be like that Breath of the Wild moment in so much that people can't stop talking about that moment because they didn't know that Nintendo made games like this. And it just keeps building hype all through the holidays. And now people talk about picking up a Switch 2 on Black Friday so they can play Metroid Prime on it, even though you can play it on Switch. But Nintendo keeps marketing it just for Switch 2. It's kind of funny watching. Legends EA, they're only marketing it for Switch 2, but it's on Switch 1.
Yeah,
it's weird how Nintendo. I mean, I know why Nintendo's doing it. It's their new console. They want to push the new console, obviously. But it is funny when you watch all the commercials. It's like it's Switch 2 and it's Switch 2. I'm like, it's also on Switch 1. It's like whispered behind the commercial. It's also Switch 1. But no, I that's the only thing I can think of is like, and you might, and to your point, Gamer, the thing is like, when they did that for DK. DK's at least been successful in the past, like to a greater level than Metroid's ever been. So it's like, why wouldn't you want to get people excited like right away when and then just do it again a month out?
My thought process is, why not have like your first trailer for the game that like was really, really, really expensive to make, one of the most expensive games you've ever made, that doesn't generally sell well, has never really sold that great. Why wouldn't you want to make the first trailer so good that everyone watches it goes like, holy shit, what the hell game is this? What is Metroid Prime?
Yeah. And it was in a direct that was one of the very first direct of the Switch 2 era. So it's like,
yeah,
because anticipated directs.
Because even when I think of like the first trailer, and I get it, like I'm on board with Stash Man. I know this stuff is coming, and and I really hope they knock it out of the park. And I really hope they don't shadow drop Prime 2 and 3. I really hope. And I do have faith that they can pull it off. But if I think back to the first Donkey Kong Bonanza trailer or the first Hyrule Warriors trailer, like I didn't feel like, oh man, that wasn't a very good first trailer for Hyrule Warriors. I wish they'd. My concerns with DK were when I watched the Treehouse, and I felt like I hope it's more than just destructible environments.
Yeah,
but it wasn't from the trailer. The trailer I looked amazing, and if I wasn't a Donkey Kong fan, I would have watched it and be like, this looks like so much fun. I'm just trying to get into the headspace of someone who's never played a Metroid game and maybe making that connection based off of what we've seen with no description as to what kind of game this is other than the trailer that says, oh, try out Samus's new psychic powers. Other than that, does someone think this is just a Halo or a Titanfall or I don't know.
All the trailers so far have played. Remember, Andres and I had to talk about this a long time ago. Back when he was co-host, we talked frequently about like Metroid Prime 4 and how they should market it and how they could like hit on a new market and how they needed to find a way to like talk to people who aren't Metroid fans. And I would say so far, every trailer has kind of been, because there's only really been 2. It's been talking to Metroid fans. Like it's
the last one. I disagree with the last one. I think is appealing to a
the last one was an attempt because they were trying to show a bigger world, right? But
yeah,
in showing that bigger world, which we had talked about, like, oh yeah, this has to be a big deal when they reveal if there's a bigger world, like we were hearing rumored a long time ago.
It's hidden in plain sight. Key art, giant desert.
But then they showed like, as you know, as gamers, that kind of something that didn't look that great.
And in my opinion, my favorite shot in that whole trailer was Samus on that bridge going towards like that spire where it was straight on, and you see like the clouds and the lightning.
When her hands in like blocking the snow, and you see the arm cannon frosted, like that's such a beautiful shot,
dude. Beautiful. But that's what I'm saying. Like, man, if they gave a little bit, they don't have to give everything. They give a little bit of like story narration, just a little bit of setup. They show a glimpse of a little bit of a boss fight, not the opening like tutorial boss.
Squat really.
Yeah,
they've barely shown anything of this game.
And dude, like, the bosses in Metroid games, I get it. You don't want to spill your load all in one trailer. That's fine. There's going to be tons of great bosses in this game, but like Metroid is known for having reoccurring bosses, so it's not that much of a spoiler if you bring back a boss that we've seen in so many of the games. That can get fans excited, but also make new people be like, "Holy crap!" That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, if they showed a sandworm burst out of that desert, people would have been like, "Whoa, this doesn't look like Halo." You know,
if I got to advertise the game, if I got to make any decisions for the trailer, I would have been like, all right, let's start with showing her getting on the bike, but let's not cut to the desert. Let's cut to her driving the bike up that thing to the spire, because it's a badass moment.
Right.
Have her do a little fighting, a little puzzle solving quick in there. Right. And let's shorten this trailer down, and let's just show a moment where she walks out into a balcony, maybe off that spire, and just pans out to the world and stops. You just stop there. You explain nothing. But the world looks like something we've never seen before in Metroid.
Yeah, I'm rewatching the trailer now. It doesn't have to be
fully open world. That doesn't matter. You're showing this massive world that, here's a desert over here, but here's all this cool, interesting stuff over here. Here's some crazy flying enemy way off over there. And you're just like, what is this game?
Yeah.
Can we actually pull up the trailer just for the audience to
it's
watch
really short.
while we...
it's less than 2 minutes, like a minute 51.
Yeah, I just watched it, and I think I've seen stuff this time. I didn't even see the first time.
I love when a co-host asks if we can pull something up that he can.
I know, because I could do it.
How dare
I get it.
Hey, while you're pulling that up, I just want to remind everyone that the Metroidvania genre has grown a lot. But if I go on Metacritic, number one reviewed Metroidvania game is Metroid Fusion at a 92. Yeah, the third, Castlevania. Fourth, Castlevania. Eighth, Metroid Zero Mission.
This doesn't count the Metroid Prime series.
Yeah, the Metroid Prime series are higher rated than that.
Point is that even though they haven't released many games in their own genre, still the kings.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So They start off cool with like the shot of the spire.
Yeah, this is all great.
Yeah.
Like this, I think is fantastic.
No, this I think they shouldn't have done. They should have showed getting on the bike and then show the drive up scene to that.
The desert part just feels so different than the rest of the trailer. I think that's a problem.
This is good right here too.
Yeah, I'm fine with this part. This is fine. Show her getting on the bike. Show that she rides a motorcycle. I'm fine with that. And honestly, I'm not bothered by the desert part. But the problem for me,
it just feels so different than the rest of the trailer, though. Like how everything looks, like that right there, that shot right there.
I mean, the idea is to show that there's this big expansive world to explore, and I
think it looks good. There's like one area that looks a little okay. This looks fine to me.
Well, okay.
Remember, this is a Switch 1 title when you had 60 FPS. You don't see open environments at 60 FPS ever
this
on
looks
Switch
great
1.
right here. That's the shot.
The part where it's the snow, though, it is so nice.
Yeah, like when she pulls up in here, like this looks awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
It's badass to get off the cycle. And like for me, I was never put off by the desert. I was like, no, this looks pretty cool. And this is a Switch 1 title. It's a 60 FPS. Yeah, they're showing Switch 2 footage, but this looks really good. I really like this. But the problem is, it's like, yeah, but I love Metroid. And I love Metroid Prime. And this idea of having like this full world that I can explore with a motorcycle is kind of badass to me. But to somebody who like, when we talked about them having giant open zones or having some sort of open world, which again we don't know yet what this is, you do that because it's more appealing to more people. Like you're trying to appeal to a wider audience, and that's fine. I just don't know that what they showed appeals to that audience. So that's kind of the problem.
The thing that's worth noting, and obviously this doesn't say that much, but maybe it's not obvious, but
the lava looks so good.
Yeah,
so we've seen that Metroid Prime 4 bundles worldwide are selling out. It's the #1 best-selling Switch 2 title on Amazon. Like there are positive signs since this trailer. Now, those don't mean it's going to sell 20 million copies, right? But everything's selling out and being on the #1 bestseller list. Those are not bad signs.
No, they're not bad signs. And again, I have to reiterate this. All these concerns are from a place of love and a place of like me wanting this to reach as many people as possible and have the best shot possible. Guys, I want Metroid Prime 5. I want Metroid Prime 6. I want these games so badly. I don't want this to be the farewell for at least this branch of the franchise.
Well, I'll say that what scares me, and I kind of knew that this was a high budget game, was when Kiwi Talks is like, you can easily figure out this is $100 million+ game. And I'm like, okay, this is Nintendo. They don't spend that kind of money on anything but Zelda. This game selling $4 or $5 million is not going to be enough for Nintendo to continue sinking that kind of money into a game. Like,
right, but we know that part of that is the fact that there's a reset.
It kind of has to be a breakthrough that's not just like having the title best-selling Metroid ever isn't going to be enough. Like it's going to have to sell significant numbers. Like I'm not saying like 20 million.
No, I think it just needs to break even.
Yeah. I don't even think breaking even is good enough. Not with Nintendo doesn't spend $100 million to break even.
But here's the thing, though, Nate. You were in the restroom. I mentioned this earlier. With the logic that, like, hey, part of the reason why this game cost so much is because we had to completely restart development. Like, and
they broke even, right?
And it's a game that's releasing as a core title for our last gen platform at the holiday of our newest platform. I think that breaking even would be like, oh crap. Like if this had a normal development, we would have made some money here.
If it was Switch 2 exclusive, I would agree, but it's not. It has an audience of 150 million. There's no way if this thing sells like 4.5 million, and that's the breaking point. I know, Andres, you think it's going to sell better than that. I understand.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I don't think it's even remotely fair to say, hey, there's 150 million people who have a Switch. Because the fact of the matter is, we've seen Switch 1 sales trending downwards over the last few years. Because guess what? That audience has moved on already. You're not taking advantage of that large install base. With
what have they moved on to?
Not Switch 1,
dude. They only have to do one. They only have to do one thing, guys.
You just look at the sales numbers. Echoes of Wisdom has sold less than a remake.
So, okay, so I have a question for you. Who are the 127 million active players then that Nintendo reports?
I'm just telling you that they're not buying as many new titles as they were during
Well,
2021.
I mean, these are people still playing Animal Crossing.
To be clear, there's not as many new titles releasing. So
I literally just brought up a game that vastly underperformed. That it's not the only one.
What game?
You look at sales numbers. I said Echoes of Wisdom.
Oh, Echoes of Wisdom. Okay, yeah.
All I'm trying to tell you is I do not think it is a fair assessment to say, oh, this game has everything going for it because it's being put out on a system with a large install base. That install base isn't as active anymore in purchasing new titles.
Question for you. Do you think Odyssey 1 and 2 that drops tomorrow is going to sell well?
What?
Do you think
Galaxy 1 and 2?
Galaxy 1 and 2 is it going to sell well? Okay,
Yes.
but you just said the audience isn't active anymore. So why would they buy it?
No. I did not say. I said it's not as active.
Okay. But
It's a
if
big
it's
difference.
active enough to buy millions and millions and millions of copies of Mario, then they're still there. They're still hungry for games.
It's not the
Legends
same.
Legends EA could sell 10 million plus to that audience.
Yeah,
All
but
I'm
that I
telling
think
you
it's
is that
selective games. So
You cannot assess it as if it were a title coming out in the thick of the Switch 1 era to take advantage of that install base. That said, it's also coming out for Switch 2. Maybe that offsets it.
Here's the solution, and I've said this since when I first joined the podcast. I've been preaching this. Hold on, Nate. I know you really want to say something, but hold on real quick. I've been saying this. Nintendo should really consider offering a Switch 2 Metroid Prime 4 Beyond bundle because people getting a Switch 2 version of this game at $50 will entice people before Christmas to buy this bundle who know nothing about Metroid just because it's a discounted. They're getting the game at a discount, a brand new title at a discount.
right.
People who don't care about Metroid or never heard about Metroid will be like, "Oh, cool! It's
That
a
might
bundle.
be happening.
Never heard of this game."
Yeah,
Right.
if it is
That
happening,
will be a major win, and that would be a massive help before Christmas. This game is missing the Black Friday and a lot of the holiday shopping. So what's the next best bet? Bundle it, please. I'm begging Nintendo, bundle it and make it cool. Give it a cool Pro controller. Even bundle it with a Pro controller, guys.
Plus, well, they're not going to do that. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's going to make it a $600 system. It won't sell. That said, I will say that a bundle for it would be interesting. I think, especially because we focus so much on the US, right? We focus so much on our number one sales period. Well, the number one sales period for Japan is actually the end of December. That's when their big holiday sales are.
And it's coming out in December.
So it comes out in December. If they did a bundle and they run that bundle through like spring, I think, there's a potential that could be a potential big seller, especially with Japan coming up. And, Nintendo could obviously have multiple pushes with it. But a bundle, I'm not going to rule out the possibility of a bundle. I don't know that they'll do it. Of course, they didn't technically bundle Dread in. They just released the OLED.
Right. Yeah.
And they have two bundles already this holiday in Mario Kart and Pokemon. So I think it's weird to try to run a third bundle. They don't usually do that, but I'm not saying that they won't do it because the bottom line is if a bundle's coming, they would announce that at the direct. Like
they could also announce a bundle later. To your point.
They did the Pokemon bundle randomly, right?
Yeah. They could also just do a Metroid bundle sometime next year. But to Andres' point, about the 150 million, like I'm not saying they're all active players anymore. Of course they're not, right? And my kids don't play.
Buyers is maybe the better word.
Yeah.
Because there is still an active base. That is true.
Yeah.
Sure.
Very large.
Sure. But when you talk about like the sales of Echoes of Wisdom, I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, yeah, but that doesn't have the appeal of Tears of the Kingdom. That sold 20 million in 2023. So it's kind of like the games just aren't as big. The games that have come out aren't the big games that we're selling well. Like we're not getting Animal Crossing. We're not getting
Echoes of Wisdom to Link's Awakening remake, though.
Sure. And I get that. And Link's Awakening, it turned out in Link's Awakening, it ended up being a smidge evergreen for like a year. It was kind of weird. It kept randomly popping up in the top 10 sales. That was weird.
And I just feel like they're different games, though.
Well, they are different games. You're right.
Link's
They're
Awakening Remake is one of my favorite Zeldas. Not to get into the Zelda talk, but Echoes of Wisdom just didn't resonate with me at all.
Yeah, we also have to understand that like Echoes of Wisdom was kind of risky. It was the first mainline Zelda game to not star Link.
Yeah,
like it was a very different kind of Zelda game. I really enjoyed it, but I think a lot of people that played it enjoyed Link's Awakening more.
Yeah,
than they enjoyed
I
Echoes.
think you could argue both sides. You could argue
Sure,
there's reasons.
You could
for
argue
it to be
that kids
better.
come home, but to me, it's one of those. To me, it's like trying to use Echoes of Wisdom. To me, is like I don't know. It's like trying to argue Zelda's not popular because Zelda 2 sold.
I mean, I could pull up the sales numbers. That's just the one that comes to mind.
Yeah, that's the one that comes to mind. The thing is because I just say this because obviously, guys, last year we were content creators, right? And there was some pretty rough periods making content without getting views. Why? Because there wasn't exciting games. Like, I can't sit back and argue the Switch audience isn't there to buy games, isn't a huge like 100 million plus audience still buying games when the games just aren't coming out the audience wants to buy.
Yeah, well, we had Mario and Luigi.
Legends EA and Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, I think, will be the bigger testament to see if that Switch 1 audience is still extremely active buying wise. Because one, Pokemon always sells, right? You don't have to spend $500 to get a new system to get the game. If you already own Switch 1, there'll be a lot of people that are just going to buy it for Switch 1. So is it still going to pull 10 plus million just on Switch 1? That'd be a pretty active buyer base still. What if Mario Galaxy 1 plus 2 on Switch 1 also sells 10 plus million? That's a very, very active base.
Yeah, but that's not available for the Switch 2, right?
There's Switch 2 versions, yeah.
It has a free upgrade.
It's a free upgrade, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But that's something else to consider, though, right? Like, I think some people might be more willing to pick up the games knowing that they're future-proofed.
Sure. I just point out that like obviously we're not in the heyday. The heyday is what? COVID years? Like everything, anything you dropped was gonna sell.
Right.
So
I even think 2023 is still in that window. Sure. I think
that's right. Tears of the Kingdom came out.
But we gotta remember, why do we think 2023 was still in that window? Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Wonder. We're talking about massive games.
Yeah, well, I mean, even then, Tears of the Kingdom did not compete with Breath of the Wild. I mean,
Tears of the Kingdom didn't go evergreen. That's all that happened. It had a larger launch.
Too late into generation to do so. I would argue.
Yeah.
Possibly. It was
supposed to launch in 2022. I think.
There's also some theories out there with Tears of the Kingdom that it's more of didn't feel as new as Breath of the Wild, so it didn't feel like you gotta own it.
Yeah,
kind of like Breath of the Wild.
That is fair. Yeah.
But it's hard to know. What we do know though is that sales were still really good in 2023. Nintendo had a lot of games sell very, very well in 2023. But why? Think about the games they were dropping. All of those games were a bigger deal than any game they've released since until Mario Kart World. That's the next biggest game they've launched since probably Mario Wonder, to be honest. Like we loved Thousand Year Door. We talked about Mario and Luigi and Echoes. All those are like minuscule B tier games till we get to Mario Kart World. And we knew that. We all knew they were holding back, right, for Switch 2. Like that's what we all thought. They're holding back.
It still feels like they're holding back.
Yeah, and it still feels like, which is weird because we're here already. And yeah, DK Bonanza is a game of the year, but it's like, okay, but then we just went like 2 months without like a super major release.
Yeah.
And then like our holidays.
These games are Switch 1 games.
Our holiday games are 3 Switch 1 games with Switch 2
I didn't think about that. Yeah.
And then 2 Switch 2 exclusives, but they drop in the same month, but they're both spin-off. They're both spin-off games.
Yeah.
Like it's a very like it
really
is it's
crazy.
weird. It's
but
weird.
If you don't look at from the typical like convention though, like this is a crazy period of time. Like between October 2nd and December 4th, we have a hell of a lineup from Nintendo.
5 major games. Yeah. That you can't,
in essentially like a 2 month and 2 day span. That's incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's just that's kind of the strategy this holiday is Legends EA. I want to be very clear here that they've clarified in the past the prior Legends game is considered a mainline game. So I don't want to act like that's a spin-off game. That's actually probably the biggest game of the holiday coming out as Legends EA for Nintendo.
It's not a spin-off.
Yeah. What?
But no, like it's lit like literally officially not a spin-off.
Yeah, it's officially not a spin-off. Like people keep trying to argue like no, just because it's different than what you're accustomed to, it doesn't make it a spin-off. They've clarified that like several times.
It's just people because they're using the word Legends again.
Yeah, and because like they don't do the dual release thing, 2 versions. Who cares?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Anyways, that doesn't matter. The point is that's the biggest game they probably have releasing this holiday. just because it's Pokemon. And Pokemon usually sells really, really big. And they're pushing it hard with Switch 2. They bundled it the hell in. Holiday 1. Pokemon's bundled in.
Yeah, they prioritize the Switch 2 version in the marketing.
Every demo, it's the Switch 2 version, not the Switch 1 version. Which also makes you wonder. Hopefully the Switch 1 version.
Yeah, I just want to say though that like I remember we would have debates like, hey, are they going to have Legends ZA for on Switch 2? And not only
you're like, no, they always wait a whole year before they do that.
I was on the right side of history with this one. That's all I'm going to say.
Same here.
There would
so
be.
was
Same
I.
here.
I said it would for sure.
I'm on the wrong
come to
side of
Switch
history.
too.
I'm on the wrong side.
You were.
Yeah, I forget if I tweeted about it or if I mentioned it in a video, but I did have a number of comments telling me how wrong I was, and I just said, "We'll see." Like, dude, come on. Times have changed, folks. They could barely get their games to run. Of course, they're gonna put it on the.
Yeah, it still looks like doo-doo.
Games to run. That's good.
It does run well. It is sharp and it runs. Oh, by the way, I want to say something about the snow area.
Yeah, I like the snow area. I think it looks
like
cool.
It's very like right there. That's a cutscene, right? But I find it kind of hard to believe that we're not going to be able to like just kind of walk through that, right? Because
I'm sure we can.
And so, like, you kind of wonder about, is Viola going to be or are you going to be able to use it in other places? This looks like a pretty wide, snowy area.
I'm calling it now. Next trailer, they either reveal a snowboard or a snowplow.
I was thinking,
or not snowplow. Sorry, a snowmobile.
I was thinking multiple vehicles as well,
which would be
maybe
rad.
Viola just transforms. Viola can like transform into a like a snowmobile.
Yeah,
or like if there's an ocean and Viola can like is like a Mario Kart, bro.
Dude, a jet ski. How stoked would Stash be?
And everyone would be
a wave race.
Everyone was calling for Prime for Viola to be a kart in a Mario Kart world.
That would be pretty cool.
It'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'll just be honest. I'm really excited for Metroid Prime 4. Like, I haven't rewatched the trailer in a bit. It looks so badass. Like, I know that like this appealing to like the mass audience. I don't care. This looks so good. Like the gameplay is going to be so. Like, yeah, okay, guys. It's not the most visually impressive thing ever. It's made for Switch 1. Switch 1 game.
This looks visually impressive to me. This shot right here, seeing like the frost on the cannon. I mean, I just mentioned it earlier.
Well, sure.
And some of the particle effects.
They're doing clever tricks. Like they simplified some of the geometry and the textures on the platform they're watching. Like there's tricks on here. But
I don't think the look of the game is its issue. There's been some stunning skyboxes in the game too that they've shown off. I think the game looks fantastic, and to me, I mean, this is going to go down as the best looking Switch 1 game. Period. Full stop.
Right.
Like it will be, and it's going to be a game that people play and be like, I can't believe this is a Switch 1 game. But yeah, I'm just interested to see what they do with
on Switch 2
or that.
Yeah.
No, obviously I think the game's going to be incredible. I've always had sales concerns for this. I've had sales concerns for a long time. My sales concerns haven't gone away just because it looks incredible, because it's looking incredible to us, and we like Metroid.
Telling you, man, that desert's selling people.
I showed. Well, okay, so I've seen a lot. Okay, this got brought up a lot in the comments, and maybe you guys talked about it when I went to the bathroom. A lot of people by default compare it to Halo.
Yeah, we talked about it while you're in the bathroom.
And then that's one. It's a disservice to the game because it's nothing like Halo. But the problem is,
it's not an FPS. That's the issue. And anyone who doesn't play these games,
because all your combat is first-person shooting.
Yeah,
right. But I mean, like what people think of when people think of like Halo and Titanfall and all that Battlefield and Call of Duty.
What I did, so you guys know my fiance. She does play some games, but she doesn't know differences or genres or any of that stuff. I showed her the trailer for Halo Infinite, the launch trailer, and then I showed her this trailer, and she said, "Aren't these the same game?" And that's the problem. To the casual audience, it looks like the same game. And we know it's not. We know how ridiculous that is. But we are the audience that loves Metroid.
But the Metroid...
like she's as casual as you could be, and we have people in the chat saying, yeah, if you're a casual, it kind of looks like the same game, except Halo looks better. So it's like it sucks because that's not what it. So I don't know how Nintendo can actually like break that stereotype.
They say it.
Realize
they market it.
Same.
They market it as an exploration adventure game with time travel. Yeah. In the puzzle solving.
Well, if you go back to the trailer, there's not that much first-person shooter combat. Like it's in there.
Yeah, that final trailer
was a lot of other stuff.
It gave off the exploration vibe in the last trailer.
moment that you guys were like time travel, I'm like, so Halo? What are we doing? That's what they do in Halo.
Yeah, I didn't play enough Halo.
Like Halo is like you're just talking about things that Halo does.
But like you don't go back like I don't know the Halo story, right? I've played the Halo games, but I don't know the Halo story because I didn't play like the campaigns from beginning to end.
Yeah, the campaigns are really good. Look, sorry, the first
I've played them, but I haven't played them from beginning to end, right? Like
the first three Halo games are great campaigns.
So I just don't know how all the story connects. But is there time travel to the gameplay? And I don't think there is.
Halo Infinite has a thing in it that it's not obvious, but it heavily implies you time travel during the game. But like, it's not. They don't make as big a deal out of it.
Yeah, but the thing we're theorizing here is like a time traversal component that's like a key component to the gameplay.
Sure.
Like
sure.
I mean, we're not entirely sure how to utilize it.
I hear you. Yeah. No, I hear you.
This would be different.
That's what I'm saying, though, is like, and I see some people on the side, well, wouldn't it be that Halo looks like Metroid? Yeah, you know why people think it's the other way around? Because Halo's been significantly more popular than Metroid.
There's also been artists that have worked on both teams.
Yeah, that too. There's people that literally worked on Metroid Prime 4 that worked on Halo.
And vice versa.
So, like, it's one of those things where that could be, this isn't a problem with a game like Dread, but this is a problem with a game like this, because this is we could talk. It's not a first-person shooter, but you're doing first-person combat.
Well, here's another thing. Wouldn't some people say that Silent Hill and Resident Evil look the same too? Right?
Yeah, I mean, I would if I did. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like at first glance, you might even for someone who's not even that casual, they might be like,
it's a horror game. We can walk around first person. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think one of the big things, the reason that people don't, well, to be fair, Resident Evil usually sells way more than Silent Hill as well. But I think one of the big components is that Resident Evil has shifted since 4 and onwards a lot to show. When you watch the trailers, it shows a lot of action going on all the time. Like you're constantly fighting zombies and stuff. Whereas like Silent Hill focuses more on the eerie, slow paced jump scare. Don't get me wrong, this totally exists, and it exists even in the new Resident Evil. We saw it when we played the demo. But like when you watch the trailers really emphasize like more of this is a zombie killing game or a zombie survival game. And Silent Hill focuses more on like, we're trying to tell a really cool horror story that's very slow paced, that feels like a movie, even though they're zombies. Like we know you play the game. That's the thing, though. You could tell by watching the trailers that they're not the same game. Casuals can't seem to tell there's a difference between Halo and Metroid Prime, and I think that's a problem. And it's been a problem for Metroid Prime because, one, it's never had a popular multiplayer aspect. We can talk about Prime Hunters, and we talk about how Prime 2 had multiplayer. None of it was ever popular. Halo was. But then if you put multiplayer, here's the problem. Like people talk about, if you put a multiplayer mode, like a really good multiplayer mode in Metroid Prime 4, it'll do well. Will it? That just makes it compare more to Halo.
Depends on what the kind of multiplayer they do.
I know, but even if they do something extremely different, then the complaint might be that it's not Halo enough. So, like, I think they're kind of in a rock and a hard place because I'm going to be honest. I love Metroid Prime, but the things I love the most about it are the things that feel like Zelda. And that's all the puzzle solving.
Sci-fi Zelda.
Yeah. But I don't know that they do a good job ever advertising that. They advertise like they showed areas, they showed combat, they showed more areas, they showed one puzzle where you do the whip and pull. Okay. Like they didn't really show any puzzles in the trailers. Like any of the trailers haven't shown any of the puzzles.
The psychic powers There's a little bit of that.
There's some inference, yes, but it's not. When you watch like a Zelda trailer and they're showing a dungeon, what are they showing? They're showing the block pushing, they're showing the puzzle solving. These trailers have basically showed shooting, running, looking at shit, which is a big part of Metroid. But my most appealing part isn't the shooting, running, looking at shit. It's the puzzles, and I think that's what makes it stand out. Because when people think about Halo, they don't think about solving puzzles.
Yeah.
That's one of the massive differences between these two games. Is like one has a lot of puzzle solving elements to it, and especially in the campaigns, obviously, is what we're talking about here. And I don't feel like they ever showcase that enough. Because I think one of the things they should do is stop trying to stand out from Halo. Maybe look within your own fan base and be like, dude, we have a whole fan base that loves puzzle solving. Why are we not emphasizing this more to our own fans? Because look, I'll just say, Andres, aren't there, maybe my memory's foggy like it was with the ending of Ocarina of Time, aren't there a lot of moments in Prime 1, 2, and 3 that feel like you're dungeon crawling?
I mean, the entire game's basically a massive dungeon.
So why can't you find a way to make that appeal to your Zelda fans?
You should.
But they don't.
I mean, I don't know if you were here. I think you were away from the chair, but this is like a talking point I had when you were away earlier. I was like, Zelda fans should Zelda fans should seriously consider playing Metroid.
Every Zelda fan I know that has tried Metroid Prime loves it, but how can you convince them to try it? Well, you have to do it with the marketing. But the marketing is not emphasizing the things that make it feel Zelda.
But here's the thing, and that's what I want to speak on. We're not at that point where they would, right? Because before we got to that 4 to 6 week window, right? Like before the Anuma presentation, like they were just drip feeding little things in the game. And the conversation around Tears of the Kingdom was like, hey, they're not saying anything. This is getting really scary, right? But then once we got to that point, they blew the lid off, right? And they had all these hype trailers and it was great. I think that's what's going to happen with Prime 4. And what's interesting, though, is that you look at what they've done with Prime 4. We know they have expensive cutscenes with great dialogue, some incredible cinematics, really great visuals, a variety of things to do with the puzzles, maybe time travel mechanics. You have the Viola stuff. There's a lot of variety to the environments. They have the assets and material to put together hype, exciting trailers, very much like they've done for Breath and Tears. They just haven't done it yet. But they're also not in that window of time where they would.
But don't you think that's a problem?
Depends on how they handle this.
Because even with Tears of the Kingdom, when we were covering Tears of the Kingdom,
gentlemen,
weird they haven't shown it. I just want to point out that, like, okay, fine, but we knew what Zelda is. Zelda fans knew what to expect with a Zelda game. This is a series we're trying to blow up, and like I think back to like we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom. It shouldn't be like Tears of the Kingdom. It should be 2014 Breath of the Wild. Snap your fingers, you're impressed instantly.
Yeah.
Well, then look at Donkey Kong. It's the same scenario.
Speaking of Zelda,
the trailers were exciting.
Yeah, I know. I was saying we got to transition. That's what I'm just like.
Robot Joe's can't stay too late, guys. He's gonna be heading out soon. Am I
got about
correct,
40 minutes probably.
So I want to make sure we get some time to talk some Zelda before he's got to bounce.
We kept getting to A.O. Newman and somehow going right back to Metroid.
I know. Well, that was one reason why I brought Zelda back up, is I was hoping we'd transition off of it. Okay, yeah. So let's do the Zelda topic. Who had that one? That was it Stash?
Yeah. So guys, 40th anniversary.
Woohoo!
It's coming up faster than we all think.
Oh, excited.
It is February
Game & Watch.
February 21st is the official.
It's a week before my birthday. Let's go.
Yeah, it's official anniversary date. So came out February 21st, 1986.
I'll take a 40th anniversary direct and Pokemon, stuff at the same time. Let's
Zelda 1 and 2 remake. That's all they're giving us.
It's also Metroid's 40th anniversary next year too, which hopefully that's recognized.
We get Metroid 6,
which I think they'll probably do. They'll probably do nothing except hopefully.
I could see
Metroid 6, the new Metroid Dread or whatever.
I could see them do a Metroid Primes.
All right, let's keep it on Zelda. We just talked
about going right back to Metroid.
Metroid bundle, but with all the Metroids.
Here we go. Metroid Lego.
Yeah, so 40th anniversary, February 21st, okay? We have the Mario movie coming out April 3rd, right? So the Nintendo's marketing is they're going to be very busy because it's going to be your first full calendar year for Switch 2. You get to monitor closely how you're going to, I don't know, still appeal to the Switch 1 owners, but get them to try to come over to Switch 2. They're obviously still going to feed that install base, but you want to transition them over. You want to try and sunset Switch. You got a lot going on, man. How is it all going to play out is the question. So there's some rumors for Zelda things happening throughout the year, according to Nash Weedle. This is what he said. I believe he tweeted this. 4 Zelda things are happening throughout the year. So we know about the rumored Lego set. Obviously, we've all spoken about the Ocarina of Time remake rumors. But that's just 2 things. What else do we get? Obviously, the movie's coming out May 7th, 2027. That's my 42nd birthday. Is the 4 Zelda things a trailer for it?
Yeah, I think
you would think,
get that first trailer.
But I feel like it's common sense we're going to get a trailer for it. Like, you don't need to say this is a rumor. Like, of course we're going to get one. It's coming out in May. You usually get a trailer for a movie about 6 to 12 months before. So, yeah, we're going to get that. But what else could it be? What about games, guys? Just to kind of set the stage, you look at this year, we got Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Switch 2 editions. We got Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom, free Switch 2 upgrades. So we got essentially 4
Hyrule Warriors.
And Hyrule Warriors. That's a lot so far.
And Soul Calibur
Link
on the NSO GameCube app.
So there's a lot. There's a lot already.
A lot of little things.
Yeah, a lot of little like tiny things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Breath and Tears aren't even selling that much as Switch 2 editions.
Yeah, well, it's because most people that buy a Switch 2 already had a Switch 1. Just get
right. I mean, they're just kind of there to get some evergreen sales.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. So I guess let's start with the rumors. What do we think the 4 things are that we're gonna get?
Well, the Lego set that was part of the piggyback, right? Like, so
I think it's gonna be more than 4 things, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
He may have just heard of 4 things.
I think substantially more, to be honest.
He said it. The thing I said it. So the 4 things, I think it might just be 4 things that he's aware of, or the person he knows is aware of. I think it could be 4 events potentially that are going to have announcements in them.
Zelda concert.
The crazy thing is he mentioned that it begins in January, and I was like,
well, that doesn't include Hyrule Warriors or anything, then, right?
Yeah, he assumed that meant Hyrule Warriors, but Hyrule Warriors is this year, so his assumption was wrong.
Right.
So he was told it begins in January. So what the fuck do you mean it begins in January?
Now, remember, it might just be more so like a 2026 initiative.
I think about this. Let's say it begins in January, but there's not like a direct or anything. I kept thinking, like, what would they do then? Because there's technically no Nintendo game announced for January. The only thing is Final Fantasy VII. Okay. Is this where Wind Waker Twilight Princess come out? Post holidays.
Lord, please.
I think it's possible. So I made a video a few days ago kind of on this subject. Like, I think this 40th anniversary is probably like our last chance to get this rumored bundle. And I thought about it for a moment, especially after the Galaxy 1 and 2 bundle. Like, this would be a Switch 1 title, right? Like, if you want to have something,
it's going to be it's going to be like Galaxy. No.
Yeah.
Right. And so, like, if the Ocarina of Time remake is a real thing, right, that would not be for Switch 1. That's going to be a Switch 2 thing.
You think so?
And
yeah, that's interesting. I just have never thought about it that way.
Well, yeah, because it's gonna the idea behind it, right, is it would be an ambitious Zelda release to excite the fan base. You want to have an ambitious Zelda title early on for Switch 2.
Right.
You can't put out Tears of the Kingdom 2 or whatever it's gonna be. They're gonna be
right.
You get my point. It's gonna take years.
Yeah.
So the only thing they can do is remake a game ambitiously, right?
Okay.
And so that could be great from a perspective of getting out of an exciting Zelda title early on, but also have an exciting Zelda title to also play a role in the whole marketing scheme of the movie.
Right.
Yeah. The same way they're putting out Galaxy 1 and 2
And
before this Galaxy movie. There'll probably also be a Mario game to follow as well afterwards, as they did with Mario Wonder with the prior Mario movie, right? So my point is that they want to have some Zelda things leading up to the Zelda movie, right? It's basically like what they're doing with Mario. They've seen that it works. There's a good chance they'll do it with Zelda. We even know that Onuma was at Nintendo Universal planning something, right? So like there might be about to announce
theme park
expansions to that.
Yeah. Good reports. That's going to be the next expansion.
Yeah. But anyways, if we're getting this remake, whatever it is, I think it's Ocarina of Time. I think the evidence is mounting, especially because we're hearing about another Ocarina of Time Lego set that's coming out in March, right? If that's true, that could be one of the things. But they're probably going to want to have something for Switch 1 owners because the Zelda movie is for everyone, right? So they want to get this cross promotion going on both sides. Twilight Princess Wind Waker HD. They're very easy to get out there. They sport green tunic Link, which I think might be another big part
of the movie.
Right, because they want to popularize that
green
Link identity with the movie. So putting out games like Ocarina of Time, maybe this bundle of Twilight Princess Wind Waker would make a lot of sense to build to that. The same way using the Galaxy games to build to the Galaxy movie. Or similar.
Think if they were to put out Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, I don't think this directly correlates with it, but if they were going to do remakes, I think which one is a sequel to Wind Waker? Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we could get a Link's style remake of that game
someday.
Next year. I just think next year.
Sure.
I think that would be a great game. I think one of those easier games would be the game to have cross on the Switch and Switch 2. Especially if you're saying like Ocarina of Time would be the ambitious Switch 2 game. We could have Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, put that out there. And then
I have an ideal scenario that goes beyond next year. And I'll let you go in a second, Game Bird. It would be if Ocarina of Time's getting an ambitious remake like we think, then we assume Majora's Mask is going to get it as well. And there's no way the time works for this.
I am not assuming that.
I don't assume that as well.
Well, and I'm telling you right now, just like we've got Ocarina of Time 3D, they've already remade the game technically once on the 3DS, and then they did it for Majora's Mask.
Remastered, but okay.
Whatever.
Right.
The point is that, like, I think that they would do it to Majora's Mask as well. My ideal scenario would be Ocarina of Time remake next year, Zelda movie, Majora's Mask in 2027 after the Zelda movie.
That would be develop them at the same time. Honestly.
Yeah, but like, there's no way that they have Majora's Mask. Awesome. That would be sick. But like to your point, like on the Phantom Hourglass Spirit Tracks, like sure, that could be something they could have.
I just feel like those are forgotten Zelda games at this point.
And Grezzo's got a lot of history bringing 3DS games back.
Right.
Yeah. You know, the remake for Ocarina of Time, if it's happening, could even happen after, right? It could be that game that follows the movie.
Or a holiday title leading into the movie.
Well, I hope it's that because I want it sooner than later. But I'm just saying that they might have that. I do think there's something to the idea of games leading up to the movie and games following the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine a holiday season that has a new 3D Mario, Ocarina of Time remake, and Gen 10 Pokemon.
Wild.
Or Black and White remake too.
Nintendo, you better have like 20 million Switch 2s ready.
It's possible too, which is
probably
is crazy. Just based on the way things are lining up, that is a total possibility.
I mean, aren't they going to be close to 20 by March, or 15 or 20 by March? Like, isn't that their goal? I forget the exact.
June, I think,
it's something around there.
15 million this fiscal year. Is there?
Yeah, so by Christmas 2026, they might even be close to 30.
Yeah, I think we probably get that Zelda
how many they need to have ready to sell that holiday season. Like if they have those,
like 20 plus,
like they might need that many because the demand will be so insane from so many different fan bases.
I mean, I think they'll get over 30 million systems sold. There'll be 30 plus systems sold after holiday 2026 if they have that lineup.
Because I think about it, I did the look back on this. The very first holiday for Switch, they sold 7.2 million that quarter during the holiday season, which is a lot. Last holiday quarter, they still sold like 6 million Switches without that kind of lineup. Imagine that sort of lineup for Switch 2. Are you fucking kidding me?
Bro,
You're
and
gonna
then in
sell every Switch game you
2027,
get out.
then they got Smash and Animal Crossing.
For
Dude, Smash and Animal Crossing, and then some other Zelda remaster or something.
they-
Zelda. They do something Zelda every year, and then
Oh, at that point they start
Mario
advertising the
Party,
new Zelda. Yeah,
probably a
Yeah.
Mario Party at that point as well. A new
well, I
one.
think some Zelda
Oh my
spin-offs too that we're not even expecting. We just got a Pokemon.
What if they drop a new
weird
3D
spin-off.
Kirby?
yeah.
3D Kirby's got to come at some point again.
When did
Luigi's
they
Mansion
release
4.
the Zelda Game & Watch? Was that for the 35th anniversary?
Yes.
God, I love
Oh,
that.
dude,
Such a good
and-
product,
We
seriously.
had that for 2027, and then all of a sudden we're to 2028, and we're like 3D Zelda. Oh my God, could we be on an incredible 3-year run?
I feel like that next giant big 3D Zelda is
Oh, you're getting me
years
hyped.
away, unfortunately.
Well, that is years away.
Now I'm talking
That-
about like 2028 going in. Like,
2028.
I
that
think
is-
it's a while.
2028 is like the
2028.
optimistic outcome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2028 would be 5 years after Tears. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it wild that 5 years is because it has become optimistic?
Well, I mean, Zelda's all. If you look at the past, like the 3D ones, it's outside of the craziness when they did Wind Waker, Twilight Princess. It's been like 5-6 years between every time. So like it's
Right,
actually
right.
kind of cool.
I mean, maybe that's more reason to think about the remake. Like Nintendo may realize, like, hey, we can't wait this long for Zelda. We need
Yeah.
something in between. So if they have 2D Zelda, an ambitious remake, and a new one, that's
Yeah.
kind of like a good.
And I also
cycle.
don't think they want the new one to come too late in the cycle. Like they don't
Yeah.
want it to be in the final 2 years, like Tears of the Kingdom was. Not because it won't sell well, guys. It will, but it gets rid of the evergreen chance of it selling for like
Won't
3-4
sell
years.
last long, yeah.
And I do think that it can set it up where if they release it in 2028, there's at least a shot that the next Zelda game could be a launch game for the new system, as they've proven Zelda games are great for launching systems.
Right.
Not saying they would happen, because that would mean the next system probably isn't out to like 2032, 33, which is a pretty long session. But if you think about it, came out in 2025, that's 8 years.
I'm
Yeah.
assuming 8-year generations now.
Yeah,
too.
if it's the 8-year gen, it actually isn't unrealistic to think then the next one could be a launch game. So that's why I like trying to get it out by 2028. I think. By the way, I think this is probably an internal goal. Whether we all
Yeah.
know how the games get delayed. So
Well, I mean, we had COVID, and that created issues. you
yeah,
know.
that extended how long it took to make Tears of the Kingdom.
I,
For sure.
I also think that, and this is my speculation, but I think because of the limitations of Switch hardware, they wanted to do a lot, and they found a way to do it, but it required a great deal of time figuring it out. Like developers are completely floored by what Nintendo was able to accomplish with Tears of the Kingdom.
Right.
That can't have been easy. That can't have been done quickly. So I'm just saying, like maybe with Switch 2, it's easier to kind of do crazy stuff, and so it doesn't take them as long. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I mean, isn't that part of the point, right? Like we're devs are consistently like there are some companies that just have dedicated teams that just figuring out new tools to make development easier. Like you look at all the stuff we hear from Monolith Soft, they're always figuring out different things to streamline development. So, one would hope that maybe for Switch 2, they can not take 6 to 7 years to make a game.
Yeah. I mean that's obviously the hope. And we know that they've been hiring at Monolith Soft not just for their games, but for their team that works on Zelda as well. I mean, the Zelda team's I think technically the biggest development team they have at Nintendo right now, which is fine. And the games now sell so much they obviously can support those big budgets.
Right.
Gamebird, you wanted to talk earlier about some Zelda
Yeah.
stuff. What do you got here, man?
Yeah. So I wanted to jump onto, we were talking about Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD, and I'm not convinced that those are coming to Switch 2. And the reason why is not because we have Wind Waker on NSO, although I do think it's more likely we'll get an NSO version of Twilight Princess. The reason is I feel like it's a tougher sell, even though a lot of people, in this community are saying we want Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess HD. I feel like it's a tougher sell selling an inferior version of the games on Switch 2. And the reason why I say inferior version is because the Wii U was a dual screen console that had your map and your inventory. You don't have to break the immersion. You have to hit pause. You're literally selling a worse version for yes, Nate.
Just a counterpoint: the Wii U sold 13 million. Most people don't even fucking know this.
Yeah,
they know the GameCube version and the Wii version.
I know.
Yeah, so I'd like to. It's like, oh, it's inferior,
X,
but most people
Pikmin
aren't
3
gonna-
Deluxe. Like there are a lot of Wii U adapted games.
Yeah, I agree with your point, your premise that it would be worse because the gamepad was so great.
You're releasing a downgraded version of the original.
Most
and
people
look at like,
know.
I mean, I'll even make the comparison. Like, I loved Mario Maker 2, but let's all be honest here. What made the first Mario Maker so great was the touchpad and designing your courses.
It was way better.
It's something that obviously they have a solution now with Switch 2 with mouse mode if they ever do a Mario Maker 3. But it is a lesser version. There's a reason that the 3DS version of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask were so fantastic, and the same reason applies to the Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD. I think that we just recently got Wind Waker on the NSO, and I think they could easily drop Twilight Princess. And who knows, guys, like we have gyro, we have motion controls with Switch 2. I would not be surprised to see Wii NSO land on Switch 2. There's
Link's
so many
Pro training.
There's so many great gems on there. So if they do the Wii version of Twilight Princess, and this lends itself to Metroid Prime trilogy, even,
years from now, maybe. We don't know. Many years.
I'm just like, I'm not saying that they're not coming. I'm just not sold on the idea. Like, I feel more confident about Prime 2 and 3 than I do about Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's fair because of what we've seen on NSO. But we do have that thing where Tim Geddes spoke to Nate Bildorf, and Nate said, hey, yeah, just because Wind Waker's on NSO doesn't mean we can't bring Wind Waker HD or a remaster later down the road.
I've just never thought they were going to do a bundle for both of those games. It's Nintendo. Like Galaxy and Galaxy 2 are damn near the same game, so I get it being a bundle. I know there's been rumors forever. I just cannot see Nintendo.
Well, that's the thing, though. They wouldn't be doing much work for Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. The games already exist.
Good.
It would be a similar level of effort.
Just like anything we think Nintendo's going to do that makes sense and is positive and is awesome, they're like, we're not doing it, guys.
And actually, you know what? The more I think about it, yeah, they'll probably sell it for $80.
$80, yeah, I can see that, but just
no, but that's the thing. It makes
ever.
more sense now than ever because before we were like, hey, maybe would they sell us for $60? No, but would they sell it to us for $80? Yes.
Switch 2 editions, like official Switch 2 editions.
Well, I think
upscaled maybe.
If they come out next year, right? If that's the idea, I think they would be Switch 1, but there'd be a free 4K enhancement.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
God, if it's $80.
And then I just want to touch really quick on a couple more things, just a couple more predictions that I think are likely. I think the big one, obviously the big one, I think we're all in agreement. The movie is going to be a huge part of this celebration.
Fake news. It's a rumor.
This is a groundbreaking moment for Nintendo and the Zelda IP getting a live action full scale movie. This is a huge deal. So this is certainly going to be part of the celebration. I think the game that makes the most sense to reveal isn't Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess, and instead is a remake of a beloved game in the franchise. We've all discussed it here a million times. Ocarina of Time. It's the game of choice. It's the one that for a lot of people is the most nostalgic. It's the one.
It's the quintessential Zelda.
It's genre defining. Like it set the standard for what like open world fantasy games could be, bringing a 2D adventure game to 3D for the first time and having a mount system where you have your own horse and you're exploring these epic lands. So I think that one makes the most sense.
There's another remake that I actually thought you were talking about, Cameron, that might be a better fit. I actually thought you were going to say Ripened at Tinkle's Balloon Trip of Love.
that game's too big to mention for this anniversary.
Right.
Nintendo goes bigger on the 5s, so I'm saving that one for either the 45th or the 50th. Yeah,
there you go.
The whole trilogy.
But I expect some sort of a hardware related thing, whether it's golden Joy-Cons or a golden Pro controller or a golden Switch,
cartridge.
Golden cartridge even.
golden
whatever
Switch
the
2
release is.
case.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
it's
expecting that.
probably gonna be
And
red.
then the other one that I wanted to mention, and this is based off of some, some of the changes that we've seen at this place. But guys, there's potential that some sort of Zelda attraction might be coming to Universal Studios. And this would be a huge thing. We've got the
I think
movie
it's a given for sure.
through Universal. We have some sort of Zelda attraction coming to the theme park, at least in Florida. Like, that's a big deal. Now it's not just the movie that's groundbreaking history. Now it's like, oh, you love Zelda? Go experience it in real life at this new Zelda attraction. So I think remake, movie, attraction, and hardware are or hardware that includes accessory. I think those are the 4 key pillars. And yes, obviously, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD are possible. I'm just not sold on that yet. I feel like I'm probably in the minority on this one.
I think it's fine because we've been waiting so many years. So like,
every year we're like, it's coming to the Switch this year. Or it's coming this year.
I think this is our last chance to be honest.
Truly, yeah.
What's cool is that I say my expectations to you guys, and then I'm like, wow, like my expectations are also my hopes, which is really cool to say. So I don't know. That's where I'm at. That's my piece on the anniversary.
Well, we haven't heard from Stash. It's his topic. So what are we thinking?
Yeah. So we kind of touched on some of it. So for next year, I think we'll see a trailer. Obviously, the movie doesn't come till 2027, but I think they'll still be celebrating a little bit for the 40th. Game Bird, you mentioned controllers, right? Or like a gold cartridge. I think those would all be really well received. I'd be in on any of that. That sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're going to get your typical stuff as far as with, different clothing options, right? I think we'll see a bunch of Mario movie stuff. I think we'll see Zelda 40th things and things that will tie in with the movie, all that good stuff. As far as Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, I've mentioned this before in the same vein as Galaxy 1 and 2. I think I mentioned this in your video as well, but I could see Wind Waker and Twilight Princess coming out as a Switch 1 game that will perform better on Switch 2. Again, I predict that last year around March. And I did for Mario as well, and it happened. I think that's going to happen again. I think that's a given. I think it makes sense, and that's how you feed the Switch 1 install base and the Switch 2. It's easy. It's one SKU. And again, we're seeing it play out right now. So let's see how well Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 do. And again, you got to remember, Galaxy 1's already been released.
Yeah.
So
All-Stars, right?
If this does really good, which I believe it's going to do amazing, then how well would a Wind Waker or Twilight Princess do?
Mm-hmm.
I think considerably better. There are a couple other things that I'd like to see. I still want them to get Link Between Worlds onto a console. I think that's important. I think we get that off 3DS and get it onto a console. If I could have one Zelda game remade, it would be Link to the Past with a fully orchestrated soundtrack, HD 2D.
God. Get out of here.
Oh my God, HD
Yeah.
2D
Killing
would be
me.
incredible.
It's my favorite 2D Zelda. My favorite 3D, of course, Ocarina of Time. My favorite overall is Ocarina of Time. But Link to the Past, I love it dearly.
Mhm.
Would love to see that. I also do question when it comes to the 2D outings. Yeah, I think we're gonna get the Oracle games remade on Switch 2.
Capcom have anything to do with those, or is it just Minish
Yeah.
Cap?
They did.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're gonna get those. I don't think they're gonna use the same engine as Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom.
I hope not.
I mean, look, they could use a similar engine, but what I really am focused on is the art style. I think the art style, right,
Yeah.
will be different. You could use the same engine with a different art style, but I think those are going to be something we see.
What about Stash? What are your thoughts on this? Because I was just thinking this was a game that I predicted would come to Switch 1. Obviously, it never came to fruition. Game that I feel like needs to land on one of these consoles. A Link Between Worlds, the spiritual successor to A Link to the Past. They could do it.
That's what I said. That's the first thing I said.
Yeah, that's right.
I want to see it. Yeah, I think that'd be great. And but my point is, like, you got to get that off 3DS.
Absolutely.
Because it's such a gem, right?
Yeah.
And, that's the thing, though. Do you bring that over first? Right. Or do you have plans to do something at some point with A Link to the Past? And would you rather give us that first, so then you can then give us the spiritual successor, Link Between Worlds, at a later time, right?
Mm.
I did mention this before. I think there's a good chance that Ocarina of Time is going to play into the movie. Really do.
A lot more now that we're seeing Nintendo's like, yep, we're making a Galaxy movie and we're releasing Galaxy games.
Yeah, and I looked at one of our old podcasts when we talked about this. I did this last week actually, and I'd brought this up. I think it was in May of 2024 on the podcast about Ocarina of Time getting fully remade. Talked about giving it Final Fantasy VII treatment as far as, everything you've added to it, right? Not as far as like changing the gameplay so much, but all the things that you've added. And I mentioned Ocarina of Time and how, like, hey, if you look at all the Zelda titles, which one would really represent the IP, and which one could you make a movie out of?
Right.
And I think this title just, again, it resonates with everybody.
Yeah.
And if you're remaking, again, these are all the same things I said in May, but this is the highest rated video game of all time. Zelda is. Ocarina of Time is the highest rated video game of all time. So if you're going to remake that, right, you got to do it right. You got to do it big. And if you're going to make any Zelda game into a movie,
3D upscale. Like, this is not that.
No.
This is going to be maybe Nintendo's most ambitious remake ever.
In that podcast episode, though, that I just rewatched last week.
Really?
He said, you said, and I actually have the clip, but you thought Ocarina of Time, the only way we get a new Ocarina of Time is if they take the 3DS version and upscale it. That's literally what you said.
Sure. Yeah.
This was in May of 2024, and that's when I said I truly believe we're gonna get Ocarina of Time full remake, and you said there's no way in hell we are. The only way we're getting it is if we get the 3DS version upscale. But last week you said we are.
Well, here's the thing.
And now you're saying we aren't again.
Wait, hold on. Pause.
Had a bad day.
Pause real quick. I just want to say something in defense of Prime. You guys in Ocarina of Time with this man. This game that Nate clearly loves has been haunting him for years.
You can't remember shit about it.
Love is kind of a strong word, isn't it? Like his eighth favorite Zelda game.
It's probably my 8th favorite Zelda, and Zelda's my favorite franchise. I think it's great.
11th, you monster.
How many Zelda games are there? There's a lot. I love them all.
This sounds blasphemous, but I put Skyward Sword HD over Ocarina of Time.
You call yourself a Zelda fan, and you said 15 out loud? I can't even.
I love listen, Skyward. Here's the thing. Like,
I love
the problem is that Ocarina of Time was made in the 90s, right? Like,
yeah, I played it in the 90s, so I think it's great. I think it's amazing. I don't have the connection to it for some reason.
I don't know. And that's fine.
I just have to address this slander that was just thrown my way, since Sash wanted to to trash me and even made sure he had the clip so he could play it if I tried to deny it.
That's crazy.
I'm not denying my stance. Okay, I'm not denying my stance back then. That was a year and a half ago.
Your opinion can change.
Since then,
Yeah.
Right, that's true.
we have had rumors come up that it's being remade, not remastered.
Yeah, I
Back
brought up
then-
all these reasons in May.
Yeah,
I just rewatched it and you didn't believe me.
No, you had those reasons. You can have look. Anyone? Okay, let me.
But I don't need a rumor to know what's going to happen. Is what I'm telling you.
I know that, Stash. I know that.
That's
What
why
I'm
you
trying
should
to-
believe me.
No, Stash. Anyone can come up. Like if you want to make like extremely good arguments that something's going to happen, anyone. I shouldn't say anyone, but a good argument can come up for anything to exist. You literally can come up with a really good logical argument for anything. So just because you had really good logical arguments, which you always do, because of course you do. You're well researched. You're very experienced. If you're going to make a point, it's going to be something you've thought about and you've looked into a little bit. Okay. So yes, you had really good logical reasoning. However, I am someone that I'm a news channel, right? I follow the news. I follow the trends. So I form a lot of my thoughts based on what I'm covering. And yes, I thought something with Ocarina of Time was going to happen. We had those interviews, Aonuma hinting, all this kind of stuff. But I just kind of figured at the time, hey, a from the ground up, this was my logic at the time. A from the ground up remake is exciting, but I don't think they'd trust anyone to do it but the Zelda team. And if they're doing that, that's just going to push back the 3D Zelda. I don't think they're going to do that. So I think it's more likely they have Grezzo or something just do what they've done with prior 3DS games and just find a way to bring it into HD or 4K. That's kind of where my mind was at the time. Now, since then, we have had rumors from people like Nashweedle, who have this year at least been extremely reliable. A lot of stuff they said. They make you go, okay, maybe it's not that, because he basically said that's not that. It's a remake. So I'm like, okay, well then I still don't think the Zelda team is the one doing it. So then you start to think, is this something they got Bandai Namco working on? Is this something, that they got some other partner company working? So I started to come around to this idea is, in addition to the reasons you already had, now we have some rumors that are suggesting that also could be happening. So then I'm like, okay, I'll shift my mind a little bit and consider the possibility. I still believe it is entirely possible that it is just a 4K version of Ocarina of Time 3D. That absolutely could be what's happening. And I think some people would be happy with that. Some people would be very disappointed with that. But I have now opened my mind to believing that it is more likely to be a remake, just not by the Zelda team. And I think they'd be very careful at who they pick to remake it. I mean, the Zelda team be overseeing it, of course. They oversee.
I just want to say that Nashweedle has talked about that it's an internal Nintendo project.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
I know. Yes.
I
had thought for a moment. See, when I saw like Bandai Namco, my other consideration that I had, and you could probably go back on one of the podcast episodes, I believe I mentioned it, is that maybe it's Monolith Soft, and that would be internal.
Yeah, I always get kind of there's some smart people that I'm friends with that like to say that it's not really a Nintendo when it's like Monolith Soft or Retro or Next Level Games. And I'm like, well, it is though, because they're wholly owned.
Yeah,
right. I think people
the company floating around.
I guess people want to make like making the distinction of, is it EPD?
EAD.
Well, now it used to be EAD, right? But EPD, same difference, right? They changed the name of. But
I just want to put this out here really quick, because what we've seen from Grezzo has been Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask on the 3DS and the Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom, does not mean that it's a company that's incapable of making a modern, open world, from the ground up, beautiful, stunning Zelda game. There's no reason why they can't. I mean, look how beautiful is Expedition 33 from a team of 30 people, their first game.
Oh,
so why
crazier. You know what Game Freak?
Yeah.
The Game Freak game. The Game Freak
Oh,
game.
yeah.
Well, they didn't make that on their own.
So
there's two studios.
My point is, just because they don't have a history of making games that look like what you'd imagine this to be, doesn't mean that they're not fully equipped to.
Pause. Okay, this Game Freak game gets brought up a lot when people talk about the game. Oh, Game Freak can look what they can do. Literally, they featured both studio names at the same time, but everyone just says Game Freak because they don't know who the other studio is. It's wild to be like, they clearly announced it together as a joint project.
Sure, but they're a part of it.
Well, yeah, they're a part of it, but like, what I'm saying is like, we give it game. Look what Game Freak can do, but they didn't do it on their own. Like another studio,
guys. This isn't the Nintenbyte Podcast. It's the Nintenbyte.
Actually, I mean, that used to, that was a prior podcast. The Nintenbyte Podcast.
Oh, I just wanted to point out that like we gotta be careful giving them all the credit for it because maybe they couldn't do that on their own.
What's the name of the game? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. If I search Game Freak game, I bet it'll come up.
Some monster fighting game or something?
Yeah, I remember
Beast of Reincarnation.
Yeah, Beast of Reincarnation. And people said, of course it's a Game Freak game because it's running
coming
like
the PlayStation.
I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, okay.
So yeah, Game Freak only gets credit for the bad stuff. That's fair.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, this is so stupid. It does look cool. I don't think it's even got a release date, does it?
Not to my at 2026.
Yeah, so sometime next year.
By the way, when you go to PlayStation, right? PlayStation's YouTube channel, the description of Beast of Reincarnation is this: from developers Game Freak Inc. Beast of Reincarnation launches on PS5 in 2026.
Wow.
So they are branding it as a Game Freak game.
Well,
not saying they don't have help, but
what if Game Freak owns that other development company?
What?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other development company.
Happening. No, I see what my confusion was. Okay, I haven't looked at this trailer in a long time. It is developed by Game Freak, so it says developed by Game Freak. It's being published by Fiction.
Okay.
So
Game Freak solely developed it then,
or by this Fictions company.
I mean, they're getting assistance through funding because that's how publishing works.
Yeah.
You know.
And it could be being developed completely different from Pokemon games. It could have temporary hires and all that stuff. But that's a different story.
Well, the point is, they deserve the credit.
Sure.
Whatever that credit is, be it bad or good,
they
deserve the credit.
They also deserve the criticism that when people looked at it and said it was running poorly. Yeah.
But I mean, it serves Cameron's point, though. This game, from a visual perspective, is, on a whole other level. It's way beyond anything we've seen in terms of mainline Pokemon games. I'll say this, though. How we always thought the limitation with Game Freak was more that it's the Pokemon structure. That's
the Pokemon structure and like not being able to delay things. And so I never thought Game Freak was a bad developer. Like I never thought that. They just never were given the time.
Yeah.
To do anything like this with Pokemon would never give them the time to do something like this.
There are thousands of Pokemon, and they have to make a game. Like they have Creatures Inc. helping and stuff, but like it's just there's so much to do. Like the game is too big. Mm-hmm. Like you may be able to play it quickly in 30 to 40 hours, right? Which is
didn't they fix that problem? There's no national dex anymore. Didn't they fix that?
But it's still hundreds of Pokemon that they have to take care of, right? And then they have to build a story. They have to build new RPG mechanics. They need a new hook. They need a new visual style. Like then there has to be multiplayer. And by the way, actually, they've been slowly coming up with new ways to make it easier. Because now, guess what we've learned?
So sorry, Gamebird.
No, I'm sorry about the tangent. I just want to complete the point. Pokemon Champions is now where the competitive battling is being focused on. So now Game Freak no longer has to worry as much about also considering competitive battling when making their games. They've been spreading themselves too thin for years. That's been the issue. But anyways, going back to Cameron's point. Yes, Grezzo can make a good-looking game.
Yeah, there's no reason for anyone to believe that just because it's Grezzo, the company that did those remasters, and then the cute diorama kind of like Toys to Life looking Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom, that they can't make a game that visually blows Tears of the Kingdom out of the water. There's no reason. And I want to bring up another studio that kind of has a similar history. Blue Point Studios. They work with Sony, but they did in 2009 they did the God of War collection. In 2011 they did the Eco and Shadow of Colossus collection. They also did the Metal Gear Solid HD collection. They did the Uncharted Nathan. They were the collection. They did the Gravity Rush remastered. Then they did the Shadow of the Colossus, that remaster that was stunning. And then they did what to me is still one of the most gorgeous games on the PlayStation 5, the Demon Souls remake. Stunning. And
Yeah,
that
I
is
had that
a
on launch day.
studio
I
that's
like it.
entire history was just doing remaster collections of older games. So when people say, "Oh, Grezzo, if it's Grezzo, it's not going to look like," that's just a made up rule. That it's literally. I'm not saying that Grezzo is interested in doing that or will be the person. I'm just saying it's a made up rule because any good studio with a talented team, which these people clearly are, because they've made fantastic remasters and fantastic remakes and a fantastic new game, there's no reason they can't do it. That's the only point that I wanted to hammer in.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm so lost in the chat right now. One of my long-term fans, because like they don't they're saying like Monolith Soft couldn't do Ocarina of Time or whatever, like just or just I don't want to get in too long of a conversation here, but I said, dude, the fact that they make Xenoblade's enough for me to trust him. He's like, Xenoblade's not nearly as good as like the Zelda. I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm done. I can't have this conversation. We need to move on. Now I'm in a debate whether Xenoblade is on the same level as Zelda.
All right. Here.
Holy crap.
So we've talked about the rumors. We've talked about some things we'd like to see. Nate, I gave you some shit. You know, I just do because I love you, man.
Yeah, you know what?
It's fun.
You giving me shit, Jake giving me shit, and even like AndresRestart when he gives me shit when he's on, I literally have nothing to give you guys shit on. There's like not even one thing I can pull from. You guys just don't fuck up. Make a mistake sometime.
Hey,
God damn it.
Knock on wood.
Damn it.
Look,
I know I'm close as a frog, guys. It's all right.
There's so
You're a
many
frog?
things that Nintendo could do
Frog.
for Zelda's 40th.
Ribbit.
I would love to see a concert. I would if they had one
Yeah.
here in Phoenix. I'd go for sure.
I feel like they will.
Yeah, I would. I mean, God,
mean,
we
they
we
do.
all love the music.
They've done like probably like I would agree with you. I'm just saying like if there's anything we're gonna predict for the 40th anniversary, I feel like a concert's the safest bet. You know?
No, they just usually do it in the big cities.
Oh,
Like, even though we're I think the fourth largest city in the United States, they do it in like the big cities. You know, the New York bullshit, the LA.
I mean, I'm
bullshit.
in Miami, which is a big city. We don't get everything here. Either.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Yeah.
We're not the
Nintendo
Lakers.
live events here.
We're not the Knicks. Same stuff. You know, they'll probably have it in maybe San Francisco. Point is, if they had it here in Phoenix, I would be there in a heartbeat. So we'll see. Yeah, there's other things they can come out with, right? You know, obviously they did the Game and Watch, things like that. I just want games, really, though. I want to see Twilight and Wind Waker come to fruition. I've never stopped believing on that. I gotta imagine you guys have always kept that door open too.
Yeah,
I closed the door. I closed the door for several
Did you?
months, but then like this week I thought about it, right? Which is why I made the video this week, because like I feel like because I thought about how the Galaxy 2 situation. And people were always like scratching their heads since, you know, the 35th anniversary, like, where's Galaxy 2? And, you know, as we approached the 40th anniversary started through, I was like, okay, well, maybe they saved Galaxy 2 because Galaxy 2 has Yoshi. Yoshi's going to play a role in the next movie.
Mhm.
And they announced the Yoshi game. And yeah, we know Yoshi's going to be in the movie. And now we have Galaxy 2, but also Galaxy 1, and they're advertising the Galaxy movie. Like, clearly, they saved Galaxy 2 for a reason, right?
Yeah.
It had purpose. And so, like, we think about the Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD. They've been rumored for so long. We've been scratching our heads at why haven't they come out? And like these rumors aren't coming from like Reddit, right? These are coming from Video Games Chronicle, GamesBeat, like actual like reputable outlets that have reported on these games existing. And so like, you know, assuming their credibility, right? Some people are just going to assume that they just lied or made it up. I don't think that's the case. I think they were based off something real. The question is this something real going to materialize for the public, right? And so I got to think that they do exist in some shape or form. But for whatever reason, they haven't come out yet. Maybe it is because they are saving it for a particular purpose.
Yeah.
And perhaps that purpose is as part of the 40th anniversary movie buildup.
Get people familiar with Link, his green tunic.
Yeah.
This is Link. This is what he did. Like, yeah, I was thinking about the Mario movie and how the Mario movie is introducing you to Mario. It's like, hey, Mario saves Princess Peach. This is what he does. He goes to the kingdom. For the Zelda movie, it's like, okay, what does he do here? Well, he saves Zelda. He wears a green tunic. Here's Ocarina of Time. This is to get you familiar with everything.
Got the temples, got the Ganondorf.
Yeah, the temples, yeah, and Ganondorf as well. Familiarize with the villain, the Triforce. So yeah, I think that's actually a really good observation about why they saved them.
You know, the thing too, guys, is again, this is what I mentioned with the Mario stuff for the 40th, is that like you really gotta feed both install bases, but also give people a reason to upgrade to Switch 2. I think Ocarina of Time acts as that carrot that they're dangling. Say, hey,
carrot.
Yeah, you bonus carrot to come over to Switch 2, right? Like, highest reviewed game of all time, looked at by many as the best Zelda game. You know, obviously Breath of the Wild's there. There's other ones that are there, Link to the Past. But you have that on Switch 2, and then you release Wind Waker Twilight as a Switch 1 game that can be played on Switch 2 and receive enhancements in the same sense that Galaxy 1 and 2 are getting it. Because then you're feeding 2 install bases, but you're also taking 1 install base and saying, hey, look, we got you too, because there's 155, 160 million of you. And look, if you come to Switch 2, you can take your game with you. It's going to play way better.
Right.
Oh, and also we have Ocarina of Time Remake. And hey, if you never played it before, you know, this is also going to maybe tie in with the movie, something of that sense. But
I have a question. Joe, I actually don't know how I should go about calling
just Joe, dude. It's
okay.
good.
Yeah. Because you said you weren't as high on Ocarina of Time as other Zeldas.
I think it's great. I just think I've replayed all of them, and when Tears of the Kingdom was coming out, like that year leading up, I was like, you know what? Let me go back and play. I played Link to the Past for the first time.
Yeah.
I should just beat it again. Wind Waker has always been my favorite.
Hell yeah, baby!
Well, partially
Wind
because
Waker
of
for the win.
Nostalgia. The GameCube was the only console I ever got brand new as a little kid. Black Friday.
Yeah.
And I got that Zelda collection that had like a demo of Wind Waker.
Yeah, I still have it sealed.
Yeah, I think it's. I think it's
sealed.
Yeah.
No, I don't have it sealed. I just. Yeah. But I think it's great.
Also a shorter Zelda. So it's
I've
easier
beat
to
it.
replay.
I've probably beat Ocarina of Time the most out of any Zelda game.
Yeah.
I just I don't know. I think Skyward Sword HD is slept on. I know it's crazy.
Great story.
I know blasphemous. I don't really like Majora's Mask at all. So maybe
it is blasphemous.
All right.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
I just want to ask
Wait a second, guys. I hate that I have to be peacemaker here tonight.
Wow.
Because I like to stir up chaos. But here's the thing.
In the Peacemaker show, that's exactly what he does.
Sometimes there are moments where there are moments when Majora's Mask, I think maybe Majora's Mask is my favorite Zelda because I love the game so much. But have you ever loved something and been like, I love this so much, but if someone told me they didn't like it, I'd get it? That's how I feel about Majora's Mask because it's so weird, it's so different that you saying you don't care for it, even though
I think it's a good game
very close
objectively,
for me.
and I like the themes. I like the set, the feeling. I try to go replay it. I got the Zelda Gold Switch Lite just because I just wanted it, and it came with a year of the online membership, whatever. And I'm like, you know what? Let me try to play Majora's Mask, Zelda Switch. If I'm ever gonna get into it, this is the time. I got to I don't even know. It's been so long. The water section, and you have to get all these little bottles and stuff. And then I was missing a bottle, and then the timer was running out. And I was like, you know what?
I think it's the babies. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was just like,
yeah.
I don't think I'm having a good time. I think I'm trying to beat it because Zelda's my favorite franchise, and I should beat it. I should be able to say I've played it. But I just think I wasn't having a good time. But objectively, I do think it's a good game. Great music, weird story. Yeah, what was your question about Ocarina of Time?
Yeah. By the way, I think Majora's Mask is like a really good other Zelda game, if that makes any sense, right? Like if we wait 6 years
100%.
and we get Majora's Mask, that's not cool. But if we get a mainline Zelda and then 2 years later they goes Majora's Mask, that's awesome.
Yeah, I've talked about it in videos how I think that is incredible that they got that back to back.
For sure. But to my question was, what could they do for this theorized and rumored, right? Not confirmed, right? Ocarina of Time remake to make it like, oh my God, this is like the Zelda game. You know, like what could they do?
Number one, they're gonna have to address the controls and the camera. That's weird. You know what I mean? I can't remember if I played it on Nintendo Online.
You don't like the Z targeting? It's
No, I just think
for its time.
I just think the same thing if they were to do a Mario 64 remake, the first thing they have to address is the camera.
Right. That's an easy fix because they've already solved that problem.
For sure. And the Nintendo 64 controller, whatever. I don't know what they're gonna do with it.
Man. I still call all targeting in games Z targeting. My good friend gets so annoyed. He's like, dude, just call it locking on or like targeting.
No,
Why do
it's
you call
always
everything?
going to be Z targeting.
It's Z target. I call it Z targeting. Like when I'm like, oh yeah, you can Z target by pressing like.
Yeah, of course.
Why do you keep calling it that?
It's like when you say it's like when you say press L2 or R2. People understand what
I
that
say that
means.
on my Switch, yeah, and I'm telling my daughters, I'm like L1, L2, and they're like, oh, okay, but
so like it's funny
voice
for me,
acting.
like, I cycle through them all.
Yeah,
for people like, oh, just press ZL. And like, what's ZL?
Funny
L2, LT.
But-
just press the bigger trigger.
Funny
I
story.
call it the same thing too. Yeah.
I think if they do an Ocarina of Time remake, though, I think one thing that potentially we could do is finally get Link's voice, some kind of voice.
Oh,
because for the movie, I mean, is he going to talk? What are we going to do in here?
Yeah,
I think we need to get familiar with some kind of Link talking.
I think voice acting would be good to add for the story.
Yeah,
at least for the other characters.
A jump button.
Yeah, a jump.
Ocarina of Time. A modern Ocarina of Time remake needs a jump button.
That's very true.
I think the auto jump. It was cool at the time, but I think in a modern remake it deserves a jump. Yeah, it hasn't aged well.
I enjoy the game and I like playing it. It's just when I'm thinking about like right now, it's like, hey, 5 Zelda games you want to replay. Ocarina of Time just doesn't pop into my head.
I think they should also redo the dungeons. Like
water dungeons.
Don't copy them, right? Like think about the core concept and like build a new dungeon around that core concept.
Yeah. Kind of like the Final Fantasy VII remake thing I think Gamebird was talking about, or Stash, I can't remember, or maybe it was Nate, but something, it's familiar. They're not redoing everything. One of y'all were talking about something here.
Oh, I did. Yes. The Final Fantasy VII remake treatment.
Yeah. I seen a theory on somewhere. It was a good theory of why somebody thought the remake was coming. And this was like a year ago. And they were saying Final Fantasy VII's getting its remake. This came around the same time. This was, the big PlayStation.
Interesting. That was exactly my theory.
Yeah. And they were saying that Part 3 is coming out for Final Fantasy VII remake. Or is it coming out next year? Or no, 2027. But yeah, it's coming out soon.
Yeah, probably 27. I think we'll get Rebirth on Switch 2 and Xbox next year, and we'll get the final act in 2027.
Okay, well, let me reverse the question to you guys who, Ocarina of Time is one of your favorite Zeldas. What would you change about it?
Let's ask Nate first because he had his hand up about something, and I don't know if it's related, but maybe you could do both.
No, just keep going.
But okay, let's answer his question, please.
Yeah, Nate, what would you change?
I don't think he was asking.
Answer the question.
He's asking all of us, which includes you.
And you're talking.
I thought he said he literally said that, hey, since Ocarina of Time is one of your favorite games, that's not one of my favorite games. So I didn't think.
Yeah, I didn't know that about you, Nate. Yeah, so
that's right. So
what's your 11th favorite Zelda game? This is clearly your favorite, or at least it's in the top 11.
He said one of my favorite games. That's not just Zelda. That's all.
It's in your top 100, maybe.
I'll go. Joe.
Yeah, game.
It's in my top 3.
Yeah, I would love to hear from you then.
So, for me, it's pretty simple. Obviously, I want them to use this game to push the Switch 2's hardware to create a fully realized world in a modern engine. So that's the first thing. Second, I want a fully orchestrated soundtrack. Ocarina of Time, in my opinion, has some of the best music in all of gaming.
Yeah,
those two things, as far as immersion go, would be massive.
Let me ask you this, Bird, have you ever seen those YouTube videos like 5 years ago, and it's like Ocarina of Time remade in Unreal Engine?
Sure. Yeah.
Is that the kind of not one for one, but like that kind of
Art style,
that realism, that
no, actually, like I think those look fantastic, but I would love to see the Zelda team go for something a little bit more stylized.
Okay.
I think it helps make the game look more timeless. I mean,
Yeah,
we
more
talked about this. I pulled up on last week's episode concept art from Majora's Mask because it's so cool and it's so iconic. Here, I'll share it while I talk about the game, in fact, because I should still have it.
Yeah, I just don't know,
somewhere.
like if they're doing a full-on remake, like what art style, what
see.
I think you go back to the,
here we go.
the art.
So when I look at this art style, and it is different than the Ocarina of Time, but I'd love for them to do something inspired by this that has maybe some cell shading, but see the shadowing on this that gives it almost like a darker, more graphic-y novel type look. I'd love something like that makes it timeless. That's just me. I know that's not everyone's cup of tea, but I would like to see them do something a little bit more with a little bit more heart and character than just.
Can you share my screen just as another example?
I
have it.
Nate, do you know how to do that?
It's queued.
Oh, I see it. Okay,
What do you want?
cool.
Like that, like that's another.
That's
example.
cool though. That's super stylized. So I love that.
And this is
okay, yeah, I can
art.
see it now. Yeah,
like
yeah. I just.
By the
I
way,
want
the
them to-
supposed Lego set that's coming out in March
it's
is about
Ganondorf,
this.
right?
It's
Oh,
a
this
Lego
exact scene.
Ganondorf diorama.
I'll be so excited for that.
And they just had the Great Deku Tree come out, right?
Yeah. For it was for Breath and Ocarina of Time.
We talked about
Both
that,
styles.
Andres. You were on the podcast
Yeah.
when we were talking about that last year when we were also talking about this remake, and that's just more reason for us to get it. And now, of course, here's that next set too.
I want to share one more, because there's some good ones, but there's another one that I'm just like, oh, dude, like imagine this like realized in the, with a modern like graphics. I'm trying to find it.
While you pull up, I'll give Joe my last couple bullet points. Modernize controls. I think that's the big one. Make the combat and gameplay feel more modern. I think a jump button is a huge part of that. I think not having it and just having that auto jump when you cross a gap is going to make the game feel dated, and it's just going to feel clunky. And then the last two things is really fleshing out the world, building on the world a lot more, giving more substance to the storyline, fleshing out the story, giving Ganon more like purpose, more character, fleshing out Zelda's character and the relationship with Link. And then lastly, the last one is voice acting, and that includes Link. Link needs voice acting.
Yeah, we need to hear something from him, because if the first time we hear Link's real voice is in the movie, it's like, is this what he's going to sound like moving forward? Like, what are we doing here? So I just think that's really important.
How high res this is. Like, this is
it's beautiful.
Yeah, something like that I think would be incredible.
It would be really cool
when they announce the game. If it gets announced, I'm going to be super excited. It's going to be one of my most anticipated games to play. I think it's, I love Zelda. It's just, I don't know. When I was younger, I thought Ocarina of Time was incredible. Then I played, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, played them all, and I'm like, yeah, Ocarina of Time's great. Especially, it holds up to this day. I think it does. It just, I don't know why. And it's crazy. It's actually one of the first games I've ever beat with my neighbor when I was 8 years old. First games I ever beat was Pokemon Yellow when I was 8 years old. Both of those franchises are my favorite franchises still moving forward. I've beat Pokemon Yellow 25 times. The Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee games. I just think those hold up. Like, I don't know what it is. I really don't. Maybe I truly think it's like some kind of issue I have with Majora's Mask. I put those as a collection to me.
Yeah.
I hold those both together. And I just, Wind Waker is just my favorite. I played them, close by, but Wind Waker I'm just so damn nostalgic for some reason.
Same here. I'm
just Majora's Mask slander is making me sad.
I'm doing it only to make you angry.
I literally have like $150 glow up poster on my wall right now.
I think it has some of the best concept art and art period. I even had
Majora's Mask poster.
Yeah, Majora's Mask. I think it looks so good. Some of the shit from it.
So, idea, right? With the Ocarina of Time remake, if they're going to be this ambitious, and we're talking about gameplay changes, maybe some voice acted lines, and they change around the structure of the world, the dungeons. Like it's fundamentally it's similar, but it's kind of almost like a Final Fantasy VII or Resident Evil 4 remake sort of ordeal.
Closer to 4 RE4, because Resident Evil is I don't want them to reimagine the game. Like,
exactly.
Oh, this is a reimagining.
Reimagine elements.
Sure. I think
the fairy and how the fairy sounds.
I think it's I'll keep that.
Probably change the clothes a little bit for the Great Fairy. They probably.
I don't think so.
I think they would for the younger audience.
I would
honestly.
be very upset about that. I happen to really like those Great Fairies.
Well, I think they got away with it back then because geometry.
When you're sneaking into the castle, maybe a different kind of stealth segment.
I spent a lot of time at the fairy fountains when I was a kid.
I bet you did.
I'm telling you, I did.
No, listen. I think they could probably make the Great Fairy look awesome, but it would be done in a slightly more tasteful way. But the point I want to get at is just I feel like there's opportunity to add a little bit of like more story something there, right?
Yeah.
Like either a light temple, right? So you actually don't just get the medallion for free,
right?
Or maybe they have something to kind of speak to the third timeline, because the idea of Ocarina of Time is it splits the timeline to 3, right? We know 2 of them are explained with the story. The third one's like, oh yeah, Link died. Maybe have something to kind of speak to that, like maybe like he does die and there's like a time warp thing where he dies, but because of some sort of time mechanic, he also gets to relive the event and go again or something. And then all of a sudden you have the 3 different things explained, right? Maybe that's like a mechanic. Yeah. Maybe actually they build on that. They introduce more time travel mechanics. It's not just they make him more so actually literally the hero of time. And my brain's kind of like coming with more ideas, right? Like,
right.
If they kind of build on this idea of making him truly a hero of time, it's not just about going back and forth. He has different time-related abilities, which is more interesting because we think about what they accomplished with Tears of the Kingdom. You have Recall, that's a time-related ability. They can maybe adapt something like that for this game, so that gives you a whole new like sort of hook and gameplay mechanic to kind of mess around with this world. And maybe they can even build the new dungeons around some of these new time travel mechanics, which could then fuel the idea of that final ending, giving us the 3 different possibilities of an outcome leading to the timeline split. So I think that could be something that could really make it feel like something fresh.
Final fight with Ganondorf at the end, make it. I mean, actually the fight is still holds up, I think, but just some grand, crazy thing,
even bigger.
Yeah, even bigger. Yeah, leading up to that. Yeah, there's a lot they could do with it, and that's if it's a remake or a reimagining. I don't think Nintendo really does reimaginings for the most part. I mean, it doesn't feel like it.
I mean, if we're right, this is literally the biggest remake they've ever done.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. And then maybe that will sway me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see.
By the way, I wanted to kind of, if they did this right, if we're talking about like some new subtle story inclusions, we go back to Majora's Mask. Like I don't think a Majora's Mask remake is in the works. But if the Ocarina of Time remake happens and is very successful, it then opens the door for that, right? A few years later. And so if that happens, do they repurpose anything, right? I think maybe they do. And I kind of would love it if they had like something to explain the Fierce Deity Mask a little bit. Like that's speaking to some sort of concept. Yeah. Like what if there was like an epilogue journey where you can find like something that speaks to those roots?
I don't know. When you were just talking, Andres, I just got like the ultimate like hopium.
Yeah, it's all this is mostly hopium.
It's all it's turned into hopium. But I got the ultimate hopium idea. Imagine we get this gorgeous, wonderful modern remake of this classic Ocarina of Time. You roll credits, but then there's a special treat when the final credits roll. There it cuts to like the opening seconds of the Majora's Mask, when he's in the forest, and then it fades to black, and it's teasing the sequels now in development, sort of
that would be insane.
But you get just a tease of Link going through that foggy forest on Epona.
I mean, it's actually really interesting how the stories connect so well, because Navi flies off at the end of Ocarina of Time, and so Link's like, okay, where was Navi? So that's interesting.
I don't know if I read this correctly, that they did the time like thing in Majora's Mask because they had to for some reason or something like that. Is that what it is?
I think they thought about basically they made the game more interesting by making you replay the same areas.
Oh, okay. Because I would say, would they do the time thing again?
It was like a smart. Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I understand what you're getting at. I think it was something to the idea of thinking about being really intelligent about the design, so they can make the game in a short amount of time, but still make it interesting.
Okay.
And so going back in time to kind of play the same area, but in a different way, was maximizing the content. Oh, that's interesting.
All right. Well, since no one's talking, not everyone's just laughing. We'll probably move on to our last topic. Joe, do you got to head out, buddy?
Yeah, I should actually. I would just say I didn't have much to say about Doug Bowser. I didn't really care one way or the other. Reggie was fantastic. I don't know much about the new lady coming in. She worked at Nintendo since 2006, though, I think I read. So it's not like somebody coming from Ubisoft or something. So we'll see. But guys, thanks for having me. Andres, it was very nice to meet you. I'm a big fan of your work. And I will hopefully see you guys all soon back on this podcast. Nate, thank you.
Yep,
Bird Stash, everybody. Peace out.
Yeah, brother.
Good
Have
to
a good
see
night,
you, man.
Bye.
I'm a bigger Andres fan than you. Anyways, next topic.
Well, I'm gonna leave it too. I wanted him to have his own exit, so I waited. All right, I'm leaving. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Talk to you later.
See ya
later, man.
Bye.
All right. All right.
I think that comment that scared him off.
So now that you guys scared all of our guests away, get to our last topic.
Dude, you were the one picking fights with everyone.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Obviously, you weren't.
No, I want it known that first off, that's just how me and Andres talk offline, let alone online. Secondly, I want it known there was someone in the chat that was like, all Nintendo Prime does is interrupt everyone. And I sat there and I went back through. This podcast has been going on now for 3 hours. I've talked for a grand total of 15 minutes. So I don't want to hear about how much I am interrupting people. I'm barely getting a point in. So,
maybe it was sarcasm.
No, they were actually mad. They said I'm leaving. I'm like, dude, I'm barely talking. I've been silent most of the show. Like, what are we doing? You're just here for the moments when I'm trying to get my point in. I even raised my hand a couple times and put it down because what I wanted to say is irrelevant now because it's been 10 minutes. And I'm like, all right, I'm done. Like, I'm just going to sit back and listen to the show. Anyway,
he gaslit himself.
It's fine. Get to our last topic here. So we got obviously Doug Bowser's retiring. That was arguably the biggest news of the week, like official news from Nintendo, is that Doug Bowser's retiring at end of the year. And what's interesting about that aspect, and this is a combo topic, guys. This is just one of it. Is they're bringing in obviously a new president, Devin. Forgot her last name already. Sorry, totally. I didn't write it in my notes. I should have wrote it in the notes. And then Shibata is coming in as CEO. I think it's interesting, of course, just stopping at that point, because Nintendo of America hasn't always had a CEO. It has had one before, but it doesn't always have one. And they didn't really describe, what the individual roles are going to be per se when you look at the actual official announcement, like what the split and the responsibilities is going to be. I obviously think that the guy coming in who used to run Nintendo of Europe is probably just there to help with communications between Devin and Japan, and any extra training she might possibly need for anything that goes beyond what her experience is. She started with Nintendo's legal team. She's been there for 19 years. She started with Nintendo's legal team and then moved off of the legal team, and got promoted to the role that she's in now, which is like vice president of basically their marketing, right? Like their sales and marketing team. They've changed the name of the title a few times over the years, but it's the same position that Doug Bowser used to have. It's also the same position that Reggie had before they took over as president. So it's kind of like whoever has that position, you're sort of next in line. So if you want to know who's after this person, pay attention to who gets replaces her. Got a feeling it might be Bill Trinan, but we'll see. I guess Bill Trinan's been slowly moving up the company as well.
Good for Bill.
Yeah, and he So we'll see. I don't know that he's going to be the one. It's just a gut feeling I have that he might be next in line to come up. And that doesn't guarantee that he's going to be the future president after her, because she's probably going to be president for at least a decade. And Bill will not be that much younger than her at the time that she might retire. So it's one of those things where I'm not so sure that Bill is going to be the next one. But Bill, I don't know about you guys, I get this feeling Bill's like a Nintendo lifer.
Yeah,
he's got a little Miyamoto in him. Like, I'm just gonna be here until I just literally can't work anymore.
I will say this. Obviously, if Bill becomes president of NOA at some point, it's a long time from now. So
yeah.
I don't want to hyper focus on that. However, I do want to add, since this came up, because I hadn't really thought about that until you mentioned it, and that's a really fascinating thing to think about, because I feel like if at some point Bill does become president of NOA, it'll be one step closer to the days of Iwata and Reggie. Because if you guys remember, Bill wasn't as hardcore as Reggie, and maybe not quite as quirky as Iwata, but he still had a little bit of that. He was still a part of some of those funny, weird, awkward directs, playing those parts.
Yeah.
So I feel like
Orphs in several directs.
Yeah, no, totally. He had I can't remember if it was Tamagotchi Life or one of those games at the time that he had done a direct for that was super off the wall and just awkward.
I think
where
Reggie
he was playing a news
anchor
once or something.
Yeah, there was a Nintendo direct where Reggie fired Bill.
Yeah. So the thought of that as a future prospect is really, really cool. But I am excited to see what Devin brings to the table. I don't know too much about her. And I certainly don't imagine, and I know we've all talked about this on the show many times about how much we love Reggie and Iwata and that kind of era of Nintendo. But dude, those are diamond in the rough. What other company has had someone like that? Not in my lifetime.
I'll say this. We all love Reggie, but if Iwata wasn't president and CEO of Nintendo, I don't Reggie probably still would have became, because he was clearly brought on to probably become eventually the new president anyway. I don't think we'd love Reggie the same if Iwata wasn't president, because the only reason we fell in love with Reggie is because Iwata wanted Nintendo to be a personality forward company.
Totally.
And Reggie's experience in the past was not personality forward. Pizza Hut and all the stuff he did, it was all behind the scenes work. So
it was a dynamic duo.
It's really Iwata that made us, get to know Reggie on that level. So I really thank Iwata for bringing a personality forward era. Obviously now Nintendo is back to what they were before Iwata, which is we're not pushing personalities forward. That's not what we do. We push games forward. We push IP forward. We push characters forward. There's a few unique circumstances where they don't do that. One of those is still Zelda. They still push Aonuma front and center often. They won't necessarily use them to reveal, but they use them to reveal Breath of the Wild, but that was still Iwata. When Tears of the Kingdom was revealed at E3, Aonuma wasn't there. He wasn't in the show. It was just a trailer for Tears of the Kingdom. It was the next time they showed that Iwata was there. But Iwata was there presenting the game. If you notice, only select people do that. Kirby Air Riders, right? Kirby Air Riders Direct. It's not just a normal voice. It's presented by Sakurai. So there's a couple instances where Nintendo still kind of pushes a person as a face of something. But they don't do it. They don't do it that often anymore. And I think as those two get to the point that they might retire at some point or move on to different roles and positions, that might be the last. I don't know if Fujibayashi is going to suddenly be pushed as the face of Zelda in directs and stuff like that. Because he's probably who's going to take over Zelda next as producer. At least that's what it seems like, because he's serving the same role Aonuma did before he became producer. Nintendo seems to have a pretty consistent way in which they promote people, is what I'm trying to say. And we saw this with what's happening again at Nintendo of America. Now, look, I don't know much about Devin, but I don't think we're ever really going to know much about her. Just like we don't really know that much about Doug Bowser, other than he worked at EA. And so every bad decision people don't like about Nintendo, they blame him for it. Even though most of the decisions came from Japan. Like, the job at Nintendo America is marketing and PR. That's your primary job. And, you know, if you're served a shit sandwich, only so much you can do with it. That said, one thing that Reggie was good at compared to Doug is we know for a fact, because Reggie has said it out loud and in his book, that he would push Nintendo of Japan hard for things he thought would work better in the US market compared to Japan, such as packaging and Wii Sports. He thought that was a critical move to make Wii work in the US. Iwata didn't want to do it. He had to argue with Iwata to make a point that, trust me, this is the right decision for our market. And it obviously was, right? Nintendo was coming off of, not a great generation. And he's like, I'm telling you, this is the big thing. This is going to make people want to buy Wii. And it worked. Now, Wii sold incredibly well in Japan as well, and it wasn't packed in there. But Reggie wasn't concerned about Japan's market. He's like, no, I'm here representing America, the US, the Americas, it should be packed in. Because he was very critical that Welcome Tour wasn't packed in. Now, I will say this, Reggie. I know that you were critical of that if you ever catch this episode. You were also there when Nintendo Land wasn't packed in. Just want to note, yes, you got Wii Sports packed in, but you didn't fight for Nintendo Land. So I don't want to say that you would have fought for Welcome Tour. You didn't fight for 1-2 Switch with Switch. You got the Wii Sports in. Just saying, there was 3 other systems that launched that didn't get a pack in that had clear games that should have been pack-ins. That said, I do think that when Doug Bowser took over, obviously they wanted him to represent the shift at Nintendo. They wanted to get away from personality forward. Doug Bowser has been seen, but not really heard from much. Most people just knew him as he's got the same name as the Bowser. Like, that's what people knew. They didn't really know him. So I think Nintendo in that way, this transition with Devin's going to be much of the same. I don't think we're going to hear much. I think she'll have speaking engagements. She'll do the interviews because that's the job. So you hear her do the interviews at big game launches and big system launches and accessory launches. You'll see her be at Nintendo New York or at Nintendo San Francisco when they're doing huge midnight launches. She already was actually doing the midnight launches at Nintendo San Francisco while Doug was doing them at Nintendo New York. I'm sure it'll now be her doing it at San Francisco and then the VP doing the launch out at Nintendo New York. They'll probably split it up that way. Or just send Bill Trinan over there if he's not VP. Because Bill Trinan was with her, notably, at launch of Switch 2 and Nintendo San Francisco. It was her and him together. So that's why I kind of feel like that seems to be the way Nintendo's progressing to the new leadership. As for Shibata and stuff, obviously, he also kind of represents the Iwata era because he was very, we don't know him as well. We literally don't know him that well in the United States because we had Reggie. If you're from Europe, oh, you know him. You know him. He did the same kooky, funny, crazy, out there crap Reggie was doing, but in a very different way. There are clips and directs and so much stuff with him doing. So he was their Reggie, and he was very beloved at Nintendo of Europe, from what I'm being told from people that grew up during that era. So one, that makes people, it kind of puts someone in charge that understands that side of what Nintendo used to be, but also because he's been at corporate Nintendo now for a while, he also understands what Nintendo is today. So I think that he, more than anyone, is good to have in that CEO position, because if Devin has an idea that she thinks would work in this market that Nintendo of Japan would never consider worldwide, he might be more willing to listen and maybe help her push it at Nintendo. If they come up with an idea where they're like, hey, we're seeing some really big discourse with $80 games in the US, right? There's huge discourse, and we're seeing the sales numbers. They're not great. This is selling well in Japan. Well, okay, that's great, but it's not selling well here. I could see them being like, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but just as an example, they could go and be like, hey, we know you don't want to do this, but we honestly think if this would help our reputation if we just drop it $10? Can we just drop it $10? The next one, can we just drop it $10, please? It's just something like that. Something we're recognizing the market you're in and having to customize things for the market. Having Shibata be a go-between, I think, is going to be very valuable. Because Doug Bowser didn't have a go-between. It went from Reggie to him. There was no go-between. So he was making all these trips to Japan and, didn't have the cachet of Reggie. And Reggie had the cachet. Like, Reggie was special, guys, not just because, like, he's special to all of us as fans, but Reggie was really good at his job. How good? He actually became a corporate executive in Japan. He's like the only Nintendo president to ever become a corporate executive in Japan. So he had more power than any other Nintendo president that's ever had. So, like, yeah, he didn't have a CEO. He didn't need one. He was on the board. He was literally a board member of Nintendo of Japan. He didn't need a CEO. He could just talk directly. He could literally get on the phone and just talk to Iwata, talk to Furukawa anytime he wanted. He's on the board. Doug didn't really have that power. He had to go through the system. He had to come to Japan. He had to sit in on the meetings, and he had to go up the chain. I'm not saying he never had direct conversations, but he wasn't actively sitting on the board. So he had to go through the chain of command. Devin's the same way, except her chain of command is Shibata, who's on the board. I think this is good. I think this can get messaging from Nintendo of America directly to the top of Nintendo much quicker. So I think this is actually a positive change. Now, I don't know how long Shibata is going to be CEO. He is older. But he's also one of those people that, like, you're from Nintendo of Japan. You're basically, you haven't noticed, they kind of work there until, well, look, they haven't died yet, but,
till they can't.
Till they literally can't work. Yeah. So, like, Miyamoto, who thinks he's not going to be a lifer? I honestly think Iwata, rest in peace. If he didn't get colon cancer, he would have just been a lifer running the company, unless they voted him out one day. And I don't know if that would have ever happened. He had very high approval ratings. So, like, he had, like, some of the highest in Nintendo history. So even despite the Wii U and 3DS, his approval rating was so high. So there's that aspect of all of this. I'll just stop there because the next stuff is sales data stuff. You guys have anything you want to add to the transition? Any concerns or excitement, or just kind of, we're not really going to notice anything, just business as usual?
Go ahead,
Or any
Sash.
kind words you want to say about Doug Bowser on his way out?
Yeah, so
he's retiring. So
I had shared some tweets right after it happened. Wish Doug the best in his retirement. We didn't hear from Doug a lot. And to me, that was completely normal.
Yep.
And I know that for a lot of people from the outside looking in, a lot of people were pretty judgmental about it. I didn't appreciate that. I didn't care for that because, look, you don't know what his job role is. You don't know what he does every day. It's not publicized. That's not how these things work. And look, I worked many years in corporate management. And again, at Loan Depot working as a director. Loan Depot is a very big company. They're the second largest private lender in the United States. The amount of people that I worked with in different countries, in different time zones, and the times that I had to have meetings, like times when Americans are sleeping and I'm in meetings. That's what he's doing at 60 years old. That's one of the first things I thought of, is that you guys act like Doug's young, man. He's 60, bro. Like, you don't want to be doing that.
He would post on Twitter all the time. Nintendo believed a lot in in-person meetings. So he was traveling to Japan a ton.
They do. My stepdad worked for Panasonic and Hitachi for years, like decades. And they're not here, obviously. Like, he went to Japan to have in-person meetings. My mom went with him. I was like, Mom, you got to get me like anything cool Nintendo there, please. Because I don't know if I'll ever go there. I remember telling her that 20 years ago. But look, man, a job like this comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of stress. And everyone manages stress differently. But look, Nintendo's changed a lot. And I kind of put this in my tweets too, is that this isn't just a video game company anymore. Okay. Those days are long gone. They're doing a lot of things now. It's the home console market, right? It's still mobile games. We were just reminded of that with the new Fire Emblem, which it's been pretty quiet on that front for quite some time, right? It's the theme park.
Mhm.
It's the movies, not just Mario movie. It's everything that's coming after it. Zelda.
Entertainment business now.
Yeah, it's a whole new ball game, and it's nonstop. It's relentless, and I gotta imagine that this is all just very. It's tiring, man. It's a lot. He's put in decades of work. Like he started, I think it was 1984. Doug started working in the games industry. So he put in like 41 years. That's crazy. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. And so my hat's off to him. I'm happy for him. He's earned his retirement. He's earned his family time. Look, well, Doug was president. Things went pretty damn good, right? Record numbers. Record everything. Just because he's not out in the spotlight.
The three highest revenue years in Nintendo of America's history happened under Doug.
Just because he's not out in the spotlight and being Reggie. Okay, look, here's one thing that I have to remind everyone is that whoever Nintendo hired, it does not matter. Reggie is the toughest act ever to follow. You're never gonna be able to follow a better act, a better show than Reggie Fils-Aimé, dude. He is a legend.
And you can't force that sort of thing. You know? You can't make it artificial. That was Reggie.
That's the thing. That's the beauty of all of this. I'm glad you brought that up because we have to remind everyone that this was not the plan. Reggie, the way Reggie worked out with Nintendo, this was not the plan when they hired him. The plan was not to make you the face. You know who made Reggie the face of Nintendo? We did. The fans. Yeah. We did. The way we reacted to E3. And when he came on stage and what he said. And he said exactly what needed to be said because all people did was talk shit about GameCube and talk about how it's a kid's system. And it looks like a Fisher-Price toy. Okay?
Yep.
And the purple lunchbox and all the bullshit. And he came out there and he swore, which was a big deal from Nintendo, even though it's just saying ass, right? But that was a huge deal to go up on stage and do that. It was like edgy for Nintendo, and it kind of gave him that like toughness.
Yeah, wasn't that after the Iwata speech? I think at GDC, where he said like on my card, it says I'm a corporate CEO.
Iwata, yeah.
Yeah, like Iwata, but then he's like, but in my mind, I'm a programmer.
Yes.
Because he came up as a programmer, but in my heart I'm a gamer. And like it was like that happened like the year before, and then Reggie the very next year talked about like, hey, I'm whatever, I'm about kicking ass
and playing games.
Yeah, and we're
kicking
about
ass, taking names, and we're about playing games.
Playing games, that's right.
Games or whatever.
And then whipped out a DS and
so like and that was really cool because like again, as I said, that was Iwata. Iwata came out literally the year before. I'm going to be a personality forward person. I'm not just a CEO. I loved video games. Literally. Like this is my life. This was my dream.
Yeah.
And then Reggie takes over and they're like, no, Reggie, you're going to be running E3. We need to introduce you to the world. What do you want to do? And it was his idea to do the ass thing. And he got Iwata to say, okay, yeah, just this once. And it worked. Reggie was right. It worked. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
We're gonna remember that moment as gamers forever. A Nintendo president just talked about kicking ass on stage. Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah, it was very special, man. It sent shockwaves through the industry, and shortly after that, the Capcom games, right? Resident Evil 4 now is coming to the GameCube, and
Capcom 5.
It was a very big deal. But like the point is that Reggie is he's one of a kind. We're not going to see a president like him again for Nintendo. And I'd be willing to bet we won't see any sort of corporate figure like that in any field or business in the rest of our lifetime. I don't know why we would. This was perfect. Iwata and Reggie were perfect together. They were, a dream team.
You were too. Just for Europe.
Yeah.
We didn't see it, but it was Europe. Yep.
And so look, I just want to give that part about Doug in that, guys, no one was ever going to live up to whatever your expectations were of the act to follow Reggie. Okay. So I don't think he ever had a fair shake at that. And at the same time, that's not who he is.
And
what
fans
we saw
do
from Reggie. Yeah. What we saw from Reggie is who he is. This is literally what you saw. That is him, dude. And that's why it was so special.
It wasn't premeditated. It wasn't like we need to find someone who's nuts and willing to act like a clown.
When Reggie was hired, I don't think the plan was for him to be forward personality. That ended up becoming something under Iwata when he took over. And so he wasn't hired to be that way. But if you listen, and this is what I really do appreciate about Kit and Krista, they tell a lot of behind the scenes stories. And they talked about how, what Reggie was like when he was doing all this public stuff and the skits, and that's just what he was like in the office every day.
Yeah, it totally feels like a matter of hey, this guy's totally equipped for this kind of job, and then it goes from that holy shit, this guy's got a wild personality and it's resonating with people. Let's put him out there more. People
apparently he made a lot of hard decisions.
Like this guy.
Yeah.
And apparently he made a lot of hard decisions and he stood by it and he took on all the responsibility for those decisions. He never passed. If it didn't work out, he didn't point fingers.
It was like Stash said, you can't replicate that. It was a perfect storm. It was like a weird, these two were destined to work together. And clearly, it's not something that you can hunt for. You can't be hey, we need someone with a really big because you can't manufacture that. It was organic. It was something that just blossomed within Nintendo and fans loved it. But
we never got to know Doug. We don't know what his personality's like because Nintendo was a very different company when he became president, and they didn't want that personality forwardness anymore. They wanted it to be very corporate, which is that's understandable. There's a reason businesses run
that's
that way.
That's how things usually are.
They want the product to be what you talk about, not the people. And that's fine. That's actually how most businesses are. Nintendo does have at least they still seem to recognize there are certain people that transcend a little bit. Aonuma transcends a little bit, so he's still going to be pushed with Zelda. Miyamoto obviously transcends everything. They'll use him to push everything. So they still recognize that, when you do something the rest of the world views as monumental for the industry, we're gonna make sure your face is out there and that you get the recognition and that Fujibayashi. This is one thing I talked about before that I don't know if after Aonuma if he's going to be pushed as much. I say that, but the more I think back on it with Tears of the Kingdom, every interview, every public appearance, Aonuma had Fujibayashi right next to him, very clearly pushing him, being like, "Hey, that was him. That was his idea. He was doing Nintendo setting up the succession plan. Nintendo being like, no. We want you to start associating Zelda with this guy, not just me." And so I will say Nintendo still has, but the thing is, think about what I'm talking about. Where they still let a personality be forward, it's in the interest of pushing the IP, not the whole company.
Yes, exactly.
So it's for selling things.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so good points. And look, enough about Doug. I'm happy for him. Go enjoy your hard-earned retirement, brother. And to Devin Pritchard, look.
Pritchard, that's what it was. Thank you.
I'm excited for Devin. So 2 companies that I worked at, with it being Islands Restaurants for 10 years and then Lone Depot. We were both companies very, very big on culture. I got moved around to different restaurant locations to fix them, right? A lot of the times the things that needed to be fixed were culture, literally. And you can't just go fix culture. You have to go live in the culture and then figure out what is wrong with it, what it's missing, and how to fix it. And Lone Depot was the same way when it comes to the culture. It's so important. And that's why I'm bringing this up, because to me, it's really important to have someone that understands it. And given that Devin's been there for nearly 20 years, she's been steeped in Nintendo's culture for a very, very long time. She's seen the highs, seen the lows. To me, it's very important to have an internal hire. And Nintendo typically does this. They hire, they bring in, promote internals. And that's important because they understand how Nintendo operates on levels that we haven't seen as fans. I could probably predict pretty well, because I think it's very similar to some of the things I've done. And I think that's a big reason why I respect them so much with how they operate. But like, you look at her background, Devin's, she has background in sales, marketing, and communications. And I think that gives a very strong foundation to kind of guide Nintendo through the Switch 2 era with the expansion into the theme parks, movies, mobile. And it's not going to be all smooth sailing, right? This isn't, Switch 1. There's different challenges now, economic, geopolitical. But given her background, I think
she's equipped.
She's very well suited, yes, to like kind of navigate through these rough waters that they could possibly, be coming into. And then I look at Mr. Shibata, and I did my research on him. He joined Nintendo in 1985. Year I was born. Year Nintendo came out. Love it. And I was just looking at his just kind of career history, and I'm like, bro, what a career arc for you. To be with Nintendo for 40 years. Could you imagine being with a company and 40 years later? First off, 40 years later, you're still there. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's insane. Anywhere.
And then 40 years later, they're like, hey, man, you're going to be the new CEO. Like, what? Like, absolutely wild. And it's so cool. But Mr. Shibata seems very outgoing. He seems like he's very much a gamer. And yeah, I think he's there to what you said, Nate, and this is very common. But he's going to be there to help ensure that she is set up for success. Any questions she has, any hurdles, he's been there. He's going to be there to guide and mentor her. And I think that's great. I don't think he's there as a safety net, like if Devin doesn't work out kind of thing.
That's we're worried that Devin
Nintendo doesn't operate that way. Yeah, they're not going to hire someone they're worried about.
She's been there nearly 20 years.
Yeah.
They're not worried she can't do the job. It's just, maybe she doesn't have as good of a repertoire with the Japanese board. Maybe she doesn't, maybe they just want to make sure that Nintendo of America is properly represented.
Yeah.
Because maybe she's never made the travel to be at the meetings and stuff,
I am confident in Nintendo on several levels that I won't get into because it'd be too long. But yeah, I definitely believe in how they hire, from what I know, how they train, and how they operate.
Mm-hmm.
And those are things that, as nerdy as they may sound, are always very interesting to me, because that's what I worked in. And like, I take a ton of pride in it. I take a ton of pride in having very low turnover percentage, because I want people to be happy. And, you know, when you work for your employees, and meaning they don't work for you, but you work for them, that's how you maintain very low turnover percentages. I feel like Nintendo shares a lot of the same things, but they're not publicized. I mean, we already know their turnover percentage in Japan. It's insane.
Yeah, it's
the
like
longevity there is insane.
1.9% or something. Just unheard of.
Look, I'm just saying, for me, I completely I'm on board with this. I think it's going to go great. I don't think Doug got fired. I don't think anything weird happened. I don't think there's any sort of conspiracy. Nintendo knows what they're doing. They have succession plans. They're a very smart company.
And Krista said they knew when they worked there that like what was going to happen. Like you just know, like Nintendo probably made the decision she would be next like a year ago when Doug made any indication that he wanted to leave. But you don't. The thing is, and Doug knows this, as any smart, corporate person does, that, hey, we're about to launch a new product. We can't have the corporate shakeup before the launch or during the launch.
Never.
Got to be after the launch is secured.
Has to. Yeah. And it's secured. It's done. They're doing the handoff at the end of the year.
Handoff, first holiday. Good. They're doing, like, this is planned. When we hear about it publicly, guys, it wasn't like this was a recent decision.
No, absolutely not.
They've known for a while that this was what was going to be happening.
Yeah. Just like how they know what games are coming out next year and the following year. They have a plan for all of this.
Yeah.
They have games that are completed right now that we don't know about.
Oh, yeah.
We might. I mean, we're usually pretty good at that, but you know what I'm saying?
Logic and reasoning. Thunderstash thinks he figures out everything.
But
so.
I think we know about a lot, but I just mean the
watch just Ocarina of Time remake.
General public.
Happens. It just never comes out. There's just nothing Ocarina of Time ever happening. Just be like, well, that was one of the big swing and misses of the 2020s.
There's no way they're leaving it on the 3DS, the most complete version. There's absolutely no way.
Nintendo watches this. They just do it just to spite us. Just to be like, you guys been talking about that for years. It's been one of the core conversations of the whole Nintenbyte podcast. Never happened.
Hey, you know, I want to bring up real quick.
What's
so
up?
You know how we always speak things into existence here on this podcast, and last week we were talking about. I brought it up, EA, and how they're no longer creative, and they used to make games like James Pond, and just went off on that huge tangent.
Epic music in that game, by the way.
Yeah,
I was listening to some. It's so good.
So what happens a week later?
Oh, here we go. They're being sold.
To James Pond revival
to go private. And what did they say? What they say in their message?
I don't know. I didn't read it. I don't care.
They said how basically they're looking forward to getting back to their creative ways and doing creative things again, basically not being owned by their shareholders.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, it's fine. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Literally said that. And then a week later, it happens.
Yeah. Well, there was rumors.
What are the odds of that?
Sold. But then, like, also EA, we're not going to talk too much about it because we don't really know. And this is based on what their estimates. None of this has happened until 2027. There's a long process that goes into these sort of big sales, legal processes.
We saw, man, with Activision.
Like, it literally could even get blocked. Like the government
drawn out ever.
And the government and the courts could end up blocking it too. So we don't, nothing's final until it's final. But yeah, they said all the right things that people want to hear, but we always hear it in these cases. Just like Microsoft said all the right things people wanted to hear about buying Activision Blizzard. And here we are. And almost none of those things have happened yet. So it's one of those. I mean, to be fair, they didn't take Call of Duty private. They did say they would keep it going. So, and now they're going full third party, which, I mean, cool. That said, let's get to the other parts of this.
Wait, real quick. I want to touch a little bit on this because I got to chime in a little bit what you guys are saying, but I just wanted to add same sentiment. Like I think Doug Bowser got a bad rap. I think it was undeserved, and I think a lot of people, like you guys have already said, just don't know how these things work and what the job really entails. He seems like a really nice dude, and he obviously was good at what he does, or else he would have never been put in that position. Nintendo's not stupid, No. They put someone who is well equipped to be there, and I wish Doug the best of luck on his retirement. I hope he enjoys the time off and lives it up. Devin, I have full faith that she's going to be the right person for the job. I do think I don't necessarily know if I agree that it's going to be like nothing's going to change. It's going to be business as usual, because I'm not saying there'll be dramatic changes, but this is someone who's going to bring their own flavor and their own style. I'm not talking like Reggie, like a personality, but we might see a shift in the next, couple years in the way that Nintendo markets and kind of presents. Yes, the messaging. There could be a major shift.
I think
in
it
that.
needs to. I think they actually need to do some changes there.
Absolutely. So I think there is a chance that we may see changes, just not in the way that maybe some people hope, as in going back to the Reggie Iwata days where she's like a personality. And I wouldn't expect anything like that. Yeah, it's got to come from the top. That's got to be a decision from Furukawa to be like, we need to bring some flavor back to the way we do our directs. And
they're doing record numbers. They don't. He's not going to do any of that.
Yeah. I agree. But I wish her the best of luck. I think she's well equipped, and it's exciting. Doug's handled a bulk of Switch.
This is only the fourth president of Nintendo of America I can remember in my lifetime. There was probably one that I don't remember, but what I find interesting as well, and I'll just end with this on this conversation, is also part of doing the job that Doug is, all these people that are happy he's leaving and excited and blaming him. That's also kind of part of the job. When you're the guy at the top, you get all the blame and almost none of the credit. That's how it goes. He takes all the shots, so Nintendo of Japan and Furukawa don't have to. That's kind of how it goes. So, it's funny. You hear about all of the complaints about Nintendo, and everyone just yells at Bowser when a lot of the decisions probably weren't even his. But that's the job. You take the good and the bad. Wish you luck in your retirement, man. And Devin, I'm sure you're going to do a good job. By the way, anyone from Nintendo of America watching, if you want to convince Devin to come on for an interview, that would be fantastic. We'd love to interview her on the show. Introduce her
awesome
to the Nintendo audience. That'd be sweet. We'll keep it super professional. No worry. No beers, no drinks, no swearing. We'll keep it nice and professional. You can pre-approve our questions. I know that's a big thing corporations like to do, pre-approve the questions. But we'd love to have you on, and just if that's something you're interested in. Probably not. No, the way Nintendo works, probably not. But I'm just throwing it out there. If the right people want to send this up the chain, it would be appreciated, even if the answer is no. All right. Moving on.
We need to get Kit and Krista on here.
Yeah, they've been on the Nintendo Prime podcast a couple times. I've been trying to get them on. I don't know. Doesn't seem to be working. I think I need to send the Stash Man after him.
Krista mailed this to me.
I know.
We're on an email chain with the Ruffy creator.
I know. I have direct contact with them as well. I've met them in person. I don't know.
Stash Man, work your magic. I would love to pick their brain and just talk Nintendo stories from the time that would be.
When I listen to their show and they talk about Nintendo and like how things work, I tell Michaela this all the time, but I'm constantly reminded of my experience working with Loan Depot in corporate. And I feel like, I'm just like, dude, I feel like we'd get along so well.
Yeah.
like we had shared experiences without knowing it, because I hear them talk about it. I'm like,
why
they
I
could
said-
literally be talking about what I've done. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. So go ahead and reach out, man. See what happens.
All right.
What's the worst that happens? Nothing. All right. Cool. Whatever.
Yeah, it'd just be like when I would send out emails to get game
Product.
review codes.
Yeah. Okay. If you don't respond or say no, I don't, whatever. It's not
Don't
the
take
end
it
of the world.
personal.
Yeah. And they don't take it. Like I said, they still talk to me. It just whenever I ask about coming on the show, it's always crickets. I'm like, that's all right. Fine. I could take hints. Maybe I'm not the right person to ask you. Maybe you think this is still the Nintendo Prime podcast. Maybe you didn't enjoy your experience there. Maybe the Jake Randall getting bricked up was a little too much. I understand. That's not this show, though. I want to be very clear.
Was he doing that when they were on?
Well, we get wild like dad joke kind of wild. You're not getting bricked up all the time.
Here's the thing: is that like, if we're gonna have people like that on the show, like I am more than happy to keep.
Oh yeah, we tone things
mellow.
down.
You know what I mean? That is not an issue at all.
Example,
there's no
Celia-
way with
Celia B's
guests
coming
like
on.
that.
On the
It's gonna be
22nd,
professional,
along with Sumbro Nation and some others. And we're not going to like sit here and start making sex jokes and all. Like no, there are certain, like we know when we have the right guests on that we can go to certain places. Like when AndresRestart is on, we can go to certain places, but we can't do that with every guest, and we know that. This is just part of the show, is recognizing, hey, we have game developers on like Royalty Free for All. We got to have a certain level of professionalism with how we're talking to them and how we're bringing them into topics. Same thing with Celia B. Same thing if we had anyone from Nintendo of America on, or Kit and Krista. But there is also times when we have other people on that are just like buddies, and we can go to different places with that. And I think that's what makes our show unique, is our ability to understand that. And so we can kind of be chill with everyone. And look, that's probably why Nintendo of America likes our podcast, not just because we're mostly positive, but also because we know when to be professional, and we know when we can let loose a little bit, and it's okay. It's what makes the show fun. That said, there's not the only thing happening with Nintendo. In fact, roughly a month from now, we're about to hear some big news. We have Nintendo's next financial meeting, and friend of the channel, my channel anyways, all of our channels, to be fair, makes some shorts that I post on mine. Paul Gale Network always seems to have the inside track on Nintendo sales data. And he has been told, and he'll never say by who, that Nintendo sold 8.6 million Switch 2s through August 25th, and has likely already sold over 9 million by the end of September 30th, yesterday.
But Nate, sales are way down for Switch 2, and Nintendo stock is plummeting.
Yeah, sales are terrible. They're no longer the fastest selling system. By the way, if these numbers are all correct, which he's proven time and time again they are, it is still the fastest selling system of all time. That being said, that means it sold over 3 million units this fiscal quarter in the dog days of summer, where they only had DK Bonanza as a major game to push sales. That's incredible. All systems fall off from launch. Happens all the time. Sometimes it's just due to supply constraints. Sometimes it's just due to you have launch, and then it falls off till the next major event happens, holidays or whatever. If they're at these numbers, 9 million minimum or more, 9.2, 9.6, whatever it is, not only are they still on a record-setting pace, that's before holiday season began, when a majority of sales happen. Like half of the sales every year happens like during the holidays. Oh. To say Nintendo would be on pace to hit their 15 million mark, I think is almost an understatement if these numbers are true. I think Nintendo's going to hit more than 15 million if these numbers are true, which is insane to think about. But that's my opinion, of course, because that's me assuming that I think they're going to sell at least 6 million this holiday. That's my prediction. Roughly 6 million units, October, November, December. Could be wrong, could be less, could be more. As I said, Switch had 7.2, but they also had Mario Odyssey, which I think is probably a bigger mover because it was exclusive, and also 3D Mario than anything coming out this holiday. But I think the combination of 5 games, I think, is going to end up collectively being able to get us a couple bundles get us to 6 million this holiday, which would then put them at 15 million coming out of the holidays, which means they're already ahead of their projections. So
and people shouldn't underestimate the power of that Pokemon bundle for
yeah,
Switch
that Pokemon
2.
bundle.
Like,
Parents,
do not,
people-
especially knowing performance issues on the previous hardware.
Oh
like,
yeah,
you know that the core Pokemon fan base is going to want to experience the newest,
the
the latest and greatest
running version.
Absolutely.
Like they're gonna want a smooth experience, and all the demo footage is out there from Switch 2. Everyone talking about how smooth it is. We all played it. It's super smooth. Whether you think the graphics are good or not is irrelevant when it comes to the fact that we're just hoping for a game that performs well, like from a frame rate perspective and not having glitches. So far, so good. What we're seeing on the Switch 2 version. No one can vouch for Switch 1. That hasn't even been demoed. I'm a little scared for that version. But ironically, if that version isn't very good and has problems, it kind of just helps Switch 2. Like, it kind of just pushes people over to Switch 2 even quicker. So, I don't want to say they're intentionally trying to make the Switch 1 version not good. But I can tell you this, the Switch 1 version ain't no silky 60 FPS. Not based off after what we've seen in the last two games. It ain't no silky 60 FPS, which is exactly what it is on Switch 2. Rock solid, no dip, 60 FPS. That being said, that's what I think is going to happen, of course. Obviously, we know about the big 5 games. So the question, obviously, is do you guys agree with this? Do you think these sales numbers are impressive, or is this what you expected? And do you think Switch 2 is on pace to hit its projections for the year or go even higher? What do you guys think? Start with Bird. I think you're muted.
Sorry, it's because I was snacking.
Me.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, wait a second. Is this stash down there? In the mouth.
Oh my god. No, well, first off, yes, I do think this is impressive. That being said, I fully expected Switch 2 to have a very strong first year. You know, I think we way back on the show we talked about early numbers, and I think we all kind of predicted high numbers, which has been proven to be true. I think what's especially impressive about this is that there isn't what I feel like a lot of people imagine to be the killer app, your big mainline 3D Mario, your big mainline 3D Zelda. But I think the thing that's most surprising about it, and not surprising for me, but just interesting, all the negativity, all the talk about how crap the Switch 2 is, how it's overpriced, how the games are too expensive, how it's not powerful enough, things don't look as good. It's like, this just speaks volumes to how, like, it's just a small few online just screaming very loudly. That's not the perspective of the masses. It's just not. And the majority of people who are buying Switch 2 and playing games like Bonanza or Mario Kart World are loving it. Whether it's from like the hardware improvements to the visuals and the way the games perform, people are loving it. So it's not surprising.
Screen. Remember, like
remember
all the bitching over the screen?
Yeah,
oh my god,
the screen looks great.
So much worse. Okay, that was a hot story for like 3 days. Hasn't been talked about.
And again, I know you mentioned, if I remember correctly, you mentioned that it's something that like only certain eyes can see. Like, full transparency, I've never seen ghosting. Like, I can't see it. So if it is there, I'm not saying that's not a thing. It sounds like it legitimately is a thing, but I have not seen it and I can't see it. And no one that I know personally, and I know a lot of people who own Switch 2, I know a lot of people who own it as a secondary console who are primary PlayStation users, and none of them have told me, oh, there's a ghosting on the screen. I don't like the ghosting. Everyone I know loves the console and is having a great time. So I'm not surprised by the numbers. I think it's just surprising combined with a lot of the backlash that you hear online, and a lot of those like, oh, the Switch sales are dipping. By what metrics? Like, people are obviously making empty statements that they can't even back up. But I fully expect this system to continue to sell well. And listen, at the end of the day, games are what makes and breaks a generation. Period. It's not power. It's games. And so Switch 2 hasn't even been out 6 months yet and has already had a number of fantastic games with a vast number still to come this year. We're in the early stages. The best is yet to come. And we've already got Fire Emblem on the horizon. Just this year, Kirby Air Riders, Metroid Prime. We've got the new Pokemon. We're eating good right now. Guys, we just watched Resident Evil running on Switch 2 and looking fantastic.
Hell yeah.
And it comes early next year. We're
We're getting 3 games.
Yeah.
On the same day.
But we're not waiting a year later or a year and a half later to get the newest, the latest and greatest. We're getting it right away. So I don't see things slowing down unless for whatever reason next year there's just a massive drought of games and Nintendo's got nothing and third parties got nothing. I don't see this slowing down. So I don't know an exact number what I predict, but I will say this. I can see it at the very, very least. Whatever the numbers that come out in this sales report, I could fully see it doubling. I'll say that. I could see those numbers doubling. So if it's 8 million or 8.5, I could see that doubling throughout the remainder of the year, including the holiday.
Okay.
Stash.
Yeah, so I did see Paul's numbers, and I do believe them. Paul is very good at his numbers. He's very good at what he does. He's a very smart guy. I don't doubt his numbers at all. So I'm completely there with Paul. As far as sales goes, so Paul's saying that by the end of last month, so we're talking by the end of August
25th, as of August 25th.
Okay. So Paul is saying then 3 million per month since launch. June, July, August.
It was like 2.82 or 2.83 between July and August.
So then we have September, October, November, December, the four biggest months of the year. A Pokemon bundle, a game to cater to Legend of Zelda fans, Hyrule Warriors, a Kirby, a Metroid, tons of great third-party stuff. Oh, also Super Mario Galaxy 1+2. That's going to do gangbusters. People shouldn't sleep on that because a lot of kids, they weren't even born yet when those came out. Those are going to be hot tickets. And then this is launch year. Okay, so I know the goal is 15 million, right? And we talked about this again a long time ago. When we did our original predictions, I thought it was going to exceed it. I was leaning towards 20 million. I mean, if we've done about 3 per month, we're at 9, and we have September, October, November, December. And we continue at the same pace you're at right now, meaning you're not going to get any boost from the holidays. Same pace.
Per average, guys. Average per month. Yeah.
So if you get no boost at all from all these games I just mentioned, no one buys any Christmas presents, we're at 18 million. Roughly. If you get a boost, which you're going to be over 20 million. So I think it's very safe to say that, yes, you're going to get 15 million. It's going to be more than that.
Not sure if I like the math there, but because yeah, it's an average of 3 mil a month. Obviously, if we look at it, overall, but got to remember that 6 million of that was month 1. So it's not selling 3 mil per month. It's just an average. So as an example, I think September was probably the worst selling month for the platform. Might have sold less than 1 million units, but then the holidays come, which will be a boost. And that can bring the average back to 3 mil or per month or more. We don't know. Obviously, I said, the data for Switch 1 was 7.2 million first holiday. We don't know what's going to happen here. We know the very first full fiscal year of Switch 1, they sold 15.02 million units. I think they will exceed that here to have the biggest first full fiscal year launch in console history, and remain the fastest selling through this fiscal year. Now, I don't know if it's going to after this fiscal year. I have no idea. That's future projections. Them being really successful year 1 doesn't mean they're going to be really successful year 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like we assume, but we don't know. Okay. There's a lot of things that can happen. Example, one thing that could really hurt them. They raise the price. They decide we pushed it through holidays. We're losing money per unit. We got to jump the price $50 to $100. It's going to hurt. Yeah. I think that's going to affect sales. I think that's going to lower what you're going to sell in year 2. I do not think you will sell as many units at $550 as you do at $450 with $500 bundles. So yeah, I think that could be a problem. Now you're talking about $550 and $600 bundles. Yeah, I think that would hurt sales. So like, there's just too many unknowns about the future to really project beyond a year. And I like that Nintendo always focuses on just the current fiscal year. Obviously, they have plans for and ideas of what they want to sell. So I don't know that this is going to be a 100 million seller. I think Switch 2 will be a 100 million seller, but I don't know. What I will say is for right now, I do think Paul Gale's right on his numbers because he's been proven right too many times in the past. And remember, 9 million is like the floor for what they sold through September. It's probably more 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, somewhere in there. Keeping the pace of being the fastest selling system of all time. And I think what's making people like when I hear people worried about the sales, I think a lot of it comes from Nintendo doing something we're not accustomed to. Okay. So it's been pretty easy to buy a Switch 2 for a while. Months now. You've been able to walk into the store and buy one. You've been able to go online and readily buy one. If you want a Switch 2, easy to get, at least in the US. Most European countries are the same. Japan's a little different. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not, kind of fluctuates. There are still occasionally some of those lotteries going on, but they're not that frequent anymore. And so it kind of depends on the week. Sometimes it's easy to get one, sometimes it's not. But the point is that we've never seen this before with a system selling well that you could just go and buy. You just walk in and buy one. Like that's usually not the case, right? For the big metric to tell a system is selling well is that you can't, right? It's sold out. FOMO. Can't get one. But I want to note something here that doesn't get talked about when people talk about that point. Outside of the fact that Furukawa literally said last year this was the plan. I didn't believe he was going to do it. I didn't believe. I remember right on the podcast that he's not going to do that. He's just talking a big talk. They're not going to do that. They're not going to flood the market because that's so risky. That's so risky. If it floods, discount bins,
Listen, I want to add one more thing to that because I love that you're making this point. I was going to make the same point about like people measuring it by the inventory that's available at stores. But keep in mind, we had rumors before Switch 2 was officially announced that Switch 2's reveal was being delayed due to Nintendo wanting to make sure, one of the core reasons was wanting to make sure that they had enough inventory in place to make sure that everyone who wanted a Switch 2 would get one. And that was later reinforced by Nintendo themselves. So this is something that predates Switch 2's reveal that Nintendo was planning this.
Yeah.
Rumors were already swirling about it.
It's well before January. Yep.
And you can't use like, oh, there's inventory in stores as a metric without, first off, you shouldn't be making any argument about how the Switch is selling without data, without any sort of data.
Yeah.
But
the only metric, okay, that I think this is a fair argument, and I'll say this. Well, it's only the fastest selling because the other systems were sold out. Sure, that's fair. Fair. How well would a PS5 sold throughout 2021 if it wasn't supply constrained? You're right. That's a fair question. It's super fair. And guess what? That's on Sony because they didn't plan ahead like Nintendo did to have enough units to actually sell through. I know COVID was a big deal. They could have delayed it. No one's saying they had to launch it. It's not like their launch lineup was fantastic. They could have waited. They could have pushed it back a year, had way more stock, and gotten through it. So I even see someone say it's not on Sony. It's not on Sony. It's on COVID. Look. COVID was happening to everyone, right? Nintendo ran out of Switches, even Switch Lites in 2020. They sold out. Guess how many units Nintendo sold that fiscal year? 28 million. Almost all of those units were produced that fiscal year. Sony couldn't produce that many units. Why? They never secured enough manufacturing for it because they didn't plan for it. Now, you can't plan for COVID. I get that. Nintendo didn't either. Nintendo just happened to already have the lines that they could ramp up a little bit extra. But the point is that it's not just PlayStation 5. What about PlayStation 4? Same thing happened then. It was sold out. Same thing with PlayStation 3, although PlayStation 3 didn't stay sold out because it kind of didn't have a good launch. But the point is like all the best-selling systems, the fastest-selling before Switch 2, were supply constrained. All of them. Every single one. So, yes, Switch 2 is probably only the fastest-selling because it's the only one that's not supply constrained. Now, let me bring this back. Here's the thing. That's a business strategy. Supply constraints are often intentional. Why? FOMO. Things being sold out create demand. Nintendo's actually famous for this. Some interviews suggested Nintendo intentionally weren't making enough Wiis back in the day to keep it sold out. Why? Creates demand. Everyone wants a thing they can't get. It's artificial scarcity. It is absolutely a business strategy that has been employed by many companies. Artificial scarcity creates demand. And sometimes it's not even by them. Sometimes they actually made the units. You know who creates the scarcity? The retailers. They don't put them all out on the shelf. They let it sell out on the shelf. They'll restock it in a couple days. Why? Creates a scarcity. Keeps you coming back. You keep coming back to the store to buy the 5 units they put out in a couple days. They might have been in the back the whole time. But they want you coming back to the store. Because the more times you come to the store, the more times you're going to buy other stuff. This is absolutely a business strategy. This is actually well known. And
Foot
I know
traffic.
People, and
It's
I
been
know
well
people
known for decades.
talk about it's illegal to create artificial scarcity, right? That's what Kong Dog said in the chat. It doesn't matter. Lots of things are illegal. Guess what? Companies do it anyways. Prove it in the court of law. You're not going to be able to prove it. Yep. You literally won't be able to prove it. If Nintendo is holding units in China in a warehouse that they're refusing to send to the US, China's laws are not the US laws. You can't prove it. That's what these companies do. A lot of them do it. So here's the thing. Nintendo used to get yelled at a lot for this artificial scarcity. Because out of nowhere, what would happen is after like 6 months, suddenly Nintendo floods the shelves and they have all these units. Those units didn't just come out of thin air. They had them manufactured before then. They just decided now we're gonna come to the market. Now we're gonna make it easier to buy. Whether it's due to the second holiday season they hit or whatever, right? They decide now's when we're gonna bring all the units out. Yeah, it does take time to ramp up manufacturing. That is a fact. But you don't just magically have 6 million units ready 1 week. But 2 months ago you had nothing. That's just not how that works. So they've been accused of this in the past. Obviously never been statistically proven or factually proven because companies are too good. You're not going to catch them, especially companies that are worldwide. That said, now Nintendo's doing the opposite. They decided we're going to delay our platform so we can have the most units anyone's ever had. And we're not going to hold back. We're going to keep sending them. As long as retailers keep ordering, we're going to keep fulfilling the orders. We're going to keep sending. Because got to remember, yes, they make an initial batch. All the units they make are based on orders from retail. Okay. The units you see on the shelf, Nintendo already made that money. But they need those units to sell. So the retailer orders the next batch and the next batch and the next batch. And the retailers are still ordering those batches. They're still happening. Why? Well, all these units are on the shelf. They're not selling. What do you mean they're not selling? We're about to find out it's sold north of 9 million, which means in the last fiscal quarter, it sold over 3 million units. But if it's not selling, then how the hell did they move over 3 million units the last 3 months? Obviously, it's selling. Just because you see units on the shelf doesn't mean those are the same units from 4 days ago. Restocks, they're a thing. Companies keeping stock in the back, not putting it all out on the shelf. It's a thing. I know this. I used to work at Kmart back when that was a thing. I was there for the Xbox 360 launch. We had 50 units of the Xbox 360. You know how many we had out on the store shelf? 5. We weren't allowed to put more on the shelf till all 5 sold. Now, is that artificial scarcity? No, we're not refusing to sell the units. We're just not going to make people aware we have them until the 5 on the shelf are gone. Retail does this all the time. It's not illegal, by the way, because they're not refusing. Like if a customer, if it's sold out and a customer asks you if you have some, you have to say yes. And you have to sell it to them. But customers will assume you're sold out when they don't see it on the shelf. This is a very common strategy. And this happened back at Kmart. I know what happened at Walmart because I worked there for a little bit as well. At my local Walmart, there was something we did with consoles as well. Did it with not just consoles. We actually did it with quite a few products. You'd be surprised how many products they still have in the back when the shelf is empty. All you got to do is ask. It's not against the law. There's not a law that says they have to keep the shelf stocked. They just can't lie to you if you ask if they have some in the back. You'll see this in electronics all the time. You'll ask, hey, do you have any in the back? They go to the back and walk right back up with one. But yeah, they do. It's just not on the shelf right now. So this is like a strategy that get used all the time. So I bring this up from my own experience because the bottom line is, yes, we do not know that Switch 2 would be the fastest selling console ever if PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4, those two in particular, had enough stock that you could readily walk in after like a week and buy a system. You're right. It could have sold faster, especially during COVID. If they somehow were able to produce like 50 million in year one, they might have sold all 50 million. I have no idea. But they didn't. And setting aside COVID, PlayStation 4 didn't have the same excuse. It just didn't. Didn't have the same excuse. They had their own projections, and either their projections were way off, or they intentionally didn't want to produce too many, which is very, very common. Like we talk about artificial scarcity. Artificial scarcity doesn't have to literally be you have units sitting in a warehouse. It could be, and I'll actually tell you this, Nintendo said this out loud. Then when Nintendo gave the 15 million projection for this fiscal year, they were asked, well, what if demand's higher than that? Because analysts were all projecting 18, 20, 25 million sales, right? What did Furukawa say? He said out loud, we have the ability to ramp up production to 20 mil. Meaning, it's not artificial scarcity. It's just choosing to not make more. That's not illegal to choose to not make more. So Nintendo was planning to make 15 million. I think they've ramped up. They've issued multiple apologies, one in the United States, 2 in Japan, for failing to meet demand. And the one in Japan, the most recent one, was just like 2 months ago, not launch, 2 months ago. Meaning they probably have ramped up. They've probably realized we're going to go over 15. It's happening. We got to ramp up. Maybe they're ramping to the full 20. Maybe they somehow can ramp even higher. I don't know, because they're still making Switch 1s. So that takes up some of the lines. So maybe they can't go higher than 20 right now, but maybe they can in year 2. But the point I'm kind of making here is that all of this is really irrelevant. Nintendo made a choice that no other company's ever made, and that is that we're going to overstock the shelves. I shouldn't say no other company. There's been companies that have done this, and this is why companies don't do it. There's been companies that just think back about some of the most highly failed products on the market ever that were super hyped going in. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of failed products that have put companies out of business. They had millions and millions and millions ready to go. The demand sounded, everything was sounding good. All the reviews were great, and then nobody bought it. It's a risk when you put all those units up. What if nobody bought Switch 2? If no one was buying Switch 2, it would already be discounted right now. The way it's being talked about how easy it is to get a Switch 2 and how the sales are tanking. If that was true, it would be in discount bins today. Because retailers wouldn't be ordering anymore, and they would be saying, we got to get these fucking things out of our store because no one wants them. They would be discounted heavily, and they would stop ordering more of them, and it would be a dead product. But that's not what's happening. They're ordering more. So let this sink in. Yeah, we don't know what the potential sales of PS5 and PS4 could have been if they did what Nintendo's doing, or even if they had the ability to do it. If you want to argue because of COVID, fine. They didn't have the ability, but if they did, we don't know what they would have sold. What we do know is it doesn't matter if we use the moniker fastest selling system of all time. What matters is Nintendo said they're selling 15 million this fiscal year. That's what they told investors. That's what they told players, what they told everyone. And they are clearly on pace to sell at least 15 million. At least. They are on pace to meet or exceed their projections. That is factually a good thing. There's no negative spin to sales for a company to meet or exceed their projections. The only negative spin you could throw out there is bullshit. It's conjecture. It's anecdotal with no facts. Outside of, oh, it's on a shelf, so no one's buying it. All right. Unless you work at the store and you went and you put a little sticker on every single one in there, and you came back a week later and all those same boxes with your sticker were there, fine. You could tell me no one bought any that week. That's not what's happening. In fact, I'll go a step further. I know a few people that work in, I don't want to say corporate. It's below corporate at Walmart and Target and Best Buy, but it's kind of regional, like multiple stores under their wing. They've gone into the systems. These are stores that exist in Wisconsin and Minnesota. I can't talk about anywhere else. I can only talk about what I have access to from my friends. Dude, they're selling. They're selling every week. Not selling out, but they're selling. They're moving units. Like, they're very pleased with how quickly they're moving off shelves, and we're not even to holiday. Like, they have more shipments and more shipments coming in. Why? It's selling. And now they want to ramp up for holidays because they're estimating a really, really huge amount selling during holidays. They're estimating this is going to be the number one selling electronic device on Black Friday. And it's not even going to be on sale. It's huge. So obviously those are estimates, but they're based on current numbers and what it's selling right now before the big games all come out. So yeah, I think that this is all very good. And all of it's going to be backed up by Nintendo the first week of November. So you don't just have to rely on Paul Gale. And then all of it's going to be backed up again by Nintendo the first week of February when they give the holiday numbers. And they up their projections from 15 million to whatever they think. Maybe they even up their projections this next fiscal meeting, but I think for sure post holidays, we're going to see them increase projections past 15. How far past? I don't know. That'll depend on how big holiday was. Was holiday 8 million? Was it 7 million? Was it 5? Was it 6? That'll all depend on how much they adjust their numbers for the year. But we're going to see an adjustment in February. And we got to remember, it's not done selling. February, there's going to be a direct. We just talked about Zelda 40th anniversary. There's going to be Pokemon. Gen 10's probably getting announced. That's going to get people hyped that want to buy Switch 2s. Oh, on top of that, there's games coming out. We talked about after that direct. Remember, Stash, when we were reacting to the direct, how packed spring is?
Yeah.
There's so many games coming out. It's insane.
It's insane.
Resident Evil 9 is literally Requiem's day one on Switch 2. And it looks good. Yeah. And there's Nintendo games coming.
And 7 and 8.
There's Yoshi, right? We have obviously we have Mario Tennis. And like we talk about how, you know, Galaxy 1 and 2 get in a push. When's the movie again?
April.
That's before the end of the fiscal year.
6th.
Wait, no. That's the month after. Wait.
6 days after.
Yeah, that's 6 days after. 6 days after. So never mind. That might actually help boost sales to begin the next fiscal year, to be clear. That might boost it then, because I think that's going to also boost demand for Mario. Like if there's any sort of Mario Tennis reference in there, that'll boost sales for Fever and stuff like that as well. So you know them. They're going to put all the references in there. They're going to put a Mario Kart World reference in, guys. I'm guaranteeing it. I'm not gonna put a fucking stamp in the ground. There's a Mario Kart World reference in the movie. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the UFO. You know, something. There's going to be some sort of Mario Kart World reference. Maybe it's the cow. You know, that went all memed before the game came out. It'll be something that's very clearly, if you know, that's Mario Kart World. It's gonna happen. Yeah. They had Mario Kart reference in the last movie, Rainbow Road and everything. They're gonna do it again. They're gonna reference all the games. Anything they want to sell, it's gonna be referenced. Galaxy, obviously, directly referenced. Rosalina, you think those amiibos are doing sales now? Just wait. just wait. Just wait till the movie comes out. That Rosalina amiibo, people are going to think $40, $50. That's a steal.
Yeah.
They're going to think it's a steal when that movie comes out. Everyone's going to want that amiibo.
They are.
So,
are you going to get one?
Right now, no. I do like that they're a little bigger. It kind of makes the price point feel more like you can stomach it a bit more because they're not the same. Like they're actually a little bigger. But it's still, I don't know, man. It's a little steep for me. It's still steep. Like the prices on Amiibo jumped up real quick, real fast. And I know not all of it's Nintendo's fault. There's tariffs and other things happening. But yeah, I'll put it this way. If I get a real nice tax return, which I'm a YouTuber, what's a tax return? But if I do, if I budgeted correctly, paid the right amount of taxes or paid too much, and I get a nice tax return, all right, I'll treat myself to the Amiibo.
I miss when they were $12.99.
I know, 15 at the most. How much was the giant Yarn Yoshi one? Wasn't that one like $40?
I
don't know.
Yeah, how much? Because that one felt like okay. You understand why that one's 40. It's like this big. How big was that? Yarn Yoshi big Amiibo launch price. I'm trying to remember. I feel like it was a $40 Amiibo. Yeah.
Still,
yeah, the Mega Yarn Yoshi Amiibo. It was
still perfectly intact.
Yeah, it was $40. So that's what we used to get for $40.
Dude, you have so much discipline, Stash, because the number of times I've told myself I'm not going to open like a certain collector's item, and then I just like have to like I just have to touch it. I'm like, I have to experience it, like the item.
Yeah,
like
when I stuff.
Like when I got the Fire Emblem collector's edition that comes with like that crystal clear NES cartridge.
Yeah, I have it up.
Have you opened it?
The YouTube 100K? No.
Yeah, see, I held off for like a month, and then the thought of not holding the crystal cartridge and like seeing it in person really bothered me, and I like had to. And then I was sad that I opened it, but at the same time, beautiful, dude. It is beautiful. It has a stand too. I put it back in the box. I've never like displayed it. I didn't want it to collect dust or anything like that.
Yeah, but
it's beautiful. It's definitely something that like I've thought about, like, oh man, I should bust it out and just look at it. You know, like the One Ring, like the My Precious type feeling. Yeah,
totally is. Did you guys get any of those Amiibo that were on sale at GameStop last week? They had like 20, 25, 30 Amiibos.
Nope.
On sale for $5.99.
Oh wow,
cool.
That's a steal.
$5.99. Stupid. Yeah.
Make it rain Amiibo. I mean, that's not money, guys. I'm not making it rain money. I'm making it rain Amiibo at that price.
Like I got I got a bunch, but this one I didn't realize this glows in the dark.
Oh yeah.
It
glows in the dark. Yep, used to have that one.
I have like 6 Home Depot boxes packed full of sealed Amiibos.
You guys know the standard Home Depot box size, right?
It's
been standardized for a while.
It's that medium box size, and I don't know I haven't looked in there in years. I mean, I'm talking. Obviously, I was collecting them during the Wii U era.
Yeah, same here.
So I don't even remember what's in there.
I was trying to catch them all. Me and my buddy
So
were
was I.
trying to catch them all when Smash came out, and they were like doing the whole line. And then, dude, I was like really into it. I was like racing to the stores to get all of them.
Same.
And then, but I dropped off. I don't know when I dropped
dropping like 3 to 4 for every game that came out, and it's like, okay,
yeah,
it's getting a little, even at $12 a pop, it's getting a little much to try to keep up. And then some were like Japanese only, so then you had to import them, and you're like, okay, like at some point. By the way, I'm sure there's people out there that have the complete collection, and that's awesome. I'm really happy for you. I don't. To be fair, I did have a lot. But I went through financial strife in 2019 and had to sell like all my gaming stuff. So, okay, let's get to the super chats because it's already pretty late here. H-Bomb says, congrats on the 200K. Going over to stash there. We need a Twilight Princess remake that looks like a 4K version of the Zelda Wii U demo. God, that would be so good.
Yeah,
I don't know if it'll ever happen.
Also, do you see H-Mon's his logo?
Yeah.
Clippy.
Do you know about
great.
the Clippy movement right now?
No, what's going on?
Okay, I won't go too detailed on it, but look up. I just type Clippy and Lewis Rossman. It's actually a movement. It's a really huge movement happening right now, fighting against for. I won't get into it. It's a whole like right to repair thing and stuff.
Clippy Gate.
Yeah, it's. We'll see if anything comes from it, but yeah, you have to watch that. Watch that
Okay.
sometime. But yeah, I think you're gonna like a lot of what he said. He's also a really logical person, and yeah,
cool.
Just watch that video sometime, and you'll understand why. There's actually a number of people you're gonna see with Clippy, like Ham Starry in my chat. He's got Clippy as well. I've seen it. It's all over YouTube. It's crazy right now. True Dude, Galaxy tomorrow, or available already right now. It's already tomorrow.
Right now.
Yeah, it's already available.
I have it.
Not me. Don't care. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say that. I'll wake up tomorrow or today, and it'll be in my inbox from Nintendo. I threw it on the list with Nintendo. If they want to send me a copy, they'll send me a copy, but we'll see.
I was going to say, I'll use this as an opportunity then to say thank you to Nintendo of America for providing me codes for Galaxy 1 and 2 for review. Thank you.
I can't say that because I haven't been provided jack shit yet, but I might wake up in the morning to an email. It happens sometimes.
So I figure might as well say it while I'm live since I don't go live like you go live every day.
Yeah. Bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL hits, of course.
Hell yeah.
And Slugfest.
Slugfest, yeah. I can't forget about Slugfest. That was great.
Yeah.
Demonic Brawler. Anyone else excited to try out Absolem next week?
Yeah. We all are. Game Bird.
Yep.
You're excited.
Absolutely.
What is it? How much is the game? $24.99, I think.
I think so.
Look, I'm excited for it, but I don't know where I'm going to find the time. I'm already just completely gridlocked as it is. So I don't know. I'm excited to see how it does. I don't know that I'll go hands-on with it right when it comes out because of time, but I am excited for the game because it looks very cool, and I just hope it reviews well. People like it. It's nice to see, right? I knew a game like that. Are you guys gonna get it? Game Bird, are you gonna play it?
Yep, absolutely.
Good.
I mean, look, he's got the Cobra Kai shirt on. I feel like I have to buy it now.
Yeah, Cobra Kai, never die.
Yeah, that's
Never
right.
die.
Never die. All right, let's at the backlog. Shout out front of the channel. Says amazing group of people. Hope you're all good, enjoying the show, and massive congratulations to Stash. Super well deserved. Absolutely well
Thanks,
deserved.
brother. Did you see what happened to him?
Yeah, I saw it. He's posted it on X. I was like, oh, dude,
he broke. Or what did he do? He didn't say if he broke something, but
something to his wrist or something. He can't even hold a Switch 2 right now.
He's in a sling.
It's like ruining his vacation, of course.
This
which
sucks.
Like it happened. It was an accident. Yeah. I'll read off exactly what he posted, guys. So you just know what we're talking about. Here, I'll even show the picture. It's public, so I think it's important since he super chatted. You guys see what's going on with our friend Attack the Backlog.
Absolutely.
So today was going to be playing more Chrono Cross. Instead, it became
Chronos.
Chronos. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
My
you're
bad.
good. It's late. It's late.
My brain's jump into things. Instead, it became a walk in the Panamanian forest, take a fall, and then end up in a hospital with a wristband for an arm support day. Can't even hold my Switch 2, complete shambles. And so he doesn't have his whole hand in here, but obviously something's going on down there, and he can't even hold the Switch 2. So that sucks.
Yeah. That stinks, man.
Hopefully
ATB is an awesome dude. Hoping he starts to heal quickly from this one.
Because he's floating on painkillers and watching the podcast. So yeah, man. Must hurt a lot if you're on the painkillers, man. That sucks. Sucks, man. Hopefully you're right as a rainbow in like a week. We'll see. The Mono Brawler says Thundertrash Gaming, you are a real gamer. That's right. Real gamer with true thoughts and good opinions, not a clickbaiter. No offense, Nate. Thanks. Now the audience is coming after me. It is what it is. It's in the intro to the show, right? So
funny.
Or a hater just trying to get views. All about preserving games. We love it. Oh God, yeah.
Thank you.
I know. Stash definitely makes me look like a fraud. I'll say that. Well, hey, look. To be fair, I got 3 kids. I have so much less time to game than everyone else on this show.
That's true.
Although I give Eric shit all the time. He talks about how I have no time to game. I'm like, motherfucker, I've been around you. You forget I know you, Eric? I'm going to call you out right now. I've watched you put 1,000+ hours in Phone Destroyer on your phone. The South Park game.
That's not real.
Don't tell me you ain't got time to game. You're just choosing to be on your phone. Do I need to grab your phone and look at all the memes and all the videos you're watching when you could have been gaming? I'm just saying.
Eric does.
Time.
He does send a lot of Instagram links to the group chat.
I'm telling you right now, if you got time to do that, you got time. Do you see me sending people a bunch of links and memes all the time? No, I ain't got fucking time.
Dude, that Pokemon one he sent was so funny.
Hilarious. He does send some really funny ones. I gotta give him credit. They are hilarious. But it's like, come on, Eric. I'm the one that doesn't have time. I work more hours than you do and raise 3 children. You just work. You got time. You got time. You know those 3 hours you struggle to fall asleep, which really sucks. Switch 2, baby.
Switch it up.
Get it out.
Switcheroo, dude. Switcherino.
So I just have to give him a shit. Guys, he's not missing the show like for any I just don't want to be here. No, I actually had to tell him not to be here for medical reasons. He was going to come, and I said no. He's got to take care of himself. Flipping the switch. I just want to say that there's some weird attacks on Nintendo Championship NES right now. Why? It has full games of Super Mario Bros. And Donkey Kong on cart, full World 1 of Mario 3, first dungeons of both Zeldas. Great game. Why would there be any hate on that game right now? Isn't it a little late to be hating on a game from a year ago?
I don't know, but you guys know
never too late for these people.
I had a blast with that game. Like I loved it.
Look, I didn't buy it, which is fine. It just didn't feel worth it to me, and that's okay. But I just don't. Why hate on it?
I 100%ed it.
I don't.
I got the highest
People
marks
weird,
on
man.
every single mission. That's how much I liked it.
People just ran out of negative things to say about Nintendo, so now they got to go back in time and just start grabbing random shit. Like, look, hey guys, I'll say something negative. Princess Peach Showtime is a scam and not worth $60. Cool, but if you bought it and enjoyed it, I'm happy for you. I didn't. I wasted $60 on it, and it was not worth it. But okay, does that matter? Does it even matter? Who cares, right? Tomato Brawler, who all is ready to drop 100 and to have a constant info red headache in the name of nostalgia Virtual Boy NSO. Oh,
I mean,
that would be hilarious. By the way, it'd be incredible as well if the day the Virtual Boy stuff launches, like the podcast that we have, it's just nothing but $100 super chats just over and over, just making everything red in honor of Virtual Boy. That would be so insane, especially because it's $100 to buy the Virtual Boy accessory.
it would be.
That'd be hilarious.
Hey, there's a release date for it, right?
Yeah, what day is that? I don't even know. I'm not buying it, so I don't know.
Well, to my knowledge, they didn't announce a release date.
So what is it? I mean, I might buy the cardboard.
But I got an email from them. Huh?
They didn't in the direct, at least. There was
Okay,
no
yeah.
release
So
date in the direct.
I got an email yesterday, and saying, "Hey, you're gonna build like this is the product page and something," and to like sign up for the mailing, like sign up to basically get
February
notified
17th.
early.
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I have a screenshot. I made sure to screenshot it because I'm like, they haven't announced this.
Yeah, it's on their official website right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, February 17th. Cool.
I will 100% be buying that. I am very excited.
Buy the cardboard. I want the actual things. I never owned a Virtual Boy, so I kind of just want it.
Neither did I.
But guys, I'm broke. I'm just gonna be honest. I look at that $100 and I'm like, okay, I've already played these Virtual Boy games. I'm not going to enjoy the games themselves. I'm just buying it for nostalgia or just because I never had the original. I don't know, man. I could put that money towards one of the copious amount of video games coming out in February. But that's me. I have children that eat up $4,000 a month. So
yeah,
but who knows? I say that. Maybe I'm one of these rich YouTubers at that time. And I'm rolling in it, pushing $50,000 a month into my bank, which means $40,000 in taxes. I mean, maybe not 40, but it's going to be north of 30. Yeah, you're careful with those taxes on that stuff. Devon Brawler, wait a minute. Gamer Class, are you suggesting that Nintendo makes a new 2D Souls-like official Metroid game? Yes, I'm down.
Hell yeah.
I think everyone would be down with that, to be completely honest, if that actually existed.
I mean, I don't think so. I think people would be pretty excited about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think down as in like down for it, like want it, excited.
No, you said they'd be down, like upset about it.
Oh, because he said that he would be down for it.
Yeah, that means you'd be sad. I think people would be excited.
No. Do you not know that terminology? Down for it?
What?
Are you just fucking with me?
I'm fucking with you.
Hey, Jesus Christ, it's from my generation. I'm generation. How the fuck do you not know what I'm down with it means? God damn it.
Dude, I used to do that all the time. Never someone would text like I'm down. Like, what's wrong?
Fucker. God damn it. I'm like, please tell me he's fucking with me, because if he's not,
that'd be crazy if I didn't know.
I don't want to have to explain this to you. It's our generation.
That'd be like Encino Man crazy right there.
Oh man. Demonic Brawler. Also, 2D Metroid is good, but Prime is beyond great. Oh, look at that. See what you did there.
Yeah.
You're pulling a stash. So ready for the Lego Dark Knight game. I think we
hell yeah, baby.
Yes.
That game looks so good. I don't buy all the games, but
Batman fan right here.
That one looks incredible.
Speaking of Lego, obviously, you know, the Switch 2 Lego leak from that show.
Yeah.
So I don't know about you guys, but so I already own own a couple of them.
Okay.
So I didn't have Lego City Undercover. So I had it on Wii U.
Yep.
I picked that up, and I picked up Lego Jurassic World. I got it on eBay.
Okay.
For $14.
Yep.
With free shipping. It's $39.99 on the eShop. So kind of a steal. And then I had the other ones already.
Yep.
So just preparing for that eventual Switch 2 upgrade.
Hell yeah.
Hopefully it's free, but $10 would be cool too.
Professor Rock, not great at Metroidvanias, but really enjoying Ori. Just started the first one. Excited to try Ori 2 soon. Love the podcast. Keep it going. Thanks, man.
Great
game.
You can be good at Metroidvanias. You just have to understand how to excel at them, which is like, hey, if you find an area that you see a door that you can't open, or you see a platform that you can't access, literally open up your map and take a screenshot in the game, or take a screenshot on your phone and just put a little marking like, hey, basically I need to return to this area. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown built in a system for this to where you can actually absolutely brilliant. Every Metroidvania from now on should do this. It's not copyrighted or whatever. Every Metroidvania should do this because people would enjoy them more.
Yeah. I'm beyond excited for Prime 4. I see what you're doing, Demonic Brawler, over and over and over again. Another one from him. I am a gamer who prefers third person. I hardly get motion sickness, though. Honestly, it's the overall gaming experience. I just want to see my character. You're not the only person that feels that way. And hey, Resident Evil Requiem gives you that option. Third person or first person. Just throwing that out there as a game that serves both audiences. Why have character customizations you can't see? If it's a multiplayer game, it's because other people can see it. It's a single player game. I have no idea then. I have no clue because you might see your character in the menu screen or something. I don't know. It is interesting how you have character customizations in first person games that you never see yourself. Maybe there's a mirror. Shiny surfaces in the game. You want to look badass when you look in the mirror. Professor Rock, this might be late, but thoughts on Virtual Boy being locked to hardware, but bundled with your NSO membership. So I think they should have made them playable without it. People have been emulating this stuff for decades. They can be played without it. There's no real reason other than pushing sales of hardware. Now I will say that, yeah, using the Virtual Boy accessory or the cardboard is going to give you an experience because of the lens very similar to what it was back in the 90s. And so that's a thing, but they could have provided that as an option and still let you play it without it. It just wouldn't be what the original experience was, but it'd still be a playable game. So I don't like it. I mean, I think they're just doing it to sell hardware, but I'm also going to be completely honest here. The Virtual Boy games are bad. So does it really matter? They're not good games.
Wario.
Even that one's not good. You don't
like Wario Land?
It's just okay. Can play any other Wario Land game, then play that one. It's a bad game.
I think it's good. Okay. Mario Tennis is good too.
Yeah.
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 I think the ones that were on the system surrounding it were so much better than these are just like demos, basically. But yeah, sure. Some people might like it. I don't know. They literally are just like every single game's like a tech demo for that IP. That's what it felt like. I haven't played every single one. I did play Wario Land. I did play tennis. Because it wasn't my Virtual Boy, it was somebody else's. But anyway, the point is that most of the games aren't very good. So I just don't think it matters. People aren't really gonna. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I don't think a year from now people are just gonna be regularly playing Virtual Boy. I just don't.
What about
anything?
What if Waterworld comes out? What if they find a way to get the license to get Waterworld?
Well, I mean,
on
NSO. Then I might have to spend the $100 so I can. But that's the question though. Is should we have to buy the hardware even though it's been readily emulated and available on PC forever without the hardware? Personally, I think they should have just made it playable without the hardware because it's part of a subservice. But we don't get to make those decisions. I don't think anyone. I don't think Stash or Gamebird would disagree with that. It should probably be playable without the hardware. We've already proven via emulation these games can all be played without it. Now, again, it won't be the original experience, but that should be optional. It's kind of like when they put CRT filters on NES and SNES and all. That's cool. It's still not the same as playing it on a CRT. You know what I mean?
It's hard to believe Virtual Boy is 30 years old, you know?
Yeah,
God.
Try not to say that out loud.
Crazy.
I said decades, and I wanted to leave it at that. I didn't want to say exact. Oh, it's so long ago. All right, Demonic Brawler. Let's go streaking. Thank you so much. That's why I drink the beer, I think. Yep, it's gone. Let's see here. MP4 will sell 5 million more with online multiplayer. We'll see. I mean, Prime 2 had it, but GameCube wasn't selling well at the time. So we'll see. Most people don't even remember that Prime 2 had multiplayer. It wasn't great multiplayer. But we'll see. This game's been in development a long time. I'm very curious what they've done. If they have multiplayer, if they don't, okay, what they do with the game, the world. Is it open world? Is it just open zone? Very curious. Shiny Metroid Trainer. I keep hearing Prime 1 through 3 don't have air dashing. But fun fact, they do if you target enemies and double tap the jump button while moving in a direction you air dash. I do it all the time. If I remember correctly, and I think AndresRestart was addressing him in the chat when this came up. It does have air dashing, but I think it's only sideways air dashing. I don't think you can air dash forward. I could be wrong. Been a bit, but I'm pretty sure you can only do the side to side air dashing. In Prime 4, there's a moment in one of the trailers that looks like you can do forward air dashing. But I could be misremembering. It's not something I used a lot, but it was like a popular technique with like really good players on Prime 1 through 3 to like do dodging and stuff. I never cared to play it at that proficiency, but I do know that I did do it. I just don't remember being forward. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. The original Radical Jimzo did a member chat said, "Yo, I'm radical now that I've got my new phone." Congrats on the new phone, man. It's always exciting to get a new piece of tech. Jorge FT was wondering if you believe that the first Prime 4 trailer in the June 2024 Direct didn't make as much impact outside of Prime fans. I absolutely do not think the Prime 4 trailer in 2024 made an impact outside of Prime fans. What about you guys?
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, that first trailer felt very much we're just trying to show you that it is Metroid Prime. Reassure you that you are making a Prime game.
Yeah, and that it's coming along.
Yeah.
And here's proof.
Yeah. Felt very pointed at Prime fans, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But
me either.
Next up we have Legend of Baresh or Bahash, or however you pronounce it. Multiple directs and treehouses showing it. The desert was just a backdrop to show off Viola, just like DK. We will have an amazing direct eventually. Metro Prime 4 will do fine. No worries. Good. I mean, I'm always going to be concerned when I hear 100 million budget in Metroid. It just doesn't, like, it's never done the sales to justify such a budget. So we'll see. I literally want it to sell well if it's good. I always have to like put this caveat. I don't know. Like, I think Prime 4 is going to be great. But I can't say I know that. Even if I had played the demo like Stash, great demo, doesn't mean it's going to be a great game. I just am going off the cachet of retro and what the prior Prime games were like and what we're seeing in trailers. It looks like it's going to be great. But if the game is great, yes, I really hope it sells really well. Because it would suck if it's not great and then it still sells well, because then we're just going to get more bad games. I don't want it to be bad. And the thing is, Prime has a very high bar. 90 plus is the expectation for reviews on Prime. So it's a very high bar. So we'll see. Okay, I'm talking about a high bar with reviews. It's even higher with the fans.
Yeah.
Demonic Brawler, but Master Chief is a hot chick. What is Master Chief now?
She'd definitely be boner of the month.
I love Tommy Boy so much. Such a good movie.
I know. So quotable.
And you know, I put that one as like, that's so inappropriate. I'm like, dude, anyone that knows about Tommy, it don't matter. It don't matter. It's a classic quote.
Movies from that era, you know, like the Tommy Boy, Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, just there's so much quotable stuff back then.
Yeah. what was the quote that led to? Oh yeah, no, he asked where that lady was from in Dumb and Dumber, and she says Austria, and he goes, "Good day, mate."
Yeah.
The shrimp on the bar. I'm like,
And
Australia, this is great.
kick his ass, sea bass.
See that?
I've literally that's never left my vocabulary. I think I've quoted that since the movie came out.
Dude, I've said kick his ass sea bass every week for so
Yeah.
long.
Like I think Michaela, when I took her out, for her birthday dinner last weekend,
Yeah.
and she said to me that she thought she was gonna order the sea bass, and like all I'm thinking in my head is kick his ass, sea bass. Like I shouldn't be thinking of this. This movie came out over 30 years ago.
It's so good. It's
I
all time.
know.
I'm watching that shit till the day I die. It's so
It's
good.
so good.
Demonic Brawler. Will Ocarina of Time remake build enough sales to convince Nintendo to remake Majora's Mask? Kind of like they did with Super Mario RPG and 1,000 Year Door. I don't think Super Mario RPG convinced them to do 1,000 Year Door. Those released within a year of each other. That was already decided before Mario RPG came out. Gosh, I think it's a tough one. If it's a from the ground up remake, I would say they haven't made the decision to do that to Majora's Mask yet, because Majora's Mask isn't as popular as Ocarina of Time. And it's probably expensive to do a from the ground up remake. That said, I will say if Ocarina of Time somehow does like 10 million plus, they might go, okay, yeah, we should probably do it to Majora's Mask too.
Okay. I'm gonna say 100%.
There you go.
They will use that engine.
Yeah.
Again.
I mean, the engine will be made. Got to remember that Majora's Mask is a lot of reused assets.
Exactly. It's the same engine on 64.
There are some unique ones, but like, it's a lot of reused stuff. So like, if they already put in the work for Ocarina of Time, it is much easier to do Majora's Mask.
I'll even take it a step further. You didn't even ask this, but you mentioned it. I think we're gonna get Super Mario RPG too.
There we go. So it has been spoken. Stash tends to be right. Sometimes it takes a year before we find out, but
And it's gonna be a special day when that's announced.
and the more that he's right and the more that I'm wrong about everything, the more I wonder if that's just my role on this podcast. Just to be wrong all the time. Really works well for my credibility as a news reporter to just be wrong all the time. Granted, we're talking about predictions and opinions. It's not that big a deal. It's not relevant to reporting news.
No,
it just means that maybe I'm not good at analyzing news. That's all that means.
I mean, you're great at delivering the news, though. Consistent.
I think people watch now just to see how wrong my opinions are, so they could roast me in a live stream. They're just waiting to roast me over everything I've ever been wrong about. With the man 07 for the 40th anniversary, do you think we could get Ocarina of Time Master Quest on GameCube NSO, or maybe even an N64? Well, it won't be Master Quest on N64 because they never really released it on N64. They released it as a disc on GameCube, and then there's obviously the Master Quest in the 3D version, but that's not the same Master Quest. Yeah, I think it's possible. I don't know. I mean, look, it's never really been sold individually. It was a pre-order bonus with Wind Waker. I think it'd be a nice little addition to GameCube NSO because a lot of people haven't played that version.
Still the best pre-order bonus, in my opinion, ever.
One of the greatest. I mean, we say that. It is something, by the way, I think that people should have just been able to buy. Like, very limited. It feels weird that it was so limited, but also it made you feel badass if you got it. And, oh, I had it.
Well, it's just like the Zelda Collector's Edition. They didn't sell that individually either. That was a pack-in with the GameCube. And so if you're like a day one adopter like we were, and you see that a few years down the line, if you buy a new GameCube, you can get this Zelda Collector's Edition that has Zelda 1, 2, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask on it.
Oh, wow.
But you can't buy it. It's like, that sucks.
The Legend of Zelda 40 Swords NSO, like Mario 35. Sure.
That'd be chaos.
Sure. Let's do it. The original Radical Jimzo. I've had no cell phone for 22 days, but I finally received my new one. Been lurking and observing the streams. Anyone excited for Persona 3 Reload?
I am.
I am. Again, it's the time. Like I'm gonna be rooting for it. I got a bunch of games. I have games lined up till the end of the year.
All right.
And it's heavy. However, I'm gonna be watching from the sidelines, and I hope it does really well because I do want to play it on Switch too. Gamebird, are you gonna pick it up?
Absolutely. I'm a huge Persona fan. The big one for me though, my favorite Persona game is 4. And that one's confirmed for Switch. So that's the big one for me.
Yeah.
Love
All right.
Persona 4.
So we just kind of talked about this. We can get Gamebird's thoughts. After Ocarina of Time remake, could we get a Majora's Mask remake? What do you think, Gamebird?
It feels like a pipe dream for me, but I mean, crazier things have happened. I'm not gonna man, I'm not gonna commit to saying I think we will, but I certainly hope it's something that we see at some point in time.
Yeah, a point that was
truly special.
When Stash and I talked about it, a point that was brought up is that like Majora's Mask is mostly just reused assets. So if they already did it, the assets with Ocarina of Time, it's actually pretty cheap to make Majora's Mask.
I do wonder, and I don't know how much sense this would make, but you know, Aonuma's getting up there. You know, it's only a matter of time before he fully hands the baton off and, you know, takes a at the very least a much bigger backseat than he is now. It would be kind of cool if you know, obviously we get Ocarina of Time remake, then we get the next mainline Zelda, and then like the dude's gonna be pretty damn old at this point. What if like his final swan song was coming full circle with a Majora's Mask remake, you know? And that kind of brings things full circle because that was his big, you know, that was a huge moment for him in Zelda.
Was.
All right. Shiny Metroid Trainer. I like having Z targeting in Ocarina of Time so I can use the infinite sword glitch. Yes. Very famous glitch in the game. The original Radical Jimzo. Is Eric Moore also a YouTuber? Because I don't know. I wouldn't say he's a YouTuber. No. He doesn't have his own channel. He just comes on the podcast and he does do all the podcast clips. Like he makes all the clips and puts them up on that channel. But no, I wouldn't. I don't think he would classify himself as a YouTuber. No. Podcaster. Yes. Dylan Milton. With the re-release of Super Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2, what is your favorite Super Mario Galaxy 2 moment or memory? Well, my favorite moment, look, Galaxy 2 is my favorite of the two. It's one of my favorite games of all time. But it's really that moment in, I forgot what level it was in the first Galaxy when the gravity shifts and your character flies upwards.
Yeah.
Walking upside down. That moment, I'll never forget. It's magic. I'm like, no one would think to do this, but today, sure, people think about doing it. At the time that the game came, no one had done anything like that. That was magical, and I'll always remember that. And it's from Galaxy 1. I forget what level. It's very early in the game when it happens, but it's not on the first one. Like the first one that you run around in the circle and you're hitting the thing and you go through the pipe. Like that's cool, but it was, you know, I just the whole game we're just gonna be running circles around planets. No, not always. That moment that it flips, the gravity flips, and you go upside down. I'm like, this is sick. That's just a magical moment to me. What about you guys?
I think for Galaxy 1, like obviously getting the game on launch day, taking it home, not knowing how the controls would translate right to the nunchuck and Wiimote, and playing it and being just like, dude, this is magic. This is amazing. This works perfectly. This feels like Mario. And I think the music, right? Like right when you start the game, at the Star Festival, the music, you're
you
just like,
took,
so yeah,
you just
so
took
good,
mine.
right?
You just took my no. I was gonna say
Hmm.
to me, Mario Galaxy 2 is the best 3D Mario game.
Yeah.
But my most fond memory is booting it up, and when you're running down that path and little star bites, and it's that beautiful skybox, and for the very first time in Nintendo history, you're hearing an orchestrated Mario soundtrack.
Yeah.
And so the feeling of that feeling of like awe
Yes.
is like, it's weird. Like I'm experiencing it right now just thinking about it. You know what I mean?
Too.
It's
So
that
good.
vivid.
Good Egg Galaxy as well. The
Mm.
soundtrack from Good Egg Galaxy is just
It's
it's
amazing.
my favorite one. Yeah.
Hamstar, he says, try looking up Returnal Metroid Samus Power Suit mod. So what third person Metroid to control like Returnal?
So Returnal.
Yeah, it's
on
a mod for
PS5.
Returnal. Returnal Metroid Samus Power Suit mod. Okay. I'll show it on screen here. Second, guys. All right, share the screen. Okay. So we'll hide the super chat here. All right. So this is a mod for Returnal. So let's see here. Well, let's go to the beginning. Okay. Right now it's first person. There we go. Going third person.
Oh, dude.
Cool.
That looks good.
Yeah. I mean, they had
Ooh.
Other M had some elements of this. But yeah. Obviously, visually this looks amazing, but I mean, it's PS5. We know how good Returnal looked on PS5. Cool. Let's see here. Not quite dead. I'm not quite dead yet. Oh my gosh. It just
What are you gonna do? Bleed on me?
God, I love Monty Python so much. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for the crazy amount of content lately, Stash. Hell yeah.
Thank you.
That's what he does. It comes in droves. If there's a long pause, it ain't because he ain't doing anything. He's got a lot cooking. And there's long pauses.
It's a lot.
Isengard Tom says, what's your guess for a dedicated Metroid Prime 4 direct date? It comes out December 4th, right? So my guess is Tuesday the 9th. Wait, no, sorry. Let me back up a bit. Tuesday the 11th. I think they will do it the week following Age of Imprisonment's release. But still a week before Kirby comes out because they're going to focus on Kirby week. They're going to focus on Kirby. No, we have a Kirby direct happening too at some point. But I think that'll be potentially this month. We'll see. What do you guys think?
Yeah, close to Imprisonment releasing. I'm not sure what date.
It'll be the same week,
but yeah, I maybe that same week.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be before the final. If it is the same week, it'll be before the launch trailer for Imprisonment. Well, Tuesday the 4th, maybe.
Yeah, I think Tuesday the 4th or the 11th. If they want to stick with that kind of 30-day build-up, I'd say the 4th. Otherwise, if they don't want to stick with that, logically the 11th makes a lot.
Because then
it's
between the two games that launch that month. So
yeah.
Okay. Spencer Scruggs, thoughts on newbies to Metroid? Where should we start? Prime 4, remaster, or something else? It's a good question. I mean, you can. So the way Metroid is set up, it's like Zelda. You could start with anything. Okay, there's not like you could start even with Prime 2 or 3 if you want. You'll get more out of it if you start with Prime 1. Prime 1 Remaster is a good place to start. Metroid Dread is, there's tons of people that played it as their only Metroid game, and they perfectly enjoyed it. There's a lot of options. I will note the thing with Prime 4 coming up is it also might be a good place to start. And I'll say this just like Breath of the Wild is a great place to start for Zelda. whatever Prime 4 is doing is what Metroid is moving forward if it's successful. So it's a great place to start. And you don't know this because you haven't played the first 3 games. Basically, what we've seen so far has kind of confirmed that this game is, I don't want to say separate from Prime 1 through 3, but like what happened in those games doesn't really matter for this game because the arc ended in 3. So 4 seems to be taking more after some cues from some of the side games they had, like Prime Hunters and stuff like that, which a lot of people didn't play. So 4 is probably going to end up being a really great starting point, as it could be potentially setting up a new trilogy of Prime games. And if it does well, how they built this with some of these open sandbox areas and stuff is going to be what it is moving forward, making it a great place to start for the future. I'm always a big believer you can just go all the way back and start at the beginning. You know, you can go back to the OG Metroid, work your way up. It's on NSO. But you know, if you want a more modern feel, it's obviously you go with Dread or Prime 4 coming up. I'd say Prime Remastered, but you'll be disappointed that 2 and 3 aren't out yet, aren't re-released yet.
They started at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, I've played all of them, so it's kind of like, you know, yeah, I feel like start at the beginning, but also I can understand that the way Metroid was made back then, like, it's good, but Dread fits more of the modern gaming.
We can give an alternative.
Yeah.
We can say start at Zero Mission for GBA because it's on NSO.
Yeah, it's on NSO, and Zero Mission is basically a remake of the first game. So
yeah,
I think it depends on your commitment level. If you want to play through the series, definitely start with Zero Mission. I'd say if you only want to play 1 to decide if you want to play 4, I would say Dread. I would recommend Dread, and the reason why is 2 reasons. 1, as far as right now goes, until we know we're getting an announcement, we don't have Prime 2 or 3. So I'd say it looks like Prime is going to be its own. Prime 4 is set to start up kind of its own trilogy. Yeah, start over and going to be a good starting place. And the cool thing about Dread is you're going to get to experience classic Metroid, kind of the gameplay of like how Metroid started in a modern engine, and then you're gonna get to make the jump and be like, man, I wonder what this plays like in a 3D. More first-person 3D plane, which is really cool. And you're gonna understand from the get-go playing a game like Dread, or again, if you wanted to go back from the beginning, start with Zero Mission, that this isn't like your average first-person shooter. This is a different kind of game. And all you have to do is take what you get in Zero Mission or Super Metroid or Fusion or Dread and just imagine this same concept, but in a first-person perspective. And you know exactly what you're going to get.
Yeah, it's really all about, are you trying to play everything? If that's the goal, yeah, start with like Zero Mission, work your way up through the series. But if you're just trying to see if you like it, I think going with one of the modern, like Dread, or if you want to just take the leap right into Prime 4, you can. You know, because if it's just I would say if you're just testing the waters, those are my 2 entry points. I would say to go for, like, because the thing is, I want to say Prime Remaster, but it's like because it's so good, but it's like, but you're not right now. There's no modern way to play the next ones at the moment. And I don't want, and the way Prime 1 ends, it really makes you want to play what's next. It really does. But you can't. So it's kind of like, yeah, go with 4 or Dread. If you want to play something right now, Dread for sure. But yeah. If you're planning to play all of them and you just want to know a good starting point, then I always say, yeah, go back to the beginning, work your way up. Again, NSO has so many. I think you can play the first 4, I think.
Yeah. And if you start with Dread and you love it, definitely go back because, dude, those classic Metroid games, they stand the test of time. Super Metroid.
Yeah.
Oh
and if you play like the first
it's
Metroid and you're like, oh, this is a little rough because of the old school dynamics, then just go to Zero Mission instead. They modernized it a lot to make it more playable for modern audiences. And then you can go back to
and don't skip Fusion. People sleep on that game. That game is so damn good. I love Fusion so much.
Okay, we did that one. Here we go. Legend of Barhash. It's pronounced Barhash. That is all. I'm gonna totally forget. If you haven't noticed, me and pronouncing things not good. How did I become a YouTuber when I can't even speak correctly? Don't know. I think it's just my aura, my energy. Stash saw it in person at the bar. There's an aura I give off. I think that's how all my successes come off the aura. But then Stash's aura just tops me in every instance we're in. So, I thought I had aura until I was around him. Now I'm just like second fiddle, third fiddle. Because Birdman's got aura too, man. When he wasn't sick and he was in and had the energy going and wasn't dead, oh my god, the aura of Stash and Bird made me feel so small, and not literally because I'm smaller than them. Just I felt so small. Like I know that I'm kind of like the pseudo leader of the show, but in person, I am the background noise. I am Eric. I'm the background noise. I'm just tagging along, living off the aura. That's all it is. I'm just living. I'm just feeding off it. Oh man! All right. What do you want to see in Ocarina of Time remake? We'll probably forget the ending of the remake. You know what? We're skipping that question.
We did cover that in the pod.
We did talk about it in the pod too. Not that I forgot the ending, but thanks. Rap said gamer lunch on me. Awesome, man. I'll make sure he gets that 20. All right. Cool. That's all of it then. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been a long show. One of our longest shows in a while, but we had some really good topics to get through, and we just took way too long on the first topic, and it happened. And we didn't. The funny thing is, no one mentioned Alan Wake 2 after it got brought up. Like no one talked about it at all. Didn't even get to talk about Alan Wake 2. The gamer was so excited about it, but people could not. People couldn't get up.
Are you gonna pick it up, Gamebird? You think you'd pick it up?
Absolutely. If it comes to Switch 2, absolutely.
I'm getting Alan Wake 2 if it's on Switch 2. As long as it runs, obviously I want to make sure it runs okay.
Yeah, it's gotta run okay.
Yeah, if it runs like crap.
Yeah. I love Alan Wake 1 and 2.
I don't know that I double dip. I have it.
I never beat it when it came out. So
Control. That is.
I have Control too.
On PS5.
I would like Control on Switch 2.
I think I got the platinum on it. That's how much I loved it. And obviously,
did you play the
Alan Wake stuff in that game.
Did you play the DLC stuff in there, Stash?
Yeah, I did.
Dude, I forget the name of the mission.
It's the Alan Wake DLC, basically, right?
Not the Alan Wake one. There's the first DLC because there's 2 DLCs. One is or there might be 3 actually. I forget. Anyways, there's a DLC where you go into what turns into almost like a rhythm game with synthwave music, and you're hopping between platforms. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
it's amazing. It is the coolest. Oh man, Control's so
that
good.
game was just so good.
I was like, man, the whole time I was playing it, I was like, dude, this team, obviously they don't have the Marvel license, but I was like, this team needs to make a Magneto game where you're just bending and pulling metal and stuff like that.
Yeah, that would be really good use of it. Those games the Control is very, very good. I hope we get a new one. But Control, Alan Wake, yeah, Remedy,
Max Payne.
Yeah,
I used to love Max Payne.
Yeah, all great games. Highly recommend it.
Yep.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for our show. You can go ahead and check out our guests. Links are down in the description with AndresRestart and Mr. Robot Joe. We'll go around the room with our hosts here. I'll let people know what we got going on, where they can find us. Let's start with the Birdman.
Hey, Gamebird Classic. You guys know where to find me. I'm here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic, on Twitter at _Birdmaster. Stay tuned. Got some stuff coming, and I'm really tired. So that's all I got for you tonight. That's all the bird is willing to give.
Why am I watching the Costco Beast right now? What is happening?
Isn't that awesome?
I watched that earlier. That was awesome.
I mean, look, he grabbed the whole tray.
Yeah.
Look, I've done samples at Costco, but holy, the whole tray.
Yeah, I was laughing, dude.
He didn't even stop him. He just grabbed it. I mean, there are free samples. They don't say how many you can have. Stash, man.
Okay. Let's see. So yeah, I got Galaxy 1 and 2. I'll be revisiting, reviewing, posting on that. I got Trails in the Sky. I still need to get to, but I had to get Digimon story review out, which I just posted that today. If you haven't watched my reviews yet for Digimon story, Pac-Man, and Final Fantasy Tactics, check those out. Other than that, I got the Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 coming up. I already have Yuka Replay, so I'll be working on the review for that. And the Tourist Deluxe Edition. And then a couple other titles. And then I also have Extreme Rate sent me their kit, the Switch 2 kit.
Nice.
So it just released. I don't know if everyone can buy it yet, but I'll be doing my custom build. So I got that. I got the projector screen. I got a lot. It's too much. No one's gonna remember.
Did you get the atomic purple?
I did.
Okay,
I did. It was between that and the clear one, and
Sure.
I got the clear one for Switch 1 and the clear Switch 1 Pro controller shell. So I was like, for Switch 2, I'm doing atomic purple. I got it.
Hell yeah.
It's too much nostalgia.
Yep. Nice. All right, guys. You don't know if you guys don't know what it is. It's like a custom. You take apart your Switch, you replace all the shells and everything in it. It looks cool. Looks cool. You guys should go check it. It's like $38 or something.
Yeah, Clear Electronics. It's the way of the future.
The way of the future. It's coming back.
Yeah.
Someday it's coming back. It'll be in again. Everything comes back around. Dude, bell-bottom jeans came back for a small bit. I bet you Afro's going to be a big thing again soon.
Dude, remember when Apple computers, back when it was called Apple, did all the fun colors? They looked like Nintendo's. They were like white, and then like the trees were orange and purple and green and watermelon and blue and
they
grape.
were sick.
They were so awesome,
imagine
dude.
if they came out with a transparent iPhone.
That'd be sick.
Oh my god, I'd be all over that.
Dude, everything comes around, man. This is how it is. Goes around, comes around. All right, guys.
We're at the age now where we want to buy this stuff. So
take advantage of my nostalgia. Bring Pogs back, please.
I'd probably play that again too.
Can you imagine Nintendo? There's Nintendo Pogs. I'd be like, no fucking way.
Pogs and Slammers. I'd be all over that.
Dude, remember how big yo-yos were?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still around.
Dude, I just remember everyone at school with like the butterfly yo-yos and all, or the bumblebee or whatever they were. I forget. It's been a long time.
Dude, all it takes, I've noticed at like my kids' school, all it takes is one kid bringing in a yo-yo for recess, and he just does like the fucking pendulum, and everyone's like, "Oh my fucking god, that's so cool! Oh, I can walk the dog. I can do this too." I'm like, no, everyone the next day has yo-yos, like all of them. They all tell their parents we want yo-yo. No parent's gonna say no to buying you a yo-yo. Let me tell you, they're gonna be excited. Oh, you actually want something that's not an electronic? Yeah, I'll go get you a yo-yo. It's like $5. Let's go. By the way, there's different qualities of yo-yos and different types of yo-yos. There's like, you want to do walk the dog and some of the more complicated tricks, you need a certain types of ones that spin basically forever.
Has like that nice glide.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. The cheap yo-yos, you can still do some of the tricks, but it catches too much. Still can be done, but it catches too much.
Cody in my chat.
Dude, it's just like Slinkies. You guys see that one guy who was doing like all this stupid TikToks where he had like the giant Slinky and he was like bouncing it off people's hands and heads all the time. Dude, Slinky sales went up like 10,000% when he went viral.
That's so funny. Well, while they're at it, they can help bring back what is it? Mighty Max and what was the I forget what it's called. I just had it in my brain. It was so big in the 90s. The creepy crawlers, dude.
I remember that song.
Creepy crawlers.
Next thing you know, Stretch Armstrong's coming back. All right.
Oh, yeah.
He was cool too.
They still sell it, but like no kid has it anymore. It's just people like us buying it and like filling it with hose water and shit now and doing dumb shit with firecrackers. the shit I wish I would have did to it when I was a kid that I've now seen videos of, and I'm like, dude, I gotta try that myself. Dude, I just saw that fucking thing be like bathtub size, how much water that held. I gotta try that shit myself. Totally did it like a month ago. It was awesome. I'd do it again. I fucking ruined the stretch Armstrong just to see how much water it can hold. I'm like, dude, I'm such a kid. This is great. Why didn't I think of this when I was a kid? Like, literally, I had one, and I never thought to cut a little hole and stick a hose in it. Why? Damn it, I should have thought about this. I was too busy actually playing with stretch Armstrong the way you're supposed to. You're stretching it. I definitely like tied doorknobs together and shit with them. I did that. Trying to lock my sister in the room. You can't get out. Stretch Armstrong's holding you in. You come out. I have my little army men ready for you to step on. Aha.
That's awesome.
Fucking army.
Do kids even play with toys? Is that a thing anymore?
Yeah, they do. Okay, I'll say this. Kids play with toys pretty much up until a parent decides to hand them an electronic, and then it's over.
Yeah.
It ends. It ends the moment you hand them a phone or a tablet. Like, yeah, you can, like, TV, no, they'll still play. You hand them a phone or a tablet, it's over. Kiss it goodbye. Parents, just a tip, you want your kids to play, give them a phone as late as possible. Tablet as late as possible. I'm telling you right now, all my kids know how to ride bikes, supposedly. Only one of my kids actually rides one once in a while. Not so sure if my other two remember how to ride anymore. Just saying. Dude, I rode bikes even when I had electronics. I rode bikes everywhere. Why? So I could play my Game Boy and not get yelled at. I have to bike away from the house. Go find a tree somewhere with proper shades so I can actually see the screen. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys can catch me everywhere. We also have the podcast audio goes up the day after. That's also everywhere. Unless it's not, let me know if for some reason it doesn't go up on Apple. Sometimes I have to upload it twice to make it work there. I don't know why, but I think the last episode worked. So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week. I usually give a preview of the guests. Who are the guests next week? Okay, kind of a good question. I actually don't know. There are usually things I know. Maybe there are no guests next week. Maybe that's why. Let me see here. Oh, no. Next week's actually kind of cool. We got Zoo coming on to the $20 super chat earlier. That's flipping the switch. And then Andre from Game Explain.
Oh, yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah. So that's going to be a nice episode. I don't know what we're talking about yet because, dude, we just finished this one. Come on now. Give me some time. Gotta figure this shit out. All right, guys. Catch you later. Peace out, everyone.
Have a good night.